Technics and Civilization. Objectives. During the last 1,000 years, the material basis and the cultural forms of Western civilization have been profoundly modified by the development of the machine. How did this come about? Where did it take place? What were the chief motives that encouraged this radical transformation of the environment and the routine of life? What were the ends in view? What were the means and methods? What unexpected values have arisen in the process? These are some of the questions that the present study seeks to answer. While people often call our period the machine age, very few have any perspective on modern technics or any clear notion as to its origins. Popular historians usually date the great transformation in modem industry from Watt's supposed invention of the steam engine, and in the conventional economics textbook the application of automatic machinery to spinning and weaving is often treated as an equally critical turning point. But the fact is that in Western Europe the machine had been developing steadily for at least 7 centuries before the dramatic changes that accompanied the Industrial Revolution took place. Men had become mechanical before they perfected complicated machines to express their new bent and interest, and the will to order had appeared once more in the monastery and the army and the counting house before it finally manifested itself in the factory. Behind all the great material inventions of the last century and a half was not merely a long internal development of techniques, there was also a change of mind. Before the new industrial processes could take hold on a great scale, a reorientation of wishes, habits, ideas, goals was necessary. To understand the dominating role played by techniques in modern civilization, one must explore in detail the preliminary period of ideological and social preparation. Not merely must one explain the existence of the new mechanical instruments, one must explain the culture that was ready to use them and profit by them so extensively. For note this, mechanization and regimentation are not new phenomena in history. What is new is the fact that these functions have been projected and embodied in organized forms which dominate every aspect of our existence. Other civilizations reached a high degree of technical proficiency without, apparently, being profoundly influenced by the methods and aims of technics. All the critical instruments of modern technology, the clock, the printing press, the watermill, the magnetic compass, the loom, the lathe, gunpowder, paper, to say nothing of mathematics and chemistry and mechanics, existed in other cultures. The Chinese, the Arabs, the Greeks, long before the Northern European, had taken most of the first steps toward the machine. And although the great engineering works of the Cretans, the Egyptians, and the Romans were carried out mainly on an empirical basis, these peoples plainly had an abundance of technical skill at their command. They had machines, but they did not develop the machine. It remained for the peoples of Western Europe to carry the physical sciences and the exact arts to a point no other culture had reached, and to adapt the whole mode of life to the pace and the capacities of the machine. How did this happen? How in fact could the machine take possession of European society until that society had, by an inner accommodation, surrendered to the machine? Plainly, what is usually called the Industrial Revolution, the series of industrial changes that began in the 18th century, was a transformation that took place in the course of a much longer march. The machine has swept over our civilization in 3 successive waves. The first wave, which was set in motion around the 10th century, gathered strength and momentum as other institutions in civilization were weakening and dispersing. This early triumph of the machine was an effort to achieve order and power by purely external means, and its success was partly due to the fact that it evaded many of the real issues of life and turned away from the momentous moral and social difficulties that it had neither confronted nor solved. The second wave heaved upward in the 18th century after a long steady roll through the Middle Ages, with its improvements in mining and iron working, accepting all the ideological premises of the first effort to create the machine. The disciples of Watt and Arkwright sought to universalize them and take advantage of the practical consequences. In the course of this effort, various moral and social and political problems which had been set to one side by the exclusive development of the machine, now returned with doubled urgency. The very efficiency of the machine was drastically curtailed by the failure to achieve in society a set of harmonious and integrated purposes. External regimentation and internal resistance and disintegration went hand in hand. Those fortunate members of society who were in complete harmony with the machine achieved that state only by closing up various important avenues of life. Finally, we begin in our own day to observe the swelling energies of a third wave. Behind this wave, both in technics and in civilization, are forces which were suppressed or perverted by the earlier development of the machine, forces which now manifest themselves in every department of activity, and which tend toward a new synthesis in thought and a fresh synergy in action. As the result of this third movement, the machine ceases to be a substitute for God or for an orderly society, and instead of its success being measured by the mechanization of life, its worth becomes more and more measurable in terms of its own approach to the organic and the living. The receding waves of the first two phases of the machine diminish a little the force of the third wave, but the image remains accurate to the extent that it suggests that the wave with which we are now being carried forward is moving in a direction opposite to those of the past. By now, it is plain, a new world has come into existence, but it exists only in fragments. New forms of living have for long been in process, but so far they have likewise been divided and unfocused. Indeed, our vast gains in energy and in the production of goods have manifested themselves in part in a loss of form and an impoverishment of life. What has limited the beneficence of the machine? Under what conditions may the machine be directed toward a fuller use and accomplishment? To these questions, too, the present study seeks an answer. Technics and civilization as a whole are the result of human choices and aptitudes and strivings, deliberate as well as unconscious, often irrational when apparently they are most objective and scientific, but even when they are uncontrollable they are not external. Choice manifests itself in society in small increments and moment-to-moment decisions as well as in loud dramatic struggles, and he who does not see choice in the development of the machine merely betrays his incapacity to observe cumulative effects until they are bunched together so closely that they seem completely external and impersonal. No matter how completely technics relies upon the objective procedures of the sciences, it does not form an independent system. Like the universe, it exists as an element in human culture and it promises well or ill as the social groups that exploit it promise well or ill. The machine itself makes no demands and holds out no promises, it is the human spirit that makes demands and keeps promises. In order to reconquer the machine and subdue it to human purposes, one must first understand it and assimilate it. So far, we have embraced the machine without fully understanding it, or, like the weaker romantics, we have rejected the machine without first seeing how much of it we could intelligently assimilate. The machine itself, however, is a product of human ingenuity and effort, hence to understand the machine is not merely a first step toward reorienting our civilization, it is also a means toward understanding society and toward knowing ourselves. The world of technics is not isolated and self-contained, it reacts to forces and impulses that come from apparently remote parts of the environment. That fact makes peculiarly hopeful the development that has been going on within the domain of technics itself since around 1870, for the organic has become visible again even within the mechanical complex. Some of our most characteristic mechanical instruments, the telephone, the phonograph, the motion picture have grown out of our interest in the human voice and the human eye and our knowledge of their physiology and anatomy. Can one detect, perhaps, the characteristic properties of this emergent order, its pattern, its planes, its angle of polarization, its color? Can one, in the process of crystallization, remove the turbid residues left behind by our earlier forms of technology? Can one distinguish and define the specific properties of a technics directed toward the service of life, properties that distinguish it morally, socially, politically, aesthetically from the cruder forms that preceded it? Let us make the attempt. The study of the rise and development of modern technics is a basis for understanding and strengthening this contemporary transvaluation, and the transvaluation of the machine is the next move, perhaps, toward its mastery. Chapter I: Cultural Preparation. 1. Machines, Utilities, and the Machine. During the last century the automatic or semi-automatic machine has come to occupy a large place in our daily routine, and we have tended to attribute to the physical instrument itself the whole complex of habits and methods that created it and accompanied it. Almost every discussion of technology from Marx onward has tended to overemphasize the part played by the more mobile and active parts of our industrial equipment, and has slighted other equally critical elements in our technical heritage. What is a machine? Apart from the simple machines of classic mechanics, the inclined plane, the pulley, and so forth, the subject remains a confused one. Many of the writers who have discussed the machine age have treated the machine as if it were a very recent phenomenon, and as if the technology of handicraft had employed only tools to transform the environment. These preconceptions are baseless. For the last 3,000 years, at least, machines have been an essential part of our older technical heritage. Ruliaz's definition of a machine has remained a classic. A machine is a combination of resistant bodies so arranged that by their means the mechanical forces of nature can be compelled to do work accompanied by certain determinate motions, but it does not take us very far. Its place is due to his importance as the first great morphologist of machines, for it leaves out the large class of machines operated by manpower. Machines have developed out of a complex of non-organic agents for converting energy, for performing work, for enlarging the mechanical or sensory capacities of the human body, or for reducing to a mensurable order and regularity the processes of life. The automaton is the last step in a process that began with the use of one part or another of the human body as a tool. In back of the development of tools and machines lies the attempt to modify the environment in such a way as to fortify and sustain the human organism. The effort is either to extend the powers of the otherwise unarmed organism, or to manufacture outside of the body a set of conditions more favorable toward maintaining its equilibrium and ensuring its survival. Instead of a physiological adaptation to the cold, like the growth of hair or the habit of hibernation, there is an environmental adaptation, such as that made possible by the use of clothes and the erection of shelters. The essential distinction between a machine and a tool lies in the degree of independence in the operation from the skill and motive power of the operator. The tool lends itself to manipulation, the machine to automatic action. The degree of complexity is unimportant, for, using the tool, the human hand and eye perform complicated actions which are the equivalent, in function, of a well-developed machine, while, on the other hand, there are highly effective machines, like the drop hammer, which do very simple tasks, with the aid of a relatively simple mechanism. The difference between tools and machines lies primarily in the degree of automatism they have reached. The skilled tool user becomes more accurate and more automatic, in short, more mechanical, as his originally voluntary motions settle down into reflexes, and on the other hand, even in the most completely automatic machine, there must intervene somewhere, at the beginning and the end of the process, first in the original design, and finally in the ability to overcome defects and to make repairs, the conscious participation of a human agent. Moreover, between the tool and the machine there stands another class of objects, the machine tool. Here, in the lathe or the drill, one has the accuracy of the finest machine coupled with the skilled attendance of the workman. One adds to this mechanical complex an external source of power. The line of division becomes even more difficult to establish. In general, the machine emphasizes specialization of function, whereas the tool indicates flexibility. A planing machine performs only one operation, whereas a knife can be used to smooth wood, to carve it, to split it, or to pry open a lock, or to drive in a screw. The automatic machine, then, is a very specialized kind of adaptation. It involves the notion of an external source of power, a more or less complicated interrelation of parts, and a limited kind of activity. From the beginning the machine was a sort of minor organism, designed to perform a single set of functions. Along with these dynamic elements in technology there is another set, more static in character, but equally important in function. While the growth of machines is the most patent technical fact of the last 1,000 years, the machine, in the form of the fire drill or the potter's wheel, has been in existence since at least Neolithic times. During the earlier period, some of the most effective adaptations of the environment came, not from the invention of machines, but from the equally admirable invention of utensils, apparatus, and utilities. The basket and the pot stand for the first, the dye vat and the brick kiln stand for the second, and reservoirs and aqueducts and roads and buildings belong to the third class. The modern period has finally given us the power utility, like the railroad track or the electric transmission line, which functions only through the operation of power machinery. While tools and machines transform the environment by changing the shape and location of objects, utensils and apparatus have been used to effect equally necessary chemical transformations. Tanning, brewing, distilling, dyeing have been as important in man's technical development as smithing or weaving. But most of these processes remained in their traditional state till the middle of the 19th century, and it is only since then that they have been influenced in any large degree by the same set of scientific forces and human interests that were developing the modern power machine. In the series of objects from utensils to utilities there is the same relation between the workman and tool process that one notes in the series between tools and automatic machines, differences in the degree of specialization, the degree of impersonality. But since people's attention is directed most easily to the noisier and more active parts of the environment, the role of the utility and the apparatus has been neglected in most discussions of the machine, or, what is almost as bad, these technical instruments have all been clumsily grouped as machines. The point to remember is that both have played an enormous part in the development of the modern environment, and at no stage in history can the two means of adaptation be split apart. Every technological complex includes both, not least our modern one. When I use the word machines hereafter I shall refer to specific objects like the printing press or the power loom. When I use the term the machine I shall employ it as a shorthand reference to the entire technological complex. This will embrace the knowledge and skills and arts derived from industry or implicated in the new technics, and will include various forms of tool, instrument, apparatus, and utility as well as machines proper. 2. The monastery and the clock. Where did the machine first take form in modern civilization? There was plainly more than one point of origin. Our mechanical civilization represents the convergence of numerous habits, ideas, and modes of living, as well as technical instruments, and some of these were, in the beginning, directly opposed to the civilization they helped to create. But the first manifestation of the new order took place in the general picture of the world. During the first 7 centuries of the machine's existence the categories of time and space underwent an extraordinary change, and no aspect of life was left untouched by this transformation. The application of quantitative methods of thought to the study of nature had its first manifestation in the regular measurement of time, and the new mechanical conception of time arose in part out of the routine of the monastery. Alfred Whitehead has emphasized the importance of the scholastic belief in a universe ordered by God as one of the foundations of modern physics, but behind that belief was the presence of order in the institutions of the Church itself. The techniques of the ancient world were still carried on from Constantinople and Baghdad to Sicily and Cordova, hence the early lead taken by Salerno in the scientific and medical advances of the Middle Age. It was, however, in the monasteries of the West that the desire for order and power, other than that expressed in the military domination of weaker men, first manifested itself after the long uncertainty and bloody confusion that attended the breakdown of the Roman Empire. Within the walls of the monastery was sanctuary, under the rule of the order surprise and doubt and caprice and irregularity were put at bay. Opposed to the erratic fluctuations and pulsations of the worldly life was the iron discipline of the rule. Benedict added a 7th period to the devotions of the day, and in the 7th century, by a bull of Pope Sabinianus, it was decreed that the bells of the monastery be rung 7 times in the 24 hours. These punctuation marks in the day were known as the canonical hours, and some means of keeping count of them and ensuring their regular repetition became necessary. According to a now discredited legend, the first modern mechanical clock, worked by falling weights, was invented by the monk named Gerbert who afterwards became Pope Sylvester II near the close of the 10th century. This clock was probably only a water clock, one of those bequests of the ancient world either left over directly from the days of the Romans, like the water wheel itself, or coming back again into the West through the Arabs. But the legend, as so often happens, is accurate in its implications if not in its facts. The monastery was the seat of a regular life, and an instrument for striking the hours at intervals or for reminding the bell ringer that it was time to strike the bells, was an almost inevitable product of this life. If the mechanical clock did not appear until the cities of the 13th century demanded an orderly routine, the habit of order itself and the earnest regulation of time sequences had become almost second nature in the monastery. Colton agrees with Sombart in looking upon the Benedictines, the great working order, as perhaps the original founders of modern capitalism. Their rule certainly took the curse off work, and their vigorous engineering enterprises may even have robbed warfare of some of its glamour. So one is not straining the facts when one suggests that the monasteries at one time there were 40,000 under the Benedictine rule helped to give human enterprise the regular collective beat and rhythm of the machine, for the clock is not merely a means of keeping track of the hours, but of synchronizing the actions of men. Was it by reason of the collective Christian desire to provide for the welfare of souls in eternity by regular prayers and devotions that timekeeping and the habits of temporal order took hold of men's minds, habits that capitalist civilization presently turned to good account? One must perhaps accept the irony of this paradox. At all events, by the 13th century there are definite records of mechanical clocks, and by 1370 a well-designed modern clock had been built by Heinrich von Wick at Paris. Meanwhile, bell towers had come into existence, and the new clocks, if they did not have, till the 14th century, a dial and a hand that translated the movement of time into a movement through space, at all events struck the hours. The clouds that could paralyze the sundial, the freezing that could stop the water clock on a winter night, were no longer obstacles to timekeeping. Summer or winter, day or night, one was aware of the measured clank of the clock. The instrument presently spread outside the monastery, and the regular striking of the bells brought a new regularity into the life of the workman and the merchant. The bells of the clock tower almost defined urban existence. Timekeeping passed into time serving and time accounting and time rationing. As this took place, eternity ceased gradually to serve as the measure and focus of human actions. The clock, not the steam engine, is the key machine of the modern industrial age. For every phase of its development the clock is both the outstanding fact and the typical symbol of the machine. Even today no other machine is so ubiquitous. Here, at the very beginning of modern technics, appeared prophetically the accurate automatic machine which, only after centuries of further effort, was also to prove the final consummation of this technics in every department of industrial activity. There had been power machines, such as the water mill, before the clock, and there had also been various kinds of automata, to awaken the wonder of the populace in the temple, or to please the idle fancy of some Moslem caliph, machines one finds illustrated in Hero and Al-Jazari. But here was a new kind of power machine, in which the source of power and the transmission were of such a nature as to ensure the even flow of energy throughout the works and to make possible regular production and a standardized product. In its relationship to determinable quantities of energy, to standardization, to automatic action, and finally to its own special product, accurate timing, the clock has been the foremost machine in modern technics, and at each period it has remained in the lead. It marks a perfection toward which other machines aspire. The clock, moreover, served as a model for many other kinds of mechanical works, and the analysis of motion that accompanied the perfection of the clock, with the various types of gearing and transmission that were elaborated, contributed to the success of quite different kinds of machine. Smiths could have hammered thousands of suits of armor or thousands of iron cannon, wheelwrights could have shaped thousands of great water wheels or crude gears, without inventing any of the special types of movement developed in clockwork, and without any of the accuracy of measurement and fineness of articulation that finally produced the accurate 18th century chronometer. The clock, moreover, is a piece of power machinery whose product is seconds and minutes. By its essential nature it dissociated time from human events and helped create the belief in an independent world of mathematically measurable sequences, the special world of science. There is relatively little foundation for this belief in common human experience. Throughout the year the days are of uneven duration, and not merely does the relation between day and night steadily change, but a slight journey from east to west alters astronomical time by a certain number of minutes. In terms of the human organism itself, mechanical time is even more foreign. While human life has regularities of its own, the beat of the pulse, the breathing of the lungs, these change from hour to hour with mood and action, and in the longer span of days, time is measured not by the calendar but by the events that occupy it. The shepherd measures from the time the ewes lambed, the farmer measures back to the day of sowing or forward to the harvest. If growth has its own duration and regularities, behind it are not simply matter and motion, but the facts of development, in short, history. And while mechanical time is strung out in a succession of mathematically isolated instants, organic time, what Bergson calls duration, is cumulative in its effects. Though mechanical time can, in a sense, be speeded up or run backward, like the hands of a clock or the images of a moving picture, organic time moves in only one direction through the cycle of birth, growth, development, decay, and death, and the past that is already dead remains present in the future that has still to be born. Around 1345, according to Thorndike, the division of hours into 60 minutes and of minutes into 60 seconds became common. It was Tria's abstract framework of divided time that became more and more the point of reference for both action and thought, and in the effort to arrive at accuracy in this department, the astronomical exploration of the sky focused attention further upon the regular, implacable movements of the heavenly bodies through space. Early in the 16th century a young Nuremberg mechanic, Peter Henlein, is supposed to have created many wheeled watches out of small bits of iron, and by the end of the century the small domestic clock had been introduced in England and Holland. As with the motor car and the airplane, the richer classes first took over the new mechanism and popularized it, partly because they alone could afford it, partly because the new bourgeoisie were the first to discover that, as Franklin later put it, time is money. To become as regular as clockwork was the bourgeois ideal, and to own a watch was for long a definite symbol of success. The increasing tempo of civilization led to a demand for greater power, and in turn power quickened the tempo. Now, the orderly punctual life that first took shape in the monasteries is not native to mankind, although by now Western peoples are so thoroughly regimented by the clock that it is second nature and they look upon its observance as a fact of nature. Many Eastern civilizations have flourished on a loose basis in time. The Hindus have in fact been so indifferent to time that they lack even an authentic chronology of the years. Only yesterday, in the midst of the industrializations of Soviet Russia, did a society come into exist. To further the carrying of watches there and to propagandize the benefits of punctuality. The popularization of timekeeping, which followed the production of the cheap standardized watch, first in Geneva, then in America around the middle of the last century, was essential to a well-articulated system of transportation and production. To keep time was once a peculiar attribute of music. It gave industrial value to the workshop song or the tattoo or the chanty of the sailors tugging at a rope. But the effect of the mechanical clock is more pervasive and strict. It presides over the day from the hour of rising to the hour of rest. When one thinks of the day as an abstract span of time, one does not go to bed with the chickens on a winter's night. One invents wicks, chimneys, lamps, gas lights, electric lamps, so as to use all the hours belonging to the day. When one thinks of time, not as a sequence of experiences, but as a collection of hours, minutes, and seconds, the habits of adding time and saving time come into existence. Time took on the character of an enclosed space. It could be divided, it could be filled up, it could even be expanded by the invention of labor-saving instruments. Abstract time became the new medium of existence. Organic functions themselves were regulated by it. 1 ate, not upon feeling hungry, but when prompted by the clock. 1 slept, not when one was tired, but when the clock sanctioned it. A generalized time consciousness accompanied the wider use of clocks, dissociating time from organic sequences, it became easier for the men of the Renaissance to indulge the fantasy of reviving the classic past or of reliving the splendors of antique Roman civilization. The cult of history, appearing first in daily ritual, finally abstracted itself as a special discipline. In the 17th century, journalism and periodic literature made their appearance, even in dress. Following the lead of Venice as fashion center, people altered styles every year rather than every generation. The gain in mechanical efficiency through coordination and through the closer articulation of the day's events cannot be overestimated. While this increase cannot be measured in mere horsepower, one has only to imagine its absence today to foresee the speedy disruption and eventual collapse of our entire society. The modern industrial regime could do without coal and iron and steam easier than it could do without the clock. 3. Space, distance, movement. A child and an adult, an Australian primitive and a European, a man of the Middle Ages and a contemporary, are distinguished not only by a difference in degree, but by a difference in kind by their methods of pictorial representation. Dagobert Frey, whose words I have just quoted, has made a penetrating study of the difference in spatial conceptions between the early Middle Ages and the Renaissance. He has reinforced by a wealth of specific detail, the generalization that no two cultures live conceptually in the same kind of time and space. Space and time, like language itself, are works of art, and like language they help condition and direct practical action. Long before Kant announced that time and space were categories of the mind, long before the mathematicians discovered that there were conceivable and rational forms of space other than the form described by Euclid, mankind at large had acted on this premise. Like the Englishman in France who thought that bread was the right name for le pain, each culture believes that every other kind of space and time is an approximation to or a perversion of the real space and time in which it lives. During the Middle Ages, spatial relations tended to be organized as symbols and values. The highest object in the city was the church spire, which pointed toward heaven and dominated all the lesser buildings, as the church dominated their hopes and fears. Space was divided arbitrarily to represent the 7 virtues or the 12 apostles or the 10 commandments or the Trinity. Without constant symbolic reference to the fables and myths of Christianity, the rationale of medieval space would collapse. Even the most rational minds were not exempt. Roger Bacon was a careful student of optics, but after he had described the 7 coverings of the eye, he added that by such means God had willed to express in our bodies an image of the 7 gifts of the Spirit. Size signified importance, to represent human beings of entirely different sizes on the same plane of vision and at the same distance. From the observer was entirely possible for the medieval artist. This same habit applies not only to the representation of real objects but to the organization of terrestrial experience by means of the map. In medieval cartography, the water and the land masses of the earth, even when approximately known, may be represented in an arbitrary figure like a tree, with no regard for the actual relations as experienced by a traveler, and with no interest in anything except the allegorical correspondence. One further characteristic of medieval space must be noted: space and time form 2 relatively independent systems. First, the medieval artist introduced other times within his own spatial world, as when he projected the events of Christ's life within a contemporary Italian city, without the slightest feeling that the passage of time has made a difference, just as in Chaucer the classical legend of Troilus and Cressida is related as if it were a contemporary story. When a medieval chronicler mentions the king, as the author of The Wandering Scholars remarks, it is sometimes a little difficult to find out whether he is talking about Caesar or Alexander the Great or his own monarch. Each is equally near to him. Indeed, the word anachronism is meaningless when applied to medieval art. It is only when one related events to a coordinated frame of time and space that being out of time or being untrue to time became disconcerting. Similarly, in Botticelli's The 3 Miracles of Saint Zenobius, 3 different times are presented upon a single stage. Because of this separation of time and space, things could appear and disappear suddenly, unaccountably. The dropping of a ship below the horizon no more needed an explanation than the dropping of a demon down the chimney. There was no mystery about the past from which they had emerged, no speculation as to the future toward which they were bound. objects swam into vision and sank out of it with something of the same mystery in which the coming and going of adults affects the experience of young children, whose first graphic efforts so much resemble in their organization the world of the medieval artist. In this symbolic world of space and time everything was either a mystery or a miracle. The connecting link between events was the cosmic and religious order, the true order of space was heaven, even as the true order of time was eternity. Between the 14th and the 17th century a revolutionary change in the conception of space took place in Western Europe. Space as a hierarchy of values was replaced by space as a system of magnitudes. One of the indications of this new orientation was the closer study of the relations of objects in space and the discovery of the laws of perspective and the systematic organization of pictures within the new frame fixed by the foreground, the horizon, and the vanishing point. Perspective turned the symbolic relation of objects into a visual relation, the visual in turn became a quantitative relation. In the new picture of the world, size meant not human or divine importance, but distance. Bodies did not exist separately as absolute magnitudes, they were coordinated with other bodies within the same frame of vision and must be in scale. To achieve this scale, there must be an accurate representation of the object itself, a point-for-point correspondence between the picture and the image, hence a fresh interest in external nature and in questions of fact. The division of the canvas into squares and the accurate observation of the world through this abstract checkerboard marked the new technique of the painter, from Paolo Ocello onward. The new interest in perspective brought depth into the picture and distance into the mind. In the older pictures, one's eye jumped from one part to another, picking up symbolic crumbs as taste and fancy dictated. In the new pictures, one's eye followed the lines of linear perspective along streets, buildings, tessellated pavements whose parallel lines the painter purposely introduced in order to make the eye itself travel. Even the objects in the foreground were sometimes grotesquely placed and foreshortened in order to create the same illusion. Movement became a new source of value, movement for its own sake. The measured space of the picture reinforced the measured time of the clock. Within this new ideal network of space and time all events now took place, and the most satisfactory event within this system was uniform motion in a straight line, for such motion lent itself to accurate representation within the system of spatial and temporal coordinates. One further consequence of this spatial order must be noted: to place a thing and to time it became essential to one's understanding of it. In Renaissance space, the existence of objects must be accounted for, their passage through time and space is a clue to their appearance at any particular moment in any particular place. The unknown is therefore no less determinate than the known. Given the roundness of the globe, the position of the Indies could be assumed and the time distance calculated. The very existence of such an order was an incentive to explore it and to fill up the parts that were unknown. What the painters demonstrated in their application of perspective, the cartographers established in the same century in their new maps. The Hereford map of 1314 might have been done by a child, it was practically worthless for navigation. That of Ocello's contemporary, Andrea Banco, 1436, was conceived on rational lines, and represented a gain in conception as well as in practical accuracy. By laying down the invisible lines of latitude and longitude, the cartographers paved the way for later explorers, like Columbus. As with the later scientific method, the abstract system gave rational expectations, even if on the basis of inaccurate knowledge. No longer was it necessary for the navigator to hug the shoreline, he could launch out into the unknown, set his course toward an arbitrary point, and return approximately to the place of departure. Both Eden and heaven were outside the new space, and though they lingered on as the ostensible subjects of painting, the real subjects were time and space and nature and man. Presently, on the basis laid down by the painter and the cartographer, an interest in space as such, in movement as such, in locomotion as such, arose. In back of this interest were of course more concrete alterations. Roads had become more secure, vessels were being built more soundly, above all, new inventions carried the magnetic needle, the astrolabe, the the rudder Carotliad made it possible to chart and to hold a more accurate course at sea. The gold of the Indies and the fabled fountains of youth and the happy isles of endless sensual delight doubtless beckon too, but the presence of these tangible goals does not lessen the importance of the new schemata. The categories of time and space, once practically dissociated, had become united, and the abstractions of measured time and measured space undermine the earlier conceptions of infinity and eternity, since measurement must begin with an arbitrary here and now even if space and time be empty. The itch to use space and time had broken out, and once they were coordinated with movement, they could be contracted or expanded. Conquest of space and time had begun. It is interesting, however, to note that the very concept of acceleration, which is part of our daily mechanical experience, was not formulated till the 17th century. The signs of this conquest are many, they came forth in rapid succession. In military arts the crossbow and the ballista were revived and extended, and on their heels came more powerful weapons for annihilating distance, the cannon and later the musket. Leonardo conceived an airplane and built one. Fantastic projects for flight were canvassed. In 1420 Fontana described a velocipede. In 1589 Gilles de Baume of Antwerp apparently built a man-propelled wagon, restless preludes to the vast efforts and initiatives of the 19th century. As with so many elements in our culture, the original impulse was imparted to this movement by the Arabs. As early as 880 Abu I Qasim had attempted flight, and in 1065 Oliver of Malmesbury had killed himself in an attempt to soar from a high place, but from the 15th century on the desire to conquer the air became a recurrent preoccupation of inventive minds, and it was close enough to popular thought to make the report of a flight from Portugal to Vienna serve as a news hoax in 1709. The new attitude toward time and space infected the workshop and the counting house, the army and the city. The tempo became faster, the magnitudes became greater. Conceptually, modern culture launched itself into space and gave itself over to movement. What Max Weber called the romanticism of numbers grew naturally out of this interest. In timekeeping, in trading, in fighting men counted numbers, and finally, as the habit grew, only numbers counted. 4. The influence of capitalism. The romanticism of numbers had still another aspect, important for the development of scientific habits of triumph. This was the rise of capitalism, and the change from a barter economy, facilitated by small supplies of variable local coinage, to a money economy with an international credit structure and a constant reference to the abstract symbols of wealth, gold, drafts, bills of exchange, eventually merely numbers. From the standpoint of technique, this structure had its origin in the 2-carat VNS of northern Italy, particularly Florence and Venice. In the 14th century, 200 years later there was in existence in Antwerp an international bourse, devoted to aiding speculation in shipments from foreign ports and in money itself. By the middle of the 16th century bookkeeping by double entry, bills of exchange, letters of credit, and speculation in futures were all developed in essentially trier modern form. Whereas the procedures of science were not refined and codified until after Galileo and Newton, finance had emerged in its present-day dress at the very beginning of the machine age. Jacob Fugger and J. Pierpont Morgan could understand each other's methods and point of view and temperament far better than Paracelsus and Einstein. The development of capitalism brought the new habits of abstraction and calculation into the lives of city people. Only the country folk, still existing on their more primitive local basis, were partly immune. Capitalism turned people from tangibles to intangibles. Its symbol, as Sombart observes, is the account book. Its life value lies in its profit and loss account. The economy of acquisition, which had hitherto been practiced by rare and fabulous creatures like Midas and Croesus, became once more the everyday mode. It tended to replace the direct economy of needs and to substitute money values for life values. The whole process of business took on more and more an abstract form. It was concerned with non-commodities, imaginary futures, hypothetical gains. Karl Marx well summed up this new process of transmutation, since money does not disclose what has been transformed into it. Everything, whether a commodity or not, is convertible into gold. Everything becomes saleable and purchasable. Circulation is the great social retort into which everything is thrown and out of which everything is recovered as crystallized money. Not even the bones of the saints are able to withstand this alchemy, and still less able to withstand it are more delicate things, sacrosanct things which are outside the commercial traffic of men. Just as all qualitative differences between commodities are effaced in money, so money, a radical leveler, effaces all distinctions. But money itself is a commodity, an external object, capable of becoming the private property of an individual. Thus social power becomes private power in the hands of a private person. This last fact was particularly important for life and thought, the quest of power by means of abstractions. A phi abstraction reinforced the other. Time was money, money was power, power required the furtherance of trade and production, production was diverted from the channels of direct use into those of remote trade, toward the acquisition of larger profits, with a larger margin for new capital expenditures for wars, foreign conquests, mines, productive enterprises. More money and more power. Of all forms of wealth, money alone is without assignable limits. The prince who might desire to build 5 palaces would hesitate to build 5,000, but what was to prevent him from seeking by conquest and taxes to multiply by thousands the riches in his treasury? Under a money economy, to speed up the process of production was to speed up the turnover, more money. And as the emphasis upon money grew in part out of the increasing mobility of late medieval society, with its international trade, so did the resulting money economy promote more trade, landed wealth, humanized wealth, houses, paintings, sculptures, books, even gold itself were all relatively difficult to transport, whereas money could be transported after pronouncing the proper abracadabra by a simple algebraic operation on one side or another of the ledger. In time, men were more at home with abstractions than they were with the goods they represented. The typical operations of finance were the acquisition or the exchange of magnitudes. Even the day dreams of the pecuniary daydreamer, as Veblen observed, take shape as a calculus of profit and loss computed in standard units of an impersonal magnitude. Men became powerful to the extent that they neglected the real world of wheat and wool, food and clothes, and centered their attention on the purely quantitative representation of it in tokens and symbols, to think in terms of mere weight and number, to make quantity not alone an indication of value but the criterion of value that was the contribution of capitalism to the mechanical world picture. So the abstractions of capitalism preceded the abstractions of modern science and reinforced at every point its typical lessons and its typical methods of procedure. The clarification and the convenience, particularly for long-distance trading in space and time, were great, but the social price of these economies was a high one. Mark Kepler's words, published in 1595, "As the ear is made to perceive sound and the eye to perceive color, so the mind of man has been formed to understand, not all sorts of things, but quantities. It perceives any given thing more clearly in proportion as that thing is close to bare quantities as to its origins, but the further a thing recedes from quantities, the more darkness and error inheres in it." Was it an accident that the founders and patrons of the Royal Society in London, indeed some of the first experimenters in the physical sciences, were merchants from the city? King Charles II might laugh uncontrollably when he heard that these gentlemen had spent their time weighing air, but their instincts were justified, their procedure was correct, the method itself belonged to their tradition, and there was money in it. The power that was science and the power that was money were, in final analysis, the same kind of power, the power of abstraction, measurement, quantification. But it was not merely in the promotion of abstract habits of thought and pragmatic interests and quantitative estimations that capitalism prepared the way for modern technics. From the beginning, machines and factory production, like big guns and armaments, made direct demands for capital far above the small advances necessary to provide the old-style handicraft worker with tools or keep him alive. The freedom to operate independent workshops and factories, to use machines and profit by them, went to those who had command of capital. while the feudal families, with their command over the land, often had a monopoly over such natural resources as were found in the earth, and often retained an interest in glass-making, coal mining, and iron works right down to modern times. The new mechanical inventions lent themselves to exploitation by the merchant classes. The incentive to mechanization lay in the greater profits that could be extracted through the multiplied power and efficiency of the machine. Thus, although capitalism and technics must be clearly distinguished at every stage, one conditioned the other and reacted upon it. The merchant accumulated capital by widening the scale of his operations, quickening his turnover, and discovering new territories for exploitation. The inventor carried on a parallel process by exploiting new methods of production and devising new things to be produced. Sometimes trade appeared as a rival to the machine by offering greater opportunities for profit, sometimes it curbed further developments in order to increase the profit of a particular monopoly. Both motives are still operative in capitalist society. From the first, there were disparities and conflicts between these two forms of exploitation, but trade was the older partner and exercised a higher authority. It was trade that gathered up new materials from the Indies and from the Americas, new foods, new cereals, tobacco, furs. It was trade that found a new market for the trash that was turned out by 18th century mass production. It was trade abetted by war that developed the large-scale enterprises and the administrative capacity and method that made it possible to create the industrial system as a whole and weld together its various parts. Whether machines would have been invented so rapidly and pushed so zealously without the extra incentive of commercial profit is extremely doubtful, for all the more skilled handicraft occupations were deeply entrenched, and the introduction of printing, for example, was delayed as much as 20 years in Paris by the bitter opposition of the Guild of Scribes and Copyists. But while technics undoubtedly owes an honest debt to capitalism, as it does likewise to war, it was nevertheless unfortunate that the machine was conditioned, at the outset, by these foreign institutions and took on characteristics that had nothing essentially to do with the technical processes or the forms of work. Capitalism utilized the machine, not to further social welfare, but to increase private profit. Mechanical instruments were used for the aggrandizement of the ruling classes. It was because of capitalism that the handicraft industries in both Europe and other parts of the world were recklessly destroyed by machine products, even when the latter were inferior to the thing they replaced, for the prestige of improvement and success and power was with the machine, even when it improved nothing, even when technically speaking it was a failure. It was because of the possibilities of profit that the place of the machine was overemphasized and the degree of regimentation pushed beyond what was necessary to harmony or efficiency. It was because of certain traits in private capitalism that the machine, which was a neutral agent, has often seemed, and in fact has sometimes been, a malicious element in society, careless of human life, indifferent to human interests. The machine has suffered for the sins of capitalism. Contrariwise, capitalism has often taken credit for the virtues of the machine. By supporting the machine, capitalism quickened its pace, and gave a special incentive to preoccupation with mechanical improvements. Though it often failed to reward the inventor, it succeeded by blandishments and promises in stimulating him to further effort. In many departments the pace was over-accelerated, and the stimulus was over-applied. Indeed, the necessity to promote continual changes and improvements, which has been characteristic of capitalism, introduced an element of instability into technics and kept society from assimilating its mechanical improvements and integrating them in an appropriate social pattern. As capitalism itself has developed and expanded, these vices have in fact grown more enormous, and the dangers to society as a whole have likewise grown proportionately. Enough here to notice the close historical association of modern technics and modern capitalism, and to point out that, for all this historical development, there is no necessary connection between them. Capitalism has existed in other civilizations, which had a relatively low technical development, and technics made steady improvements from the 10th to the 15th century without the special incentive of capitalism. But the STYH of IHE Maclean has up to the present been powerfully influenced by capitalism. The emphasis upon bigness, for example, is a commercial trait. It appeared in guild halls and merchants' houses long before it was evident in Technics, with its originally modest scale of operations. 5. From fable to fact. Meanwhile, with the transformation of the concepts of time and space went a change in the direction of interest from the heavenly world to the natural one. Around the 12th century the supernatural world, in which the European mind had been enveloped as in a cloud from the decay of the classic schools of thought onward, began to lift. The beautiful culture of Provence, whose language Dante himself had thought perhaps to use for his Divine Comedy, was the first bud of the new order, a bud destined to be savagely blighted by the Albigensian Crusade. Every culture lives within its dream. That of Christianity was one in which a fabulous heavenly world, filled with gods, saints, devils, demons, angels, archangels, cherubim and seraphim and dominions and powers, shot its fantastically magnified shapes and images across the actual life of earth-born man. This dream pervades the life of a culture as the fantasies of night dominate the mind of a sleeper. It is reality while the sleep lasts. But, like the sleeper, a culture lives within an objective world that goes on through its sleeping or waking, and sometimes breaks into the dream, like a noise, to modify it or to make further sleep impossible. By a slow natural process, the world of nature broke in upon the medieval dream of hell and paradise and eternity. In the fresh naturalistic sculpture of the 13th century churches one can watch the first uneasy stir of the sleeper, as the light of morning strikes his eyes. At first, the craftsman's interest in nature was a confused one. Side by side with the fine carvings of oak leaves and hawthorn sprays, faithfully copied, tenderly arranged, the sculptor still created strange monsters, gargoyles, chimeras, legendary beasts. But the interest in nature steadily broadened and became more consuming. The naive feeling of the 13th century artist turned into the systematic exploration of the 16th century botanists and physiologists. In the Middle Ages, as Emile Maille said, the idea of a thing which a man formed for himself was always more real than the actual thing itself, and we see why these mystical centuries had no conception of what men now call science. The study of things for their own sake held no meaning for the thoughtful man. The task for the student of nature was to discern the eternal truth that God would have each thing express. In escaping this attitude, the vulgar had an advantage over the learned. Their minds were less capable of forging their own shackles. A rational common-sense interest in nature was not a product of the new classical learning of the Renaissance. Rather, one must say, that a few centuries after it had flourished among the peasants and the masons, it made its way by another route into the court and the study and the university. Villard de Honcourt's notebook, the precious bequest of a great master mason, has drawings of a bear, a swan, a grasshopper, a fly, a dragonfly, a lobster, a lion, and a pair of parakeets, all done directly from life. The book of nature reappeared, as in a palimpsest, through the heavenly book of the Word. During the Middle Ages the external world had no conceptual hold upon the mind. Natural facts were insignificant compared with the divine order and intention which Christ and his Church had revealed. The visible world was merely a pledge and a symbol of that eternal world of whose blisses and damnations it gave such a keen foretaste. People ate and drank and mated, basked in the sun and grew solemn under the stars, but there was little meaning in this immediate state. Whatever significance the items of daily life had was as stage accessories and costumes and rehearsals for the drama of man's pilgrimage through eternity. How far could the mind go in scientific mensuration and observation as long as the mystic numbers 3 and 4 and 7 and 9 and 12 filled every relation with an allegorical significance? Before the sequences in nature could be studied, it was necessary to discipline the imagination and sharpen the vision. Mystic second sight must be converted into factual first sight. The artists had a fuller part in this discipline than they have usually been credited with. In enumerating the many parts of nature that cannot be studied without the aid and intervening of mathematics, Francis Bacon properly includes perspective, music, architecture, and engineering along with the sciences of astronomy and cosmography. The change in attitude toward nature manifested itself in solitary figures long before it became common. Roger Bacon's experimental precepts and his special researches in optics have long been commonplace knowledge. Indeed, like the scientific vision of his Elizabethan namesake, they have been somewhat overrated. Their significance lies in the fact that they represented a general trend. In the 13th century, the pupils of Albertus I Magnus were led by a new curiosity to explore their environment, while Absalon of St. Victor complained that the students wished to study the conformation of the globe, the nature of the elements, the place of the stars, the nature of animals, the violence of the wind, the life of herbs and roots. Dante and Petrarch, unlike most medieval men, no longer avoided mountains as mere terrifying obstacles that increased the hardships of travel. They sought them and climbed them, for the exaltation that comes from the conquest of distance and the attainment of a bird's-eye view. Later, Leonardo explored the hills of Tuscany, discovered fossils, made correct interpretations of the processes of geology. Agricola, urged on by his interest in mining, did the same. The herbals and treatises on natural history that came out during the 15th and 16th centuries, though they still mingled fable and conjecture with fact, were resolute steps toward the delineation of nature. Their admirable pictures still witness this. And the little books on the seasons and the routine of daily life moved in the same direction. The great painters were not far behind. The Sistine Chapel, no less than Rembrandt's famous picture, was an anatomy lesson, and Leonardo was a worthy predecessor to Vesalius, whose life overlapped his. In the 16th century, according to Beckmann, there were numerous private natural history collections, and in 1659 Elias Ashmole purchased the Tradescant collection, which he later presented to Oxford. The discovery of nature as a whole was the most important part of that era of discovery which began for the Western world with the Crusades and the travels of Marco Polo and the southward ventures of the Portuguese. Nature existed to be explored, to be invaded, to be conquered, and finally, to be understood. Dissolving, the medieval dream disclosed the world of nature, as a lifting mist opens to view the rocks and trees and herds on a hillside, whose existence had been heralded only by the occasional tinkling of bells or the lowing of a cow. Unfortunately, the medieval habit of separating the soul of man from the life of the material world persisted, though the theology that supported it was weakened, for as soon as the procedure of exploration was definitely outlined in the philosophy and mechanics of the 17th century, man himself was excluded from the picture. Technics perhaps temporarily profited by this exclusion, but in the long run the result was to prove unfortunate. In attempting to seize power, man tended to reduce himself to an abstraction, or, what comes to almost the same thing, to eliminate every part of himself except that which was bent on seizing power. 6. The obstacle of animism. The great series of technical improvements that began to crystallize around the 16th century rested on a dissociation of the animate and the mechanical. Perhaps the greatest difficulty in the way of this dissociation was the persistence of inveterate habits of animistic thinking. Despite animism, such dissociations had indeed been made in the past. One of the greatest of such acts was the invention of the wheel. Even in the relatively advanced civilization of the Assyrians one sees representations of great statues being moved across bare ground on a sledge. Doubtless the notion of the wheel came originally from observing that rolling a log was easier than shoving it, but trees existed for untold years and the trimming of trees had gone on for many thousands, in all likelihood, before some Neolithic inventor performed the stunning act of dissociation that made possible the cart. So long as every object, animate or inanimate, was looked upon as the dwelling place of a spirit, so long as one expected a tree or a ship to behave like a living creature, it was next to impossible to isolate as a mechanical sequence the special function one sought to serve. Just as the Egyptian workman, when he made the leg of a chair, fashioned it to represent the leg of a bullock, so the desire naively to reproduce the organic, and to conjure up giants and jinns for power, instead of contriving their abstract equivalent, retarded the development of the machine. Nature often assists in such abstraction. The swan's use of its wing may have suggested the sail, even as the hornet's nest suggested paper. Conversely, the body itself is a sort of microcosm of the machine, the arms are levers, the lungs are bellows, the eyes are lenses, the heart is a pump, the fist is a hammer, the nerves are a telegraph system connected with a central station, but on the whole, the mechanical instruments were invented before the physiological functions were accurately described. The most ineffective kind of machine is the realistic mechanical imitation of a man or another animal. Technics remembers Vaucanson for his loom, rather than for his lifelike mechanical duck, which not merely ate food but went through the routine of digestion and excretion. The original advances in modern techniques became possible only when a mechanical system could be isolated from the entire tissue of relations. Not merely did the first airplane, like that of Leonardo, attempt to reproduce the motion of birds' wings, as late as 1897 Ader's bat-like airplane, which now hangs in the Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers in Paris, had its ribs fashioned like a bat's body, and the very propellers, as if to exhaust all the zoological possibilities, were made of thin, split wood, as much as possible like birds' feathers. Similarly, the belief that reciprocating motion, as in the movement of the arms and legs, was the natural form of motion was used to justify opposition to the original conception of the turbine. Branca's plan of a steam engine at the beginning of the 17th century showed the boiler in the form of the head and torso of a man. Circular motion, one of the most useful and frequent attributes of a fully developed machine, is, curiously, one of the least observable motions in nature. Even the stars do not describe a circular course, and except for the rotifers, man himself, in occasional dances and handsprings, is the chief exponent of rotary motion. The specific triumph of the technical imagination rested on the ability to dissociate lifting power from the arm and create a crane, to dissociate work from the action of men and animals and create the water mill, to dissociate light from the combustion of wood and oil and create the electric lamp. For thousands of years animism had stood in the way of this development, for it had concealed the entire face of nature behind a scrawl of human forms. Even the stars were grouped together in the living figures of Castor and Pollux or the bull on the faintest points of resemblance. Life, not content with its own province, had flowed incontinently into stones, rivers, stars, and all the natural elements. The external environment, because it was so immediately part of man, remained capricious, mischievous, a reflection of his own disordered urges and fears. Since the world seemed, in essence, animistic, and since these external powers threatened man, the only method of escape that his OVN will to power could follow was either the discipline of the self or the conquest of other men, the way of religion or the way of war. I shall discuss, in another place, the special contribution that the technique and animus of warfare made to the development of the machine. As for the discipline of the personality, it was essentially, during the Middle Ages, the province of the Church, and it had gone farthest, of course, not among the peasants and nobles, still clinging to essentially pagan ways of thought, with which the Church had expediently compromised. It had gone farthest in the monasteries and the universities. Here animism was extruded by a sense of the omnipotence of a single spirit, refined, by the very enlargement of his duties, out of any semblance of merely human or animal capacities. God had created an orderly world, and his law prevailed in it. His acts were perhaps inscrutable, but they were not capricious. The whole burden of the religious life was to create an attitude of humility toward the ways of God and the world he had created. The underlying faith of the Middle Ages remained superstitious and animistic. The metaphysical doctrines of the schoolmen were in fact anti-animistic. The gist of the matter was that God's world was not man's, and that only the Church could form a bridge between man and the Absolute. The meaning of this division did not fully become apparent until the schoolmen themselves had fallen into disrepute and their inheritors, like Descartes, had begun to take advantage of the old breach by describing on a purely mechanical basis the entire world of nature, leaving out only the Church's special province, the soul of man. It was by reason of the Church's belief in an orderly independent world, as Oliatyhed has shown in Science and the Modern World, that the work of science could go on so confidently. The humanists of the 16th century might frequently be sceptics and ateists, scandalously mocking the Church even when they remained within its fold, it is perhaps no accident that the serious scientists of the 17th century, like Galileo, Descartes, Leibniz, Newton, Pascal, were so uniformly devout men. The next step in development, partly made by Descartes himself, was the transfer of order from God to the machine. For God became in the 18th century the eternal clockmaker who, having conceived and created and wound up the clock of the universe, had no further responsibility until the machine ultimately broke up or, as the 19th century thought, until the works ran down. The method of science and technology, in their developed forms, implies a sterilization of the self, an elimination, as far as possible, of the human bias and preference, including the human pleasure in man's own image and the instinctive belief in the immediate presentations of his fantasies. What better preparation could a whole culture have for such an effort than the spread of the monastic system and the multiplication of a host of separate communities, dedicated to the living of a humble and self-abnegating life, under a strict rule? Here, in the monastery, was a relatively non-animistic, non-organic world. The temptations of the body were minimized in theory and, despite strain and irregularity, often minimized in practice more often, at all events, than in secular life. The effort to exalt the individual self was suspended in the collective routine. Like the machine, the monastery was incapable of self-perpetuation except by renewal from without. And apart from the fact that women were similarly organized in nunneries, the monastery was like the army, a strictly masculine world. Like the army, again, it sharpened and disciplined and focused the masculine will to power. A succession of military leaders came from the religious orders, while the leader of the order that exemplified the ideals of the Counter-Reformation began his life as a soldier. One of the first experimental scientists, Roger Bacon, was a monk, so, again, was Michael Stifel, who in 1544 widened the use of symbols in algebraic equations. The monks stood high in the role of mechanics and inventors. The spiritual routine of the monastery, if it did not positively favor the machine, at least nullified many of the influences that worked against it. And unlike the similar discipline of the Buddhists, that of the Western monks gave rise to more fertile and complex kinds of machinery than prayer wheels. In still another way did the institutions of the Church perhaps prepare the way for the machine, in their contempt for the body. Now a respect for the body and its organs is deep in all the classic cultures of the past. Sometimes, in being imaginatively projected, the body may be displaced symbolically by the parts or organs of another animal, as in the Egyptian Horus, but the substitution is made for the sake of intensifying some organic quality, the power of muscle, genitals. The phalluses that were carried in a religious procession were greater and more powerful, by representation, than the actual human organs, so, too, the images of the gods might attain heroic size, to accentuate their vitality. The whole ritual of life in the old cultures tended to emphasize respect for the body and to dwell on its beauties and delights. Even the monks who painted the Ajanta caves of India were under its spell. The enthronement of the human form in sculpture, and the care of the body in the palestra of the Greeks or the baths of the Romans, reinforced this inner feeling for the organic. The legend about Proc typifies the horror and the resentment that classic peoples felt against the mutilation of the body. One made beds to fit human beings, one did not chop off legs or heads to fit beds. This affirmative sense of the body surely never disappeared. Even during the severest triumphs of Christianity, every new pair of lovers recovers it through their physical delight in each other. Similarly, the prevalence of gluttony as a sin during the Middle Ages was a witness to the importance of the heli. But the systematic teachings of the Church were directed against the hoti and its cur. If on one hand it was a temple of the Holy Ghost, it was also vile and sinful high nature. The flesh tended to corruption, and to achieve the pious ends of life one must mortify it and subdue it, lessening its appetites by fasting and abstention. Such was the letter of the Church's teaching, and while one cannot suppose that the mass of humanity kept close to the letter, the feeling against the body's exposure, its uses, its celebration, was there. Uli public bathhouses were common in the Middle Ages, Contrary to the complacent superstition that developed after the Renaissance abandoned them, those who were truly holy neglected to bathe the body, they chafed their skin in hair shirts, they whipped themselves, they turned their eyes with charitable interest upon the sore and leprous and deformed. Hating the body, the orthodox minds of the Middle Ages were prepared to do it violence. Instead of resenting the machines that could counterfeit this or that action of the body, they could welcome them. The forms of the machine were no more ugly or repulsive than the bodies of crippled and battered men and women, or, if they were repulsive and ugly, they were that much further away from being a temptation to the flesh. The writer in the Nuremberg Chronicle in 1398 might say that wheeled engines performing strange tasks and shows and follies come directly from the devil, but in spite of itself, the Church was creating devil's disciples. The fact is, at all events, that the machine came most slowly into agriculture, with its life-conserving, life-maintaining functions, while it prospered lustily precisely in those parts of the environment where the body was most infamously treated by custom, namely, in the monastery, in the mine, on the battlefield. 7. The road through magic. Between fantasy and exact knowledge, between drama and technology, there is an intermediate station, that of magic. It was in magic that the general conquest of the external environment was decisively instituted. Without the order that the Church provided, the campaign would possibly have been unthinkable, but without the wild, scrambled daring of the magicians the first positions would not have been taken. For the magicians not only believed in marvels but audaciously sought to work them, by their straining after the exceptional. The natural philosophers who followed them were first given a clue to the regular. The dream of conquering nature is one of the oldest that has flowed and ebbed in man's mind. Each great epoch in human history in which this will has found a positive outlet marks a rise in human culture and a permanent contribution to man's security and well-being. Prometheus, the fire-bringer, stands at the beginning of man's conquest, for fire not merely made possible the easier digestion of foods, but its flames kept off predatory animals, and around the warmth of it, during the colder seasons of the year, an active social life became possible, beyond the mere huddle and vacuity of the winter's sleep. The slow advances in making tools and weapons and utensils that marked the earlier stone periods were a pedestrian conquest of the environment, gains by inches. In the Neolithic period came the first great lift, with the domestication of plants and animals, the making of orderly and effective astronomical observations, and the spread of a relatively peaceful big stone civilization in many lands separated over the planet. Fire-making, agriculture, pottery, astronomy, were marvelous collective leaps, dominations rather than adaptations. For thousands of years men must have dreamed, vainly, of further shortcuts and controls. Beyond the great and perhaps relatively short period of Neolithic invention, the advances, up to the 10th century of our own era, had been relatively small except in the use of metals. But the hope of some larger conquest, some more fundamental reversal of man's dependent relation upon a merciless and indifferent external world continued to haunt his dreams and even his prayers. The myths and fairy stories are a testimony to his desire for plenitude and power, for freedom of movement and length of days. Looking at the bird, men dreamed of flight, perhaps one of the most universal of man's envies and desires, Daedalus among the Greeks, Ayarkatsi, the flying man, among the Peruvian Indians, to say nothing of Ra and Neith, Astarte and Psyche, or the angels of Christianity. In the 13th century, this dream reappeared prophetically in the mind of Roger Bacon. The flying carpet of the Arabian Nights, the seven-leagued boots, the wishing ring, were all evidences of the desire to fly, to travel fast, to diminish space, to remove the obstacle of distance. Along with this went a fairly constant desire to deliver the body from its infirmities, from its early aging, which dries up its powers, and from the diseases that threaten life even in the midst of vigor and youth. The gods may be defined as beings of somewhat more than human stature that have these powers of defying space and time and the cycle of growth and decay. Even in the Christian legend, the ability to make the lame walk and the blind see is one of the proofs of godhood. Imhotep and Aesculapius, by reason of their skill in the medical arts, were raised into deities by the Egyptians and the Greeks. Oppressed by want and starvation, the dream of the Horn of Plenty and the earthly paradise continued to haunt man. It was in the north that these myths of extended powers took on an added firmness, perhaps, from the actual achievements of the miners and smiths. One remembers Thor, master of the thunder, whose magic hammer made him so potent. One remembers Loki, the cunning and mischievous god of fire. One remembers the gnomes who created the magic armor and weapons of Siegfried Ilmarinen of the Finns, who made a steel eagle, and Wieland, the fabulous German smith, who made feather clothes for flight. Back of all these fables, these collective wishes and utopias, lay the desire to prevail over the brute nature of things. But the very dreams that exhibited these desires were a revelation of the difficulty of achieving them. The dream gives direction to human activity and both expresses the inner urge of the organism and conjures up appropriate goals. But when the dream strides too far ahead of fact, it tends to short-circuit action. The anticipatory subjective pleasure serves as a surrogate for the thought and contrivance and action that might give it a foothold in reality. The disembodied desire, unconnected with the conditions of its fulfillment or with its means of expression, leads nowhere. At most it contributes to an inner equilibrium. How difficult was the discipline required before mechanical invention became possible one sees in the part played by magic in the 15th and 16th centuries. Magic, like pure fantasy, was a shortcut to knowledge and power. But even in the most primitive form of shamanism, magic involves a drama and an action. If one wishes to kill one's enemy by magic, one must at least mold a wax figure and stick pins into it, and similarly, if the need for gold in early capitalism promoted a grand quest for the means of transmuting base metals into noble ones, it was accompanied by fumbling and frantic attempts to manipulate the external environment. Under magic, the experimenter acknowledged that it was necessary to have a sow's ear before one could make a silk purse. This was a real advance toward matter of fact. The operations, as Lynn Thorndike well says of magic, were supposed to be efficacious here in the world of external reality. Magic presupposed a public demonstration rather than a merely private gratification. No one can put his finger on the place where magic became science, where empiricism became systematic experimentalism, where alchemy became chemistry, where astrology became astronomy, in short, where the need for immediate human results and gratification ceased to leave its smudgy imprint. Magic was marked above all perhaps by two unscientific qualities, by secrets and mystifications, and by a certain impatience for results. According to Agricola, the transmutationists of the 16th century did not hesitate to conceal gold in a pellet of ore, in order to make their experiment come out successfully. Similar dodges, like a concealed clock winder, were used in the numerous perpetual motion machines that were put forward. Everywhere the dross of fraud and charlatanism mingled with the occasional grains of scientific knowledge that magic utilized or produced. But the instruments of research were developed before a method of procedure was found, and if gold did not come out of lead in the experiments of the alchemists, they are not to be reproached for their ineptitude but congratulated on their audacity. Their imagination sniffed quarry in a cave they could not penetrate, and there, baying and pointing, finally called the hunters to the spot. Something more important than gold came out of the researches of the alchemists: the retort and the furnace and the alembic, the habit of manipulation by crushing, grinding, firing, distilling, dissolving, valuable apparatus for real experiments, valuable methods for real science. The source of authority for the magicians ceased to be Aristotle and the fathers of the church. They relied upon what their hands could do and their eyes could see, with the aid of mortar and pestle and furnace. Magic rested on demonstration rather than dialectic. More than anything else, perhaps, except painting, it released European thought from the tyranny of the written text. In sum, magic turned men's minds to the external world. It suggested the need of manipulating it, it helped create the tools for successfully achieving this, and it sharpened observation as to the results. The philosopher's stone was not found, but the science of chemistry emerged, to enrich us far beyond the simple dreams of the gold seekers. The herbalist, zealous in his quest for simples and cure-alls, led the way for the intensive explorations of the botanist and the physician. Despite our boasts of accurate coal tar drugs, one must not forget that one of the few genuine specifics in medicine, quinine, comes from the cinchona bark, and that chalmugra oil, used with success in treating leprosy, likewise comes from an exotic tree. As children's play anticipates crudely adult life, so did magic anticipate modern science and technology. It was chiefly the lack of direction that was fantastic. The difficulty was not in using the instrument but in finding a field where it could be applied and finding the right system for applying it. Much of 17th century science, though no longer tainted with charlatanism, was just as fantastic. It needed centuries of systematic effort to develop the technique which has given us Ehrlich's Salvarsan or Bayer 207. But magic was the bridge that united fantasy with technology, the dream of power with the engines of fulfillment. The subjective confidence of the magicians, seeking to inflate their private egos with boundless wealth and mysterious energies, surmounted even their practical failures, their fiery hopes, their crazy dreams, their cracked homunculi continued to gleam in the ashes. To have dreamed so riotously was to make the techniques that followed less incredible and hence less impossible. 8. Social regimentation. If mechanical thinking and ingenious experiment produced the machine, regimentation gave it a soil to grow in. The social process worked hand in hand with the new ideology and the new techniques. Long before the peoples of the Western world turned to the machine, mechanism as an element in social life had come into existence. Before inventors created engines to take the place of men, the leaders of men had drilled and regimented multitudes of human beings. They had discovered how to reduce men to machines. The slaves and peasants who hauled the stones for the pyramids, pulling in rhythm to the crack of the whip, the slaves working in the Roman galley, each man chained to his seat and unable to perform any other motion than the limited mechanical one, the order and march and system of attack of the Macedonian phalanx. These were all machine phenomena. Whatever limits the actions and movements of human beings to their bare mechanical elements belongs to the physiology, if not to the mechanics, of the machine age. From the 15th century on, invention and regimentation worked reciprocally. The increase in the number and kinds of machines, mills, guns, clocks, lifelike automata, must have suggested mechanical attributes for men and extended the analogies of mechanism to more subtle and complex organic facts. By the 17th century this turn of interest disclosed itself in philosophy. Descartes, in analyzing the physiology of the human body, remarks that its functioning apart from the guidance of the will does not appear at all strange to those who are acquainted with the variety of movements performed by the different automata, or moving machines fabricated by human industry, and with the help of but a few pieces compared with the great multitude of bones, nerves, arteries, veins, and other parts that are found in the body of each animal. Such persons will look upon this body as a machine made by the hand of God. But the opposite process was also true. The mechanization of human habits prepared the way for mechanical imitations. To the degree that fear and disruption prevail in society, men tend to seek an absolute. If it does not exist, they project it. Regimentation gave the men of the period a finality they could discover nowhere else. If one of the phenomena of the breakdown of the medieval order was the turbulence that made men freebooters, discoverers, pioneers, breaking away from the tameness of the old ways and the rigor of self-imposed disciplines, the other phenomenon, related to it, but compulsively drawing society into a regimented mold, was the methodical routine of the drill master and the bookkeeper, the soldier and the bureaucrat. These masters of regimentation gained full ascendancy in the 17th century. The new bourgeoisie, in counting house and shop, reduced life to a careful, uninterrupted routine, so long for business, so long for dinner, so long for pleasure, all carefully measured out, as methodical as the sexual intercourse of Tristram Shandy's father, which coincided, symbolically, with the Mont Lily winding of the clock. Timed payments, timed contracts, timed work, timed meals, from this period on nothing was quite free from the stamp of the calendar or the clock. Waste of time became for Protestant religious preachers, like Richard Baxter, one of the most heinous sins. To spend time in mere sociability, or even in sleep, was reprehensible. The ideal man of the new order was Robinson Crusoe. No wonder he indoctrinated children with his virtues for 2 centuries, and served as the model for a score of sage discourses on the economic man. Robinson Crusoe was all the more representative as a tale not only because it was the work of one of the new breed of writers, the professional journalists, but because it combines in a single setting the element of catastrophe and adventure with the necessity for invention. In the new economic system every man was for himself. The dominant virtues were thrift, foresight, skillful adaptation of means. Invention took the place of image-making and ritual, experiment took the place of contemplation, demonstration took the place of deductive logic and ulteriority. Even alone on a desert island the sober middle-class virtues would carry one through. Protestantism reinforced these lessons of middle-class sobriety and gave them God's sanction. True, the main devices of finance were a product of Catholic Europe, and Protestantism has received undeserved praise as a liberating force from medieval routine and undeserved censure as the original source and spiritual justification of modern capitalism. But the peculiar office of Protestantism was to unite finance to the concept of a godly life and to turn the asceticism countenanced by religion into a device for concentration upon worldly goods and worldly advancement. Protestantism rested firmly on the abstractions of print and money. Religion was to be found, not simply in the fellowship of religious spirits, connected historically through the Church and communicating with God through an elaborate ritual, it was to be found in the Word itself, the Word without its communal background. In the last analysis, the individual must fend for himself in heaven, as he did on the exchange. The expression of collective beliefs through the arts was a snare, so the Protestant stripped the images from his cathedral and left the bare stones of engineering. He distrusted all painting, except perhaps portrait painting, which mirrored his righteousness, and he looked upon the theatre and the dance as a lewdness of the devil. Life, in all its sensuous variety and warm delight, was drained out of the Protestant's world of thought, the organic disappeared. Time was real, keep it. Labor was real, exert it. Money was real, save it. Space was real, conquer it. Matter was real, measure it. These were the realities and the imperatives of the middle-class philosophy. Apart from the surviving scheme of divine salvation, all its impulses were already put under the rule of weight and measure and quantity. Day and life were completely regimented. In the 18th century Benjamin Franklin, who had perhaps been anticipated by the Jesuits, capped the process by inventing a system of moral bookkeeping. How was it that the power motive became isolated and intensified toward the close of the Middle Ages? Each element in life forms part of a cultural mesh, one part implicates, restrains, helps to express the other. During this period the mesh was broken, and a fragment escaped and launched itself on a separate career: the will to dominate the environment. To dominate, not to cultivate, to seize power, not to achieve form. One cannot, plainly, embrace a complex series of events in such simple terms alone. Another factor in the change may have been due to an intensified sense of inferiority. This perhaps arose through the humiliating disparity between man's ideal pretensions and his real accomplishments, between the charity and peace preached by the Church and its eternal wars and feuds and animosities, between the holy life as preached by the saints and the lascivious life as lived by the Renaissance popes, between the belief in heaven and the squalid disorder and distress of actual existence. Failing redemption by grace, harmonization of desires, the Christian virtues, people sought, perhaps, to wipe out their sense of inferiority and overcome their frustration by seeking power. At all events, the old synthesis had broken down in thought and in social action. In no little degree, it had broken down because it was an inadequate one, a closed, perhaps fundamentally neurotic conception of human life and destiny, which originally had sprung out of the misery and terror that had attended both the brutality of imperialistic Rome and its ultimate putrefaction and decay. So remote were the attitudes and concepts of Christianity from the facts of the natural world and of human life, that once the world itself was opened up by navigation and exploration, by the new cosmology, by new methods of observation and experiment, there was no returning to the broken shell of the old order. The split between the heavenly system and the earthly one had become too grave to be overlooked, too wide to be bridged. Human life had a destiny outside that shell. The crudest science touched closer to contemporary truth than the most refined scholasticism. The clumsiest steam engine or spinning jenny had more efficiency than the soundest guild regulation, and the paltriest factory and iron bridge had more promise for architecture than the most masterly buildings of Wren and Adam. The first yard of cloth woven by machine, the first plain iron casting, had potentially more aesthetic interest than jewelry fashioned by a Cellini or the canvas covered by a Reynolds. In short, a live machine was better than a dead organism, and the organism of medieval culture was dead. From the 15th century to the 17th, men lived in an empty world, a world that was daily growing emptier. They said their prayers, they repeated their formulas, they even sought to retrieve the holiness they had lost by resurrecting superstitions they had long abandoned, hence the fierceness and hollow fanaticism of the Counter-Reformation, its burning of heretics, its persecution of witches, precisely in the midst of the growing Enlightenment. They threw themselves back into the medieval dream with a new intensity of feeling, if not conviction. They carved and painted and wrote, who indeed ever hewed more mightily in stone than Michelangelo, who wrote with more spectacular ecstasy and vigor than Shakespeare. But beneath the surface occupied by these works of art and thought was a dead world, an empty world, a void that no amount of dash and bravura could fill up. Try arts shot up into the air in 100 pulsing fountains, for it is just at the moment of cultural and social dissolution that the mind often works with a freedom and intensity that is not possible when the social pattern is stable and life as a whole is more satisfactory. But the idolum itself had become empty. Men no longer believed, without practical reservations, in heaven and hell and the communion of the saints, still less did they believe in the smooth gods and goddesses and sylphs and muses whom they used, with elegant but meaningless gestures, to adorn their thoughts and embellish their environment. These supernatural figures, though they were human in origin and in consonance with certain stable human needs, had become wraiths. Observe the infant Jesus of a 13th century altarpiece. The infant lies on an altar, apart, the Virgin is transfixed and beatified by the presence of the Holy Ghost. The myth is real. Observe the Holy Families of the 16th and 17th century painting. Fashionable young ladies are coddling their well-fed human infants. The myth has died. First only the gorgeous clothes are left, finally a doll takes the place of the living child, a mechanical puppet. Mechanics became the new religion, and it gave to the world a new Messiah, the machine. 9. The mechanical universe. The issues of practical life found their justification and their appropriate frame of ideas in the natural philosophy of the 17th century. This philosophy has remained, in effect, the working creed of Technics, even though its ideology has been challenged, modified, amplified, and in part undermined by the further pursuit of science itself. A series of thinkers, Bacon, Descartes, Galileo, Newton, Pascal, defined the province of science, elaborated its special technique of research, and demonstrated its efficacy. At the beginning of the 17th century there were only scattered efforts of thought, some scholastic, some Aristotelian, some mathematical and scientific, as in the astronomical observations of Copernicus, Tycho Brahe, and Kepler. The machine had only an incidental part to play in these intellectual advances. At the end, despite the relative sterility of invention itself during this century, there existed a fully articulated philosophy of the universe, on purely mechanical lines, which served as a starting point for all the physical sciences and for further technical improvements. The mechanical Weltbild had come into existence. Mechanics set the pattern of successful research and shrewd application. Up to this time the biological sciences had paralleled the physical sciences. Thereafter, for at least a century and a half, they played second fiddle, and it was not until after 1860 that biological facts were recognized as an important basis for technics. By what means was the new mechanical picture put together? And how did it come to provide such an excellent soil for the propagation of inventions and the spread of machines? The method of the physical sciences rested fundamentally upon a few simple principles. First, the elimination of qualities, and the reduction of the complex to the simple by paying attention only to those aspects of events which could be weighed, measured, or counted, and to the particular kind of space-time sequence that could be controlled and repeated or, as in astronomy, whose repetition could be predicted. Second, concentration upon the outer world, and the elimination or neutralization of the observer as respects the data with which he works. Third, isolation, limitation of the field, specialization of interest and subdivision of labor. In short, what the physical sciences call the world is not the total object of common human experience, it is just those aspects of this experience that lend themselves to accurate factual observation and to generalized statements. One may define a mechanical system as one in which any random sample of the whole will serve in place of the whole. An ounce of pure water in the laboratory is supposed to have the same properties as 100 cubic feet of equally pure water in the cistern, and the environment of the object is not supposed to affect its behavior. Our modern concepts of space and time make it seem doubtful if any pure mechanical system really exists, but the original bias of natural philosophy was to discard organic complexes and to seek isolates which could be described, for practical purposes, as if they completely represented the physical world from which they had been extracted. This elimination of the organic had the justification not only of practical interest but of history itself. Olearius Socrates had turned his back upon the Ionian philosophers because he was more concerned to learn about man's dilemmas than to learn about trees, rivers, and stars, all that could be called positive knowledge, which had survived the rise and fall of human societies, were just such non-vital truths as the Pythagorean theorem. In contrast to the cycles of taste, doctrine, fashion, there had been a steady accretion of mathematical and physical knowledge. In this development, the study of astronomy had been a great aid. The stars could not be cajoled or perverted, their courses were visible to the naked eye and could be followed by any patient observer. Compare the complex phenomenon of an ox moving over a winding uneven road with the movements of a planet. It is easier to trace an entire orbit than to plot the varying rate of speed and the changes of position that takes place in the nearer and more familiar object. To fix attention upon a mechanical system was the first step toward creating system, an important victory for rational thought. By centering effort upon the non-historic and the inorganic, the physical sciences clarified the entire procedure of analysis, for the field to which they confined their attention was one in which the method could be pushed farthest without being too palpably inadequate or encountering too many special difficulties. But the real physical world was still not simple enough for the scientific method. In its first stages of development, it was necessary to reduce it to such elements as could be ordered in terms of space, time, mass, motion, quantity. The amount of elimination and rejection that accompanied this was excellently described by Galileo, who gave the process such a strong impetus. One must quote him in full. As soon as I form a conception of a material or corporeal substance, I simultaneously feel the necessity of conceiving that it has boundaries of some shape or other, that relatively to others it is great or small, that it is in this or that place, in this or that time, that it is in motion or at rest, that it touches, or does not touch, another body, that it is unique, rare, or common, nor can I, by any act of imagination, disjoin it from these qualities. But I do not find myself absolutely compelled to apprehend it as necessarily accompanied by such conditions as that it must be white or red, bitter or sweet, sonorous or silent, smelling sweetly or disagreeably, and if the senses had not pointed out these qualities, language and imagination alone could never have arrived at them. Therefore I think that these tastes, smells, colors, etc., with regard to the object in which they appear to reside, are nothing more than mere names. They exist only in the sensitive body, for when the living creature is removed all these qualities are carried off and annihilated, although we have imposed particular names upon them, and would fain persuade ourselves that they truly and in fact exist. I do not believe that there exists anything in external bodies for exciting tastes, smells, and sounds, etc., except size, shape, quantity, and motion. In other words, physical science confined itself to the so-called primary qualities, the secondary qualities are spurned as subjective. But a primary quality is no more ultimate or elementary than a secondary quality, and a sensitive body is no less real than an insensitive body. Biologically speaking, smell was highly important for survival, more so, perhaps, than the ability to discriminate distance or weight, for it is the chief means of determining whether food is fit to eat, and pleasure in odors not merely refined the process of eating but gave a special association to the visible symbols of erotic interest, sublimated finally in perfume. The primary qualities could be called prime only in terms of mathematical analysis, because they had, as an ultimate point of reference, an independent measuring stick for time and space, a clock, a ruler, a balance. The value of concentrating upon primary qualities was that it neutralized in experiment and analysis the sensory and emotional reactions of the observer. Apart from the process of thinking, he became an instrument of record. In this manner, scientific technique became communal, impersonal, objective, within its limited field, the purely conventional material world. This technique resulted in a valuable moralization of thought. The standards, first worked out in realms foreign to man's personal aims and immediate interests, were equally applicable to more complex aspects of reality that stood closer to his hopes, loves, ambitions. But the first effect of this advance in clarity and in sobriety of thought was to devaluate every department of experience except that which lent itself to mathematical investigation. When the Royal Society was founded in England, the humanities were deliberately excluded. In general, the practice of the physical sciences meant an intensification of the senses. The eye had never before been so sharp, the ear so keen, the hand so accurate. Hooke, who had seen how glasses improved seeing, doubted not that there may be found mechanical inventions to improve our other senses, of hearing, smelling, tasting, touching. But with this gain in accuracy, went a deformation of experience as a whole. The instruments of science were helpless in the realm of qualities. The qualitative was reduced to the subjective was dismissed as unreal, and the unseen and unmeasurable non-existent. Intuition and feeling did not affect mechanical process or mechanical explanations. Much could be accomplished by the new science and the new techniques because much that was associated with life and work in the past art, poetry, organic rhythm, fantasy was deliberately eliminated. As the outer world of perception grew in importance, the inner world of feeling became more and more impotent. The division of labor and the specialization in single parts of an operation, which already had begun to characterize the economic life of the 17th century, prevailed in the world of thought. They were expressions of the same desire for mechanical accuracy and for quick results. The field of research was progressively divided up, and small parts of it were subject to intensive examination. In small measures, so to say, truth might perfect be. This restriction was a great practical device. To know the complete nature of an object does not necessarily make one fit to work with it, for complete knowledge requires a plenitude of time. Moreover, it tends finally to a sort of identification which lacks precisely the cool aloofness that enables one to handle it and manipulate it for external ends. If one wishes to eat a chicken, one had better treat it as food from the beginning, and not give it too much friendly attention or human sympathy or even aesthetic appreciation. If one treats the life of the chicken as an end, one may even with Brahminical thoroughness preserve the lice in its feathers as well as the bird. Selectivity is an operation necessarily adopted by the organism to keep it from being overwhelmed with irrelevant sensations and comprehensions. Science gave this inevitable selectivity a new rationale. It singled out the most negotiable set of relations: mass, weight, number, motion. Unfortunately, isolation and abstraction, while important to orderly research and refined symbolic representation, are likewise conditions under which real organisms die, or at least cease to function effectively. The rejection of experience in its original whole, besides abolishing images and disparaging the non-instrumental aspects of thought, had another grave result. On the positive side, it was a belief in the dead, for the vital processes often escape close observation so long as the organism is alive. In short, the accuracy and simplicity of science, though they were responsible for its colossal practical achievements, were not an approach to objective reality but a departure from it. In their desire to achieve exact results, the physical sciences scorned true objectivity. Individually, one side of the personality was paralyzed; collectively, one side of experience was ignored. To substitute mechanical or two-way time for history, the dissected corpse for the living body, dismantled units called individuals for men in groups, or in general the mechanically measurable or reproducible for the inaccessible and the complicated and the organically whole, is to achieve a limited practical mastery at the expense of truth and of the larger efficiency that depends on truth. By confining his operations to those aspects of reality which had, so to say, market value, and by isolating and dismembering the corpus of experience, the physical scientist created a habit of mind favorable to discrete practical inventions. At the same time it was highly unfavorable to all those forms of art for which the secondary qualities and the individualized receptors and motivators of the artist were of fundamental importance. By his consistent metaphysical principles and his factual method of research, the physical scientist denuded the world of natural and organic objects and turned his back upon real experience. He substituted for the body and blood of reality a skeleton of effective abstractions which he could manipulate with appropriate wires and pulleys. What was left was the bare, depopulated world of matter and motion, a wasteland. In order to thrive at all, it was necessary for the inheritors of the 17th century idolum to fill the world up again with new organisms, devised to represent the new realities of physical science. Machines and machines alone completely met the requirements of the new scientific method and point of view. They fulfilled the definition of reality far more perfectly than living organisms. And once the mechanical world picture was established, machines could thrive and multiply and dominate existence. Their competitors had been exterminated or had been consigned to a penumbral universe in which only artists and lovers and breeders of animals dared to believe. Were machines not conceived in terms of primary qualities alone, without regard to appearance, sound, or any other sort of sensory stimulation? If science presented an ultimate reality, then the machine was, like the law in Gilbert's ballad, the true embodiment of everything that was excellent. Indeed, in this empty, denuded world, the invention of machines became a duty. By renouncing a large part of his humanity, a man could achieve godhood. He dawned on this second chaos and created the machine in his own image, the image of power, but power ripped loose from his flesh and isolated from his humanity. 10. The duty to invent. The principles that had proved effective in the development of the scientific method were, with appropriate changes, those that served as a foundation for invention. Technics is a translation into appropriate, practical forms of the theoretic truths, implicit or formulated, anticipated or discovered, of science. Science and technics form two independent yet related worlds, sometimes converging, sometimes drawing apart. Mainly empirical inventions, like the steam engine, may suggest Carnot's researches in thermodynamics. Abstract physical investigation, like Faraday's with the magnetic field, may lead directly to the invention of the dynamo. From the geometry and astronomy of Egypt and Mesopotamia, both closely connected with the practice of agriculture, to the latest researches in electrophysics, Leonardo's dictum holds true: science is the captain and practice the soldiers. But sometimes the soldiers win the battle without leadership, and sometimes the captain, by intelligent strategy, obtains victory without actually engaging in battle. The displacement of the living and the organic took place rapidly with the early development of the machine. For the machine was a counterfeit of nature, nature analyzed, regulated, narrowed, controlled by the mind of men. The ultimate goal of its development was, however, not the mere conquest of nature but her resynthesis. Dismembered by thought, nature was put together again in new combinations, material syntheses in chemistry, mechanical syntheses in engineering. The unwillingness to accept the natural environment as a fixed and final condition of man's existence had always contributed both to his art and his techniques, but from the 17th century, the attitude became compulsive, and it was to techniques that he turned for fulfillment. Steam engines displaced horsepower, iron and concrete displaced wood, aniline dyes replaced vegetable dyes, and so on down the line, with here and there a gap. Sometimes the new product was superior practically or aesthetically to the old, as in the infinite superiority of the electric lamp over the tallow candle. Sometimes the new product remained inferior in quality, as rayon is still inferior to natural silk, but in either event the gain was in 1. Rapid land locomotion, the sail wagon, 1598, used by Prince Maurice of Orange, one of the first commanders to introduce modern drill. The desire for speed, proclaimed by Roger Bacon in the 13th century, had become insistent by the 16th century. Hence skates for sport. Courtesy, Deutsches Museum, München. 2. Direct foot-driven bicycle, invented by Baron von Drees in 1817. Note that Gurney's contemporary automobile also reproduced foot motion for propulsion. The original bicycle was built of wood. After various experiments in high wheels, the machine returned to its original lines. Courtesy, Deutsches Museum, München. 3. Henson and Stringfellow's flying machine, built from a design patented by Henson in 1842. One of the first to follow the example of soaring birds. Courtesy of the director, the Science Museum, London. 4. Church's steam-driven passenger coach, one of many types of steam automobile driven off the roads in the 1830s by railway monopolies. The development of the automobile awaited rubber tires, heavy surfaced roads, and liquid fuel. Courtesy, Deutsches Museum, München. 1. Dawn of naturalism in the 12th century. Saint-Lazare d'Autun, France. 2. Engraving from Dyer's treatise on perspective. Scientific accuracy in representation, coordination of size, distance, and movement. Beginning of the Cartesian logic of science. 3. Tintoretto's Susanna and the Elders, the complete picture shows a mirror at Susanna's feet, see Chapter 2, Section 9, also Chapter 3, Section 6. 4. 18th century automaton, or the clockwork Venus, the penultimate step from naturalism to mechanism. The next move is to remove the organic symbol entirely. The creation of an equivalent product or synthesis which was less dependent upon uncertain organic variations and irregularities in either the product itself or the labor applied to it than was the original. Often the knowledge upon which the displacement was made was insufficient and the result was sometimes disastrous. The history of the last 1,000 years abounds in examples of apparent mechanical and scientific triumphs which were fundamentally unsound. One need only mention bleeding in medicine, the use of common window glass which excluded the important ultraviolet rays, the establishment of the post-Liebig dietary on the basis of mere energy replacement, the use of the elevated toilet seat, the introduction of steam heat, which dries the air excessively, but the list is a long and somewhat appalling one. The point is that invention had become a duty, and the desire to use the new marvels of technics, like a child's delighted bewilderment over new toys, was not in the main guided by critical discernment. People agreed that inventions were good, whether or not they actually provided benefits, just as they agreed that childbearing was good, whether the offspring proved a blessing to society or a nuisance. Mechanical invention, even more than science, was the answer to a dwindling faith and a faltering life impulse. The meandering energies of men, which had flowed over into meadow and garden, had crept into grotto and cave, during the Renaissance, were turned by invention into a confined head of water above a turbine. They could sparkle and ripple and cool and revive and delight no more. They were harnessed for a narrow and definite purpose, to move wheels and multiply society's capacity for work. To live was to work. What other life indeed do machines know? Faith had at last found a new object, not the moving of mountains, but the moving of engines and machines. Power, the application of power to motion, and the application of motion to production, and of production to money-making, and so the further increase of power. This was the worthiest object that a mechanical habit of mind and a mechanical mode of action put before men. As everyone recognizes, 1,000 salutary instruments came out of the new Technics, but in origin from the 17th century on the machine served as a substitute religion. And a vital religion does not need the justification of mere utility. The religion of the machine needed such support as little as the transcendental faiths it supplanted, for the mission of religion is to provide an ultimate significance and motive force. The necessity of invention was a dogma, and the ritual of a mechanical routine was the binding element in the faith. In the 18th century, mechanical societies sprang into existence. To propagate the creed with greater zeal, they preached the gospel of work, justification by faith in mechanical science, and salvation by the machine. Without the missionary enthusiasm of the enterprisers and industrialists and engineers and even the untutored mechanics from the 18th century onward, it would be impossible to explain the rush of converts and the accelerated tempo of mechanical improvement. The impersonal procedure of science, the hard-headed contrivances of mechanics, the rational calculus of the utilitarians. These interests captured emotion, all the more because the golden paradise of financial success lay beyond. In their compilation of inventions and discoveries, Darmstaedter and Du Bois-Reymond enumerated the following inventors: between 1700 and 1751 70, between 1750 and 1800 344, between 1800 and 1858 61, between 1850 and 1900 1150. Even allowing for the foreshortening brought about automatically by historical perspective, one cannot doubt the increased acceleration between 1700 and 1850. Technics had seized the imagination. The engines themselves and the goods they produced both seemed immediately desirable. While much good came through invention, much invention came irrespective of the good. If the sanction of utility had been uppermost, invention would have proceeded most rapidly in the departments where human need was sharpest, in food, shelter, and clothing, but although the last department undoubtedly advanced, the farm and the common dwelling house were much slower to profit by the new mechanical technology than were the battlefield and the mine, while the conversion of gains in energy into a life abundant took place much more slowly after the 17th century than it had done during the previous 700 years. Once in existence, the machine tended to justify itself by silently taking over departments of life neglected in its ideology. Virtuosity is an important element in the development of technics, the interest in the materials as such, the pride of mastery over tools, the skilled manipulation of form. The machine crystallized in new patterns the whole set of independent interests which Thorstein Veblen grouped loosely under the instinct of workmanship, and enriched technics as a whole even when it temporarily depleted handicraft. The very sensual and contemplative responses, excluded from love-making and song and fantasy by the concentration upon the mechanical means of production, were not of course finally excluded from life. They re-entered it in association with the technical arts themselves, and the machine, often lovingly personified as a living creature, as with Kipling's engineers, absorbed the affection and care of both inventor and workman. Cranks, pistons, screws, valves, sinuous motions, pulsations, rhythms, murmurs, sleek surfaces, all are virtual counterparts of the organs and functions of the body, and they stimulated and absorbed some of the natural affections. But when that stage was reached, the machine was no longer a means and its operations were not merely mechanical and causal, but human and final. It contributed, like any other work of art, to an organic equilibrium. This development of value within the machine complex itself, apart from the value of the products created by it, was, as we shall see at a later stage, a profoundly important result of the new technology. 11. Practical anticipations. From the beginning, the practical value of science was uppermost in the minds of its exponents, even in those who single-mindedly pursued abstract truth, and who were as indifferent to its popularization as Gauss and Weber. the scientists who invented the telegraph for their private communication. If my judgment be of any weight, said Francis Bacon in The Advancement of Learning, the use of history mechanical is of all others the most radical and fundamental towards natural philosophy, such natural philosophy as shall not vanish in the fume of subtle, sublime, or delectable speculation, but such as shall be operative to the endowment and benefit of man's life. And Descartes, in his Discourse on Method, observes, for by them general restrictions respecting physics I perceived it to be possible to arrive at knowledge highly useful in life, and in lieu of the speculative philosophy usually taught in the schools to discover a practical, by means of which, knowing the force and action of fire, water, air, the stars, the heavens, and all the other bodies that surround us, as distinctly as we know the various crafts of our artisans, we might also apply them in the same way to all the uses to which they are adapted, and thus render ourselves the lords and possessors of nature. And this is a result to be desired, not only in order to the invention of an infinity of arts, by which we might be able to enjoy without any trouble the fruits of the earth, and all its comforts, but also especially for the preservation of health, which is without doubt of all blessings of this life the first and fundamental one, for the mind is so intimately dependent upon the condition and relation of the organs of the body that if any means can ever be found to render men wiser and more ingenious than hitherto, I believe that it is in medicine they must be sought for. Who is rewarded in the perfect commonwealth Davist by Bacon in the New Atlantis? In Salomon's House the philosopher and the artist and the teacher were left out of account, even though Bacon, like the prudent Descartes, clung very ceremoniously to the rites of the Christian Church. For the ordinances and rites of Salomon's House there are 2 galleries. In one of these we place patterns and samples of all manner of the more rare and excellent inventions, in the other we place the statues of all principal inventors. There we have the statue of your Columbus, that discovered the West Indies, also the inventor of ships, your Monk that was the inventor of ordnance and gunpowder, the inventor of music, the inventor of letters, the inventor of printing, the inventor of observations by astronomy, the inventor of works in metal, Schley inventor of glass, the inventor of silk of the worm, the inventor of wine, the inventor of corn and bread, the inventor of sugars. For upon every invention of value, we erect a statue to the inventor and give him a liberal and honorable reward. This Salomon's House, as Bacon fancied it, was a combination of the Rockefeller Institute and the Deutsches Museum. There, if anywhere, was the means towards the relief of man's estate. Observe this, there is little that is vague or fanciful in all these conjectures about the new role to be played by science and the machine. The general staff of science had worked out the strategy of the campaign long before the commanders in the field had developed a tactics capable of carrying out the attack in detail. Indeed, Usher notes that in the 17th century invention was relatively feeble, and the power of the technical imagination had far outstripped the actual capacities of workmen and engineers. Leonardo, Andrea, Campanella, Bacon, Hooke in his Micrographia and Glanville in his Sepsis Scientifica, wrote down in outline the specifications for the new order, the use of science for the advancement of technics, and the direction of technics toward the conquest of nature were the burden of the whole effort. Bacon's Salomon's House, though formulated after the actual founding of the Accademia Lincei in Italy, was the actual starting point of the Philosophical College that first met in 1646 at the Bullhead Tavern in Cheapside, and in 1662 was duly incorporated as the Royal Society of London for Improving Natural Knowledge. This society had 8 standing committees, the first of which was to consider and improve all mechanical inventions. The laboratories and technical museums of the 20th century existed first as a thought in the mind of this philosophical courtier. Nothing that we do or practice today would have surprised him. So confident in the results of the new approach was Hooke that he wrote, "There is nothing that lies within the power of human wit, or which is far more effectual, of human industry which we might not compass. We might not only hope for inventions to equalize those of Copernicus, Galileo, Gilbert, Harvey, and others, whose names are almost lost, that were the inventors of gunpowder, the seaman's compass, printing, etching, graving, microscopes, etc., but multitudes that may far exceed them. 4. Even those discovered seem to have been the product of some such methods, though but imperfect, what may not be therefore expected from it if thoroughly prosecuted. Talking and contention of arguments would soon, be turned into labors, all the fine dreams and opinions and universal metaphysical nature, which the luxury of subtle brains has devised, would quickly vanish and give place to solid histories, experiments, and works. The leading utopias of the time, Christianopolis, the City of the Sun, to say nothing of Bacon's Fragment or Cyrano de Bergerac's minor works, all brood upon the possibility of utilizing the machine to make the world more perfect. The machine was the substitute for Plato's justice, temperance, and courage, even as it was likewise for the Christian ideals of grace and redemption. The machine came forth as the new demiurge that was to create a new heaven and a new earth, at least, as a new Moses that was to lead a barbarous humanity into the promised land. There had been premonitions of all trias in the centuries before. I will now mention, said Roger Bacon, some of the wonderful works of art and nature in which there is nothing of magic and which magic could not perform. Instruments may be made by which the largest ships, with only one man guiding them, will be carried with greater velocity than if they were full of sailors. Chariots may be constructed that will move with incredible rapidity without the help of animals. Instruments of flying may be formed in which a man, sitting at his ease and meditating in any subject, may beat the air with his artificial wings after the manner of birds, as also machines which will enable men to walk at the bottom of seas or rivers without ships. And Leonardo da Vinci left behind him a list of inventions and contrivances that reads like a synopsis of the present industrial world. But by the 17th century the note of confidence had increased, and the practical impulse had become more universal and urgent. The works of Porta, Cardan, Besson, Romelli, and other ingenious inventors, engineers, and mathematicians are a witness both to increasing skill and to growing enthusiasm over technics itself. Schwenter in his Delissements Physico-Mathematiques, 1636, pointed out how two individuals could communicate with each other by means of magnetic needles. To them that come after us, said Glanville, it may be as ordinary to buy a pair of wings to fly to remotest regions, as now a pair of boots to ride a journey, and to confer at the distance of the Indies by sympathetic conveyances may be as usual in future times as by literary correspondence. Cyrano de Bergerac conceived the phonograph. Hooke observed that it is not impossible to hear a whisper a furlong's distance, it having been already done, and perhaps the nature of things would not make it more impossible, although that furlong be 10 times multiplied. Indeed, he even forecast the invention of artificial silk. And Glanville said again, I doubt not posterity will find many things that are now but rumors verified into practical realities. It may be that, some ages hence, a voyage to the southern tracks, yea, possibly to the moon, will not be more strange than one to America. The restoration of grey hairs to juvenility and the renewing the exhausted marrow may at length be effected without a miracle, and the turning of the now comparatively desert world into a paradise may not improbably be effected from late agriculture. 1661. Whatever was lacking in the outlook of the 17th century, it was not lack of faith in the imminent presence, the speedy development, and the profound importance of the machine. Clockmaking, timekeeping, space exploration, monastic regularity, bourgeois order, technical devices, Protestant inhibitions, magical explorations, finally the Magi's trial order, accuracy and clarity of the physical sciences themselves, all these separate activities, inconsiderable perhaps in themselves, had at last formed a complex social and ideological network, capable of supporting the vast weight of the machine and extending its operations still further. By the middle of the 18th century the initial preparations were over and the key inventions had been made. An army of natural philosophers, rationalists, experimenters, mechanics, ingenious people, had assembled who were clear as to their goal and confident as to their victory. Before more than a streak of grey had appeared at the horizon's rim, they proclaimed the dawn and announced how wonderful it was, how marvelous the new day would be. Actually, they were to announce a shift in the seasons, perhaps a long cyclical change in the climate itself. Chapter 2. Agents of Mechanization. 1. The profile of Technics. The preparation for the machine that took place between the 10th and the 18th century gave it a broad foundation and assured its speedy and universal conquest throughout Western civilization. But in back of this lay the long development of technics itself, the original exploration of the raw environment, the utilization of objects shaped by nature, shells and stones and animal gut for tools and utensils, the development of fundamental industrial processes, digging, chipping, hammering, scraping, spinning, drying, the deliberate shaping of specific tools as necessities pressed and as skill increased. Experimental sampling, as with edibles, happy accidents, as with glass, true causal insight as with the fire drill, all these played a part in the transformation of our material environment and steadily modified the possibilities of social life. If discovery comes first, as it apparently does in the utilization of fire, in the use of meteoric iron, in the employment of hard cutting edges such as shells, invention proper follows close at its heels. Indeed, the age of invention is only another name for the age of man. If man is rarely found in the state of nature, it is only because nature is so constantly modified by technics. To sum up these earlier developments of technics, it may be useful to associate them with the abstract scheme of the valley section, the ideal profile of a complete mountain and river system. In a figurative sense, civilization marches up and down the valley section. All the great historic cultures, with the partial exception of those secluded maritime cultures in which the seas sometimes served instead of a river, have thriven through the movement of men and institutions and inventions and goods along the natural highway of a great river, the Yellow River, the Tigris, the Nile, the Euphrates, the Rhine, the Danube, the Thames. Against the primitive backgrounds of the valley section are developed the earlier forms of technics. Within the cities, the processes of invention are quickened, a multitude of new needs arises, the exigencies of close living and of a limited food supply lead to fresh adaptations and ingenuities, and in the very act of putting primitive conditions at a distance, men are forced to devise substitutes for the cruder artifacts which had once ensured their survival. Taking the purely schematic valley section in profile, one finds toward the mountain top, where on the steeper slope the rocks perhaps crop out, the quarry and the mine. Almost from the dawn of history itself man engages in these occupations. It is the survival, into our own times, of the prototype of all economic activity, the stage of directly seeking and picking and collecting, berries, funguses, stones, shells, dead animals. Down to modern times, mining remained technically one of the crudest of occupations, the pick and the hammer were its principal tools. But the derivative arts of mining steadily developed in historic times. Indeed, the use of metals is the main element that distinguishes the later crafts of Europe up to the 10th century AD from the stone cultures that came before. Smelting, refining, smithing, casting, all increased the speed of production, improved the forms of tools and weapons, and greatly added to their strength and effectiveness. In the forest that stretches from the crown of the mountain seaward, the hunter stalks his game. His is possibly the oldest deliberate technical operation of mankind, for in their origin the weapon and the tool are interchangeable. The simple hammerhead serves equally as a missile, the knife kills the game and cuts it up, the axe may cut down a tree or slay an enemy. Now the hunter survives by skill of arm and eye, now by physical strength, now by the cunning contrivance of traps and pitfalls. In the pursuit of his game he does not remain in the forest but follows wherever the chase may lead him, a habit which often leads to conflicts and hostilities in the invaded areas, perhaps in the development of war as an institutional routine. Farther down the valley, where the little mountain torrents and brooks gather together in a stream, which facilitates transportation, is the realm of the primitive woodman, the wood chopper, the forester, the millwright, the carpenter. He cuts down trees, he hollows out wooden canoes, he contrives the bow, which is perhaps the most effective type of early prime mover, and he invents the fire drill, in whose widened disc Renard sees the origin of the pulley and perhaps of the wheel, to say nothing of the windlass. The woodman's axe is the chief primitive tool of mankind. His beaver-like occupation, which perhaps accidentally resulted in the human reinvention of the bridge and the dam, is apparently the original form of modern engineering, and the most important instruments of precision in the transmission of motion and the shaping of materials came from him. Above all, the lathe. Below the ideal forest line, becoming more visible with the advance of a settled culture, as the woodman's axe opens up the clearings and the seeds that are dropped in the sunny glades are nurtured through the summer and grow with a new lushness. Below the primitive woodman lies the province of the herdsman and the peasant. Goat herd, shepherd, cow herd, occupy the upland pastures or the broad grasslands of the plain plateaus in their first or final stages of erosion. Spinning itself, the art by means of which frail filial elements are strengthened through twisting, is one of the earliest of the great inventions, and may first have been applied to the sinews of animals. Thread and string were originally used where we should now utilize them only in an emergency, as in fastening an axe head to a handle. But the spinning and weaving of fabrics for clothing, for tents, or for rugs to serve as temporary floor in the tent, are the work of the herdsman. They came in with the domestication of animals in the Neolithic period, and some of the earliest forms of the spindle and loom have remained in existence among primitive peoples. Below the more barren pastures, the peasant takes permanent possession of the land and cultivates it. He expands into the heavier river-bottom soils as his command over tools and domesticated animals grows, or as the struggle for existence becomes more keen. He may even reach back into the hinterland and bring under cultivation the potentially arable pasture. The farmer's tools and machines are relatively few. As with the herdsman, his inventive capacities are expended directly, for the most part, upon the plants themselves in their selection and breeding and perfection. His tools remain without fundamental change throughout the greater part of recorded history: the hoe, the mattock, the plough, the spade, and the scythe. But his utensils and his utilities are many: the irrigation ditch, the cellar, the storage bin, the cistern, the well, and the permanent dwelling house occupied throughout the year, belong to the peasant. Partly out of his need for defense and cooperative action grow the village and the town. Finally, at the ocean side, plying in and out behind the barrier beaches and the salt marshes, lives the fisherman, a sort of aquatic hunter. The first fisherman to construct a weir possibly invented the art of weaving. The net and the basket made out of the reeds of the marshlands certainly came out of this environment, and the most important early mode of transport and communication, the boat, was a direct product. The order and security of an agricultural and pastoral civilization was the critical improvement that came in with the Neolithic period. Out of that stability grew not merely the dwelling house and the permanent community, but a cooperative economic and social life, perpetuating its institutions by means of visible buildings and memorials as well as by the imparted word. Into the special meeting places that arose more and more frequently in the areas of transition between one phase of economic activity and another, the market grew up. In certain kinds of goods, amber, obsidian, flint, and salt, trade over wide areas developed at a very early period. With the exchange of more finished kinds of goods went an exchange likewise of technological skill and knowledge. In terms of our diagrammatic valley section, special environments, special occupational types, special techniques shifted over from one part to another and intermingled. The result was a steady enrichment and increasing complication of the culture itself and the technical heritage. Lacking impersonal methods of record, the transmission of craft knowledge tended to create occupational castes. The conservation of skill by these means led to downright conservatism. The very refinements of traditional knowledge served, perhaps, as a brake on invention. The various elements in a civilization are never in complete equilibrium. There is always a tug and pull of forces, and in particular, there are changes in the pressure exerted by the life-destroying functions and the life-conserving ones. In the Neolithic period, the peasant and the herdsman were, it seems, uppermost. The dominant ways of life were the outcome of agriculture, and the religion and science of the day were directed towards a more perfect adjustment of man to the actual earth from which he drew his nourishment. Eventually these peasant civilizations succumbed to anti-vital forces that came from two related points of the compass: on one hand from trading, with its growth of an impersonal and abstract system of relations bound together by a cash nexus, on the other from the predatory tactics of the mobile hunters and shepherds, extending their hunting grounds and their pastures or, at a more advanced stage, their power to collect tribute and to rule. Only three great cultures have a continuous history throughout the historic period: the polite and pacific peasant cultures of India and China, and the mainly urban culture of the Jews, the last two distinguished particularly for their practical intelligence, their rational morals, their kindly manners, their cooperative and life-conserving institutions, whereas the predominantly military forms of civilization have proved self-destructive. With the dawn of modern techniques in Northern Europe, one sees these primitive types once more in their original character and their typical habitats. The redifferentiation of occupations and crafts goes on under our very eyes. The rulers of Europe once more are hunters and fishers. From Norway to Naples their prowess in the chase alternates with their conquest of men. One of their prime concerns when they conquer a land is to establish their hunting rights and set aside great parks as sacred to the game they pursue. When these hardy warriors finally supplement the spear and the axe and the firebrand with the cannon as a weapon of assault, the military arts become professionalized once more, and the support of war becomes one of the principal burdens of a civil society. The primitive mining and the primitive metallurgy goes on as it had existed for long in the past, but presently the simple arts of the miner and the smith break up into a score of specialized occupations. This process proceeds at an accelerating speed as commerce expands and the demand for gold and silver increases, as war becomes more mechanized and the demand for armor, for artillery, and for the sinews of war expands. So, too, the woodman appears in the forested areas, for much of Europe had gone back into forest and grass. Presently the sawyer, the carpenter, the joiner, the turner, the wheelwright have become specialized crafts. In the growing cities, from the 11th century on, these elementary occupations appear, differentiate, react upon each other, interchange techniques and forms. Within a few hundred years almost the entire drama of technics is reenacted once more, and technics reaches a higher plane of general achievement than any other civilization had known/n in the past, although in special departments it was again and again surpassed by the finer arts of the East. If one takes a cross-section of technics in the Middle Ages, one has at hand most of the important elements derived from the past, and the germ of most of the growth that is to take place in the future. In the rear lies handicraft and the tool, supplemented by the simple chemical processes of the farm. In the van stands the exact arts and the machine and the new achievements in metallurgy and glass making. Some of the most characteristic instruments of medieval technics, like the crossbow, show in their form and workmanship the imprint of both the tool and the machine. Here, then, is a central vantage point. 2. De re Metallica. Quarrying and mining are the prime extractive occupations. Without stones and metals with sharp edges and resistant surfaces, neither weapons nor tools could have passed beyond a very crude shape and a limited effectiveness. However ingeniously, wood, shell, and bone may have been used by primitive man before he had mastered stone. The first efficient tool seems to have been a stone held in tli. Human hand as a hammer. The German word for fist is die Faust, and to this day the miner's hammer is called ein Fdustel. Of all stones, flint, because of its commonness in Northern Europe and because of its breaking into sharp scalloped edges, was perhaps the most important in the development of tools. With the aid of other rocks, or of a pickaxe made of reindeer horn, the flint miner extracted his stone, and by patient effort shaped it to his needs. The hammer itself had reached its present refinement of shape by the late Neolithic period. During a great span of primitive life, the slow perfection of stone tools was one of the principal marks of its advancing civilization and its control over the environment. This reached perhaps its highest point in the big stone culture, with its capacity for cooperative industrial effort, as shown in the transportation of the great stones of its outdoor temples and astronomical observatories, and in its relatively high degree of exact scientific knowledge. In its latest period, the use of clay for pottery made it possible to preserve and store liquids, as well as to keep dried provisions from moisture and mildew, another victory for the primitive prospector who was learning to explore the earth and adapt its non-organic contents to his uses. There is no sharp breach between grubbing, quarrying and mining. The same outcrop that shows quartz may equally hold gold, and the same stream that has clayey banks may disclose a gleam or two of this precious metal, precious for primitive man not only because of its rarity but because it is soft, malleable, ductile, non-oxidizing, and may be worked without the use of fire. The use of gold and amber and jade antedates the so-called age of metals. They were prized for their rareness and their magical qualities, even more than for what could be directly made of them. And the hunt for these minerals had nothing whatever to do with extending the food supply or establishing creature comforts. Man searched for precious stones, as he cultivated flowers, because long before he had invented capitalism and mass production he had acquired more energy than he needed for bare physical survival on the terms of his existing culture. In contrast to the forethought and sober plodding of the peasant, the work of the miner is the realm of random effort, irregular in routine and uncertain in result. Neither the peasant nor the herdsman can get rich quickly. The first clears a field or plants a row of trees this year from which perhaps only his grandchildren will get the full benefits. The rewards of agriculture are limited by the known qualities of soil and seed and stock. Cows do not calve more quickly one year than another, nor do they have 15 calves instead of one, and for the 7 years of abundance 7 lean years, on the law of averages, are pretty sure to follow. Luck for the peasant is usually a negative fact: hail, wind, blight, rot. But the rewards of mining may be sudden, and they may bear little relation, particularly in the early stages of the industry, either to the technical ability of the miner or the amount of labor he has expended. One assiduous prospector may wear out his heart for years without finding a rich seam. A newcomer in the same district may strike luck in the first morning he goes to work. While certain mines, like the salt mines of the Salzkammergut, have been in existence for centuries, the occupation in general is an unstable one. Until the 15th century AD, mining had perhaps made less technical progress than any other art. The engineering skill that Rome showed in aqueducts and roads did not extend in any degree to the mines. Not merely had the art remained for thousands of years in a primitive stage, but the occupation itself was one of the lowest in the human scale. Apart from the lure of prospecting, no one entered the mine in civilized states until relatively modern times except as a prisoner of war, a criminal, a slave. Mining was not regarded as a humane art. It was a form of punishment. It combined the terrors of the dungeon with the physical exacerbation of the galley. The actual work of mining, precisely because it was meant to be burdensome, was not improved during the whole of antiquity, from the earliest traces of it down to the fall of the Roman Empire. In general, not merely may one say that free labor did not enter the mines until the late Middle Ages, one must also remember that serfdom remained here, in the mines of Scotland for example, a considerable time after it had been abolished in agriculture. Possibly the myth of the Golden Age was an expression of mankind's sense of what it had lost when it acquired control of the harder metals. Was the social degradation of mining an accident, or does it lie in the nature of things? Let us examine the occupation and its environment, as it existed through the greater part of history. Except for surface mining, the art is pursued within the bowels of the earth. The darkness is broken by the timid flare of a lamp or a candle. Until the invention of the Davy safety lamp at the beginning of the 19th century, this fire might ignite the mine damp and exterminate by a single blast all who were within range. To this day, the possibility of such an explosion remains, since sparks may occur by accident even when electricity is used. Groundwater filters through the seams and often threatens to flood the passages. Until modern tools were invented, the passage itself was a cramped one. To extract ore, children and women were employed from the earliest days to crawl along the narrow tunnel, dragging a laden cart. Women indeed were so used as beasts of burden in English mines right up to the middle of the 19th century. When primitive tools were not sufficient to break up the ore or open a new face, it was often necessary to light great fires in the difficult seams and then douse the stone with cold water in order to make it crack. The steam was suffocating, and the cracking might be dangerous. Without strong shoring, whole galleries might fall upon the workers, and frequently this happened. The deeper down the seams went, the greater the danger. the greater the heat, the greater the mechanical difficulties. Among the hard and brutal occupations of mankind, the only one that compares with old-fashioned mining is modern trench warfare, and this should cause no wonder. There is a direct connection. To this day, according to Meeker, the mortality rate among miners from accidents is 4 times as high as any other occupation. If the use of metals came at a relatively late date in Technics, the reason is not far to seek. Metals, to begin with, usually exist as compounds in ores, and the ores themselves are often inaccessible, hard to find, and difficult to bring to the surface. Even if they lie in the open, they are not easy to disengage. Such a common metal as zinc was not discovered till the 16th century. The extraction of metals, unlike the cutting down of trees or the digging of flint, requires high temperatures over considerable periods. Even after the metals are extracted, they are hard to work. The easiest is one of the most precious, gold, while the hardest is the most useful, iron. In between are tin, lead, copper, the latter of which can be worked cold only in small masses or sheets. In short, the ores and metals are recalcitrant materials, they evade discovery and they resist treatment. Only by being softened do the metals respond. Where there is metal there must be fire. Mining and refining and smithing invoke, by the nature of the material dealt with, the ruthlessness of modern warfare. They place a premium on brute force. In the technique of all these arts the pounding operations are uppermost, the pickaxe, the sledgehammer, the ore crusher, the stamping machine, the steam hammer. One must either melt or break the material in order to do anything with it. The routine of the mine involves an unflinching assault upon the physical environment. Every stage in it is a magnification of power. When power machines came in on a large scale in the 14th century, it was in the military and the metallurgical arts that they were, perhaps, most widely applied. Let us now turn to the mining environment. The mine, to begin with, is the first completely inorganic environment to be created and lived in by man, far more inorganic than the giant city that Spengler has used as a symbol of the last stages of mechanical desiccation. Field and forest and stream and ocean are the environment of life. The mine is the environment alone of ores, minerals, metals. Within the subterranean rock, there is no life, not even bacteria or protozoa, except in so far as they may filter through with the groundwater or be introduced by man. The face of nature above the ground is good to look upon, and the warmth of the sun stirs the blood of the hunter on the track of game or the peasant in the field. Except for the crystalline formations, the face of the mine is shapeless. No friendly trees and beasts and clouds greet the eye. In hacking and digging the contents of the earth, the miner has no eye for the forms of things. What he sees is sheer matter, and until he gets to his vein it is only an obstacle which he breaks through stubbornly and sends up to the surface. If the miner sees shapes on the walls of his cavern, as the candle flickers, they are only the monstrous distortions of his pick or his arm, shapes of fear. Day has been abolished and the rhythm of nature broken. Continuous day and night production first came into existence here. The miner must work by artificial light even though the sun be shining outside. Still further down in the seams, he must work by artificial ventilation, too, a triumph of the manufactured environment. In the underground passages and galleries of the mine there is nothing to distract the miner. No pretty wench is passing in the field with a basket on her head, whose proud breasts and flanks remind him of his manhood. No rabbit scurries across his path to arouse the hunter in him. No play of light on a distant river awakens his reverie. Here is the environment of work, dogged, unremitting, concentrated work. It is a dark, a colorless, a tasteless, a perfumeless, as well as a shapeless world, the leaden landscape of a perpetual winter. The masses and lumps of the ore itself, matter in its least organized form, complete the picture. The mine is nothing less in fact than the concrete model of the conceptual world which was built up by the physicists of the 17th century. There is a passage in Francis Bacon that makes one believe that the alchemists had perhaps a glimpse of this fact. He says, then it be true that Democritus said, That the truth of nature lieth hid in certain deep mines and caves, and if it be true likewise that the alchemists do so much inculcate, that Vulcan is a second nature, and imitateth that dexterously and compendiously, which nature worketh by images and length of time, it were good to divide natural philosophy into the mine and the furnace, and to make two professions or occupations of natural philosophers, some to be pioneers and some smiths, some to dig, and some to refine and hammer. Did the mine acclimate us to the views of science? Did science in turn prepare us to accept the products and the environment of the mine? The matter is not susceptible to proof, but the logical relations, if not the historical facts, are plain. The practices of the mine do not remain below the ground, they affect the miner himself, and they alter the surface of the earth. Whatever could be said in defense of the art was said with great pith and good sense by Dr. George Bauer, Agricola, the German physician and scientist who wrote various compendious treatises on geology and mining at the beginning of the 16th century. He had the honesty to sum up his opponent's arguments in detail, even if he could not successfully refute them, so that his book De Re Metallica remains to this day a classic text, like Vitruvius on architecture. First, as to the miner himself, the critics, says Dr. Bauer, say further that mining is a perilous occupation to pursue because the miners are sometimes killed by the pestilential air which they breathe, sometimes their lungs rot away, sometimes the men perish by being crushed in masses of rock, sometimes falling from ladders into the shafts, they break their arms, legs, or necks. But since things like this rarely happen, and only so far as workmen are careless, they do not deter miners from carrying on their trade. This last sentence has a familiar note. It recalls the defenses of potters and radium watch dial manufacturers when the dangers of their trades were pointed out. Dr. Bauer forgot only to note that though coal miners are not particularly susceptible to tuberculosis, the coldness and dampness, sometimes the downright wetness, predispose the miner to rheumatism, an ill they share with rice cultivators. The physical dangers of mining remain high, some are still unavoidable. The animus of the miner's technique is reflected in his treatment of the landscape. Let Dr. Bauer again be our witness. Besides this, the strongest argument of the detractors is that the fields are devastated by mining operations, for which reason formerly Italians were warned by law that no one should dig the earth for metals and so injure their very fertile fields, their vineyards, and their olive groves. Also they argue that the woods and groves are cut down, for there is need of endless amount of wood for timbers, machines, and the smelting of metals. And when the woods and groves are felled, there are exterminate the beasts and birds, very many of which furnish pleasant and agreeable food for man. Further, when the ores are washed, the water which has been used poisons the brooks and streams, and either destroys the fish or drives them away. Therefore the inhabitants of these regions, on account of the devastation of their fields, woods, groves, brooks, and rivers, find great difficulty in procuring the necessaries of life, and by reason of the destruction of the timber they are forced to a greater expense in erecting buildings. There is no reason to go into Dr. Bauer's lame reply. It happens that the indictment still holds, and is an unanswerable one. One must admit the devastation of mining, even if one is prepared to justify the end. A typical example of deforestation, says a modern writer on the subject, is to be seen on the eastern slopes of the Sierra Nevada, overlooking the Truckee Valley, where the cutting of trees to provide timber for the deep mines of the Comstock left the hillside exposed to erosion, so that today they are bleak, barren, and hideous. Most of the old mining regions tell the same tale, from Lenore's to Leadville, from Potosi to Porcupine. The history of the last 400 years has underlined the truths of this indictment, for what was only an incidental and local damage in Dr. Bauer's time became a widespread characteristic of Western civilization just as soon as it started in the 18th century to rest directly upon the mine and its products, and to reflect, even in territories far from the mine itself, the practices and ideals of the miner. One further effect of this habitual destruction and disorganization must be noted, its psychological reaction on the miner. Perhaps inevitably he has a low standard of living. Partly, This is the natural effect of capitalist monopoly, often exerted and maintained by physical compulsion, but it exists even under relatively free conditions and in prosperous times. The explanation is not difficult. Almost any sight is brighter than the pit, almost any sound is sweeter than the clang and rap of the hammer, almost any rough cabin, so long as it keeps the water out, is a more hospitable place for an exhausted man than the dark damp gallery of a mine. The miner, like the soldier coming out of the trenches, wants a sudden relief and an immediate departure from his routine. No less notorious than the slatternly disorder of the mining town are the drinking and gambling that go on in it, a necessary compensation for the daily toil. Released from his routine, the miner takes a chance at cards or dice or whippet racing, in the hope that it will bring the swift reward denied him in the drudging efforts of the mine itself. The heroism of the miner is genuine, hence his simple animal poise, his profound personal pride and self-respect. But the idolization is also inevitably there. Now, the characteristic methods of mining do not stop at the pit head, they go on, more or less, in all the accessory occupations. Here is the domain, in northern mythology, of the gnomes and the brownies, the cunning little people who know how to use the bellows, the forge, the hammer, and the anvil. They, too, live in the depths of the mountains, and there is something a little inhuman about them. They tend to be spiteful and tricky. Shall we set this characterization down to the fear and mistrust of Neolithic peoples for those who had mastered the art of working in metals? Perhaps, at all events one notes that in Hindu and Greek mythology the same general judgment prevails as in the north. While Prometheus, who stole the fire from heaven, is a hero, Hephaestus, the blacksmith, is lame and he is the sport and butt of the other gods despite his usefulness. Usually pocketed in the mountains, the mine, the furnace, and the forge have remained a little off the track of civilization. Isolation and monotony add to the defects of the activities themselves. In an old industrial domain, like the Rhine Valley, dedicated to industry since the days of the Romans and refined by the technical and civil advances of the whole community, the direct effect of the miner's culture may be greatly ameliorated. This is true in the Essen district today, thanks to the original leadership of a Krupp and the later planning of a Schmidt. But taking mining regions as a whole, they are the very image of backwardness, isolation, raw animosities, and lethal struggles. From the Rand to the Klondike, from the coal mines of South Wales to those of West Virginia, from the modern iron mines of Minnesota to the ancient silver mines of Greece, barbarism colors the entire picture. Because of their urban situation and a more humanized rural environment, the molder and the smith have often escaped this influence. Goldsmithing has always been allied with jewelry and women's ornaments, but even in the early Renaissance ironwork of Italy and Germany, for example, in the locks and bands of chests as well as in the delicate traceries of railings and brackets, there is a grace and ease that point directly to a more pleasant life. In the main, however, the mining and metallurgical arts were outside the social scheme of both classic and Gothic civilization. That fact proved a sinister one as soon as the methods and ideals of mining became the chief pattern for industrial effort throughout the Western world. Mine, blast, dump, crush, extract, exhaust. There was indeed something devilish and sinister about the whole business. Life flourishes finally only in an environment of the living. 3. Mining and modern capitalism. More closely than any other industry, mining was bound up with the first development of modern capitalism. By the 16th century it had definitely set the pattern for capitalist exploitation. When mining was undertaken by free men in the 14th century in Germany, the working of the mine was a simple partnership on a share basis. The miners themselves were often ne'er-do-wells and bankrupts who had seen better days. Partly abetted no doubt by this very application of free labor, there was a rapid advancement in technique in the German mines. By the 16th century those in Saxony led Europe, and German miners were imported into other countries, like England, to improve their practices. The deepening of the mines, the extension of the operations to new fields, the application of complicated machinery for pumping water, hauling ore, and ventilating the mine, and the further application of water power to work the bellows in the new furnaces. All these improvements called for more capital than the original workers possessed. This led to the admission of partners who contributed money instead of work, absentee ownership, and this in turn led to a gradual expropriation of the owner workers and the reduction of their share of the profits to the status of mere wages. This capitalistic development was further stimulated by reckless speculation in mining shares which took place as early as the 15th century. The local landlords and the merchants in the nearer cities eagerly followed this new gamble. If the mining industry in Dr. Bauer's day showed many of the modern improvements in industrial organization, the triple shift, the 8-hour day, the existence of guilds in the various metallurgical industries for social intercourse, charitable self-help, and insurance, it also showed, as the result of capitalist pressure, the characteristic features of 19th century industry throughout the world, the division of classes, the use of the strike as a weapon of defense, the bitter class war, and finally the extinction of the guild's power by a combination of mine owners and the feudal nobility during the so-called Peasants' War of 1525. The result of that conflict was to abolish the cooperative guild basis of the mining industry, which had characterized its technical resurrection in Germany, and to place it on a free basis, that is, a basis of untrammeled acquisitiveness and class domination by the shareholders and directors, no longer bound to respect any of the humane regulations that had been developed by medieval society as measures of social protection. Even the serf had the safeguard of custom and the elementary security of the land itself. The miner and the iron worker at the furnace was a free, that is, an unprotected worker, the forerunner of the disinherited wage worker of the 19th century. The most fundamental industry of the machine technics had known only for a moment in its history the sanctions and protections and humanities of the guild system. It stepped almost directly from the inhuman exploitation of chattel slavery to the hardly less inhuman exploitation of wage slavery. And wherever it went, the degradation of the worker followed. But in still another way, mining was an important agent of capitalism. The great need of commercial enterprise in the 15th century was for a sound but expansible currency, and for capital to provide the necessary capital goods: boats, mills, mine shafts, docks, cranes for industry. The mines of Europe began to supply this need even before the mines of Mexico and Peru. Sombart calculates that in the 15th and 16th centuries German mining earned as much in 10 years as trade in the old style was able to accomplish in 100. As two of the greatest fortunes of modern times have been founded upon monopolies of petroleum and aluminum, so the great fortune of the Fuggers in the 16th century was founded upon the silver and lead mines of Styria and the Tyrol and Spain. The heaping up of such fortunes was part of a cycle we have witnessed with appropriate changes in our own time. First, improvements in the technique of warfare, especially the rapid growth of the artillery arm, increased the consumption of iron. This led to new demands upon the mine. In order to finance the ever more costly equipment and maintenance of the new paid soldiery, the rulers of Europe had recourse to the financier. As security for the loan, the lender took over the royal mines. The development of the mines themselves then became a respectable avenue of financial enterprise, with returns that compared favorably with the usurious and generally unpayable interest. Spurred by the unpaid notes, the rulers were in turn driven to new conquests or to the exploitation of remote territories, and so the cycle began over again. War, mechanization, mining, and finance played into each other's hands. Mining was the key industry that furnished the sinews of war and increased the metallic contents of the original capital hoard. The war chest, on the other hand, it furthered the industrialization of arms, and enriched the financier by both processes. The uncertainty of both warfare and mining increased the possibilities for speculative gains. This provided a rich broth for the bacteria of finance to thrive in. Finally, it is possible that the animus of the miner had still another effect on the development of capitalism. This was in the notion that economic value had a relation to the quantity of brute work done and to the scarcity of the product. In the calculus of cost, these emerged as the principal elements. The rarity of gold, rubies, diamonds, the gross work that must be done to get iron out of the earth and ready for the rolling mill. These tended to be the criteria of economic value all through the civilization. But real values do not derive from either rarity or crude manpower. It is not rarity that gives the air its power to sustain life, nor is it the human work done that gives milk or bananas their nourishment. In comparison with the effects of chemical action and the sun's rays, the human contribution is a small one. Genuine value lies in the power to sustain or enrich life. A glass bead may be more valuable than a diamond, a deal table more valuable aesthetically than the most tortuously carved one, and the juice of a lemon may be more valuable on a long ocean voyage than 100 pounds of meat without it. The value lies directly in the life function, not in its origin, its rarity, or in the work done by human agents. The miner's notion of value, like the financier's, tends to be a purely abstract and quantitative one. The defect arises out of the fact that every other type of primitive environment contains food, something that may be immediately translated into life: game, berries, mushrooms, maple sap, nuts, sheep, corn, fish, while the miner's environment alone is salt and saccharin acid, not only completely inorganic but completely inedible. The miner works, not for love or for nourishment, but to make his pile. The classic curse of Midas became perhaps the dominant characteristic of the modern machine. Whatever it touched was turned to gold and iron, and the machine was permitted to exist only where gold and iron could serve as foundation. 4. The primitive engineer. The rational conquest of the environment by means of machines is fundamentally the work of the woodman. In part, the explanation of his success can be discovered in terms of the material he uses. For wood, beyond any other natural material, lends itself to manipulation. Right down to the 19th century it had a place in civilization that the metals themselves were to assume only after that point. In the forests of the temperate and subarctic zones, which covered the greater part of Western Europe from hilltop to river bottom, wood was of course the most common and visible part of the environment. While the digging of stones was a laborious business, once the stone axe was shaped, the cutting down of trees became a relatively easy task. What other object in nature has the length and cross-section of the tree? What other kind of material presents its characteristic properties in such a large assortment of sizes? What other kind can be split and split again with the simplest tools, the wedge and the mallet? /. Other common material can both be broken into definite planes and carved and shaped across those planes. The sedimentary rocks, which most nearly attain to the same qualities, are poor substitutes for wood. Unlike ores, one can cut down wood without the aid of fire. Using fire locally, one can hollow out an enormous log and turn it into a canoe by charring the wood and scraping out with a primitive gouge or chisel. Down to modern times the solid trunk of the tree was used in this primitive fashion. One of Dyer's engravings shows a man hollowing out a gigantic log, and bowls and tubs and vats and troughs and benches were long made of single blocks close to the natural shape. Wood, different again from stone, has exceptional qualities for transport. The trimmed logs may be rolled over the ground, and because wood floats, it can be transported over long distances by means of water even before boats are built, an unrivaled advantage. The building of Neolithic villages on wooden piles over the waters of lakes was one of the surest witnesses to the advance of civilization. Wood delivered man from servitude to the cave and to the cold earth itself. Thanks to the lightness and mobility of this material, as well as to its wide distribution, one finds the products of the woodman not merely in the uplands but down by the open sea. In the marshlands of the north coastal area in Europe, one finds the woodman sinking his piles and building his villages using his logs and his mats of twigs and branches to serve as bulwark against the invading ocean and to push it back. For thousands of years wood alone made navigation possible. Physically speaking, wood has the qualities of both stone and metal, stronger in cross-section than is stone. Wood resembles steel in its physical properties, its relatively high tensile and compressive strength, together with its elasticity. Stone is a mass, but wood, by its nature, is already a structure. The difference in toughness, tensile strength, weight, and permeability of various species of wood, from pine to hornbeam, from cedar to teak, give wood a natural range of adaptability to various purposes that is matched in metals only as a result of a long evolution of metallurgical skill. Lead, tin, copper, gold, and their alloys, the original assortment, offered a meager choice of possibilities, and down to the end of the 19th century wood presented a greater variety. Since wood can be planed, sawed, turned, carved, split, sliced, and even softened and bent or cast, it is the most responsive of all materials to craftsmanship. It lends itself to the greatest variety of techniques. But in its natural state wood keeps the shape of the tree and retains its structure, and the original shape of the wood suggests appropriate tools and adaptations of form. The curve of the branch forms the bracket, the forked stick forms the handle and the primitive type of plow. Finally, wood is combustible, and at the beginning that fact was important and more favorable to human development than the fire resistance of other materials. For fire was obviously man's greatest primitive achievement in manipulating his environment as a whole. The utilization of fire raised him a whole plane above his nearest subhuman contemporaries. Wherever he could gather a few dried sticks, he could have a hearth and an altar, the germs of social life and the possibility of free thought and contemplation. Long before coal was dug or peat and dung dried, wood was man's chief source of energy, beyond the food he ate or the sun that warmed him. Long after power machines were invented, wood continued to be used for fuel, in the first steamboats and railroads of America and Russia. Wood, then, was the most various, the most shapeable, the most serviceable of all the materials that man has employed in his technology. Even stone was at best an accessory. Wood gave man his preparatory training in the techniques of both stone and metal. Small wonder that he was faithful to it when he began to translate his wooden temples into stone. And the cunning of the woodman is at the base of the most important post-Neolithic achievements in the development of the machine. Take away wood, and one takes away literally the props of modern technics. The place of the woodman in technical development has rarely been appreciated, but his work is in fact almost synonymous with power production and industrialization. He is not merely the woodcutter who thins out the forest and provides fuel. He is not merely the charcoal burner who converts the wood into the most common and effective form of fuel, and so makes possible advances in metallurgy. He is, together with the miner and the smith, the primitive form of engineer, and without his skills the work of the miner and the mason would be difficult, and any great advance in their arts would have been impossible. It is the wooden shoring that makes possible the deep tunnel of the mine, even as it is the scantling and centering that make possible the lofty arch of the cathedral or the wide span of the stone bridge. It was the woodman who developed the wheel, the potter's ulicel, the cartwheel, water wheel, the spinning wheel, and above all, the greatest of machine tools, the lathe. If the boat and the cart are the woodman's supreme contribution to transport, the barrel, with its skillful use of compression and tension to achieve watertightness, is one of his most ingenious utensils, a great advance in strength and lightness over clay containers. As for the wheel and axle itself, so important is it that Rulias and others have even said that the technical advance that characterizes specifically the modern age is that from reciprocating motions to rotary motions. Without a machine for accurately turning cylinders, screws, pistons, boring instruments, it would be impossible to create further instruments of precision. The machine tool makes the modern machine possible. Lathe was the woodman's decisive contribution to the development of machines. First recorded among the Greeks, the primitive form of the lathe consisted of two fixed parts which hold the spindles that turn the wood. The spindle is wound up by hand and rotated by release of the bent sapling to which the wound cord is attached. The turner holds a chisel or gouge against the rotating wood which, if accurately centered, becomes a true cylinder or some modification of the cylinder. In this crude form the lathe is still used, or was 15 years ago in the Chiltern Hills in England, good enough to produce chair legs shaped to pattern for the market. As an instrument of fair precision, the lathe existed long before its parts were cast in metal, before the crude form of power was converted into a foot treadle or an electric motor, before the stock was made movable or the adjustable slide rest to steady the chisel was invented. The final transformation of the lathe into a metal instrument of exquisite accuracy awaited the 18th century. Maudslay in England is often given the credit for it. But in essentials, all the important parts had been worked out by the woodman, while the foot treadle actually gave what the model he needed for translating reciprocating motion into rotary motion in his steam engine. The specific later contributions of the woodman to the machine will be taken up in discussing the technic economy. Enough to point out here the role of the woodman as engineer, building dams, locks, mills, building mill wheels, controlling the flow of water. Serving directly the needs of the peasant, the woodman often merged with him. Environmentally, however, he was caught between two movements that have always threatened and sometimes painfully narrowed the realm he has reigned over. One was the demand of the farmer for more arable land, this converted to mixed farming soils more fitted for tree culture. In France, this has gone on so far that the remaining trees may be merely a small clump or a row silhouetted against the sky. In Spain and other parts of the Mediterranean it has resulted not merely in deforestation but serious soil erosion. The same curse afflicts the seat of even more ancient civilizations, like that of China. This evil has now been remedied in the state of New York by the purchase and reforestation of the marginal agricultural lands. From the other side of our typical valley section came pressure from the miner and the glassmaker. By the 17th century the marvelous oak forests of England had already been sacrificed to the iron maker. So serious was the shortage that the Admiralty under Sir John Evelyn was forced to pursue a vigorous policy of reforestation in order to have enough timber for the Royal Navy. The continued attack upon the woodman's environment has led to his expulsion to remoter areas, to the birch and fir forests of North Russia and Scandinavia, to the Sierras and Rockies of America. So imperious became the commercial demand, so authoritative became the miners' methods that forest cutting was reduced during the 19th century to timber mining. Today whole forests are slaughtered every week to supply the presses of the Sunday newspapers alone. But wood culture and wood technics, which survived through the age of metals, are likely also to endure through the age of synthetic compounds, for wood itself is nature's cheaper model for these materials. 5. From game hunt to man hunt. Perhaps the most positive influence in the development of the machine has been that of the soldier. In back of it lies the long development of the primitive hunter. Originally the call of the hunter for weapons was an effort to increase the food supply, hence the invention and improvement of arrowheads, spears, slings, and knives from the earliest dawn of technics onward. The projectile and the hand weapon were the two special lines of this development, and while the bow was perhaps the most effective weapon devised before the modern gun, since it had both range and accuracy, the sharpening of edges with the introduction of bronze and iron was scarcely less important. Shock and fire still remain among the chief tactical measures of warfare. If the miner's task is non-organic, the hunter's is anti-vital. He is a beast of prey, and the needs of his appetite as well as the excitement of the chase cause him to inhibit every other reaction, pity or aesthetic pleasure in the act of killing. The herdsman domesticates animals and in turn is domesticated by them. Their protection and their nurture, in itself the outcome no doubt of man's prolongation of infancy and his more tender care of the young and helpless, bring out his most humane instincts, while the peasant learns to extend his sympathies beyond the boundaries of the animal kingdom. The daily lessons of crop and herd are lessons in cooperation and solidarity and the selective nurture of life. Even when the farmer kills, extirpating the rat or pulling out the weed, his activity is directed toward the preservation of the higher forms of life as related to human ends. But the hunter can have no respect for life as such. He has none of the responsibilities which are preliminary to the farmer's slaughter of his cattle. Trained in the use of the weapon, killing becomes his main business. Shaken by insecurity and fear, the hunter attacks not merely the game but other hunters. Living things are for him potential meat, potential skins, potential enemies, potential trophies. This predatory mode of life, deeply ingrained by man's primordial efforts to survive barehanded in a hostile world, did not unfortunately die out with the success of agriculture. In the migrations of peoples it tended to direct their animus against other groups, particularly when animals were lacking and the food supply was dubious, and eventually the trophies of the chase assumed symbolic forms. The treasures of the temple or the palace became the object of attack. The advance in the arts of peace did not in itself lead to peace. On the contrary, the improvement of weapons and the repression of naive hostilities under the forms of organized life, tended to make war itself more savage. Unarmed hands or feet are relatively innocent, their range is limited, their effectiveness is low. It is with the collective organization and regimentation of the army that the conflicts between men have reached heights of bestiality and terrorism that primitive peoples, with their merely post-mortem cannibalism, might well envy. Finding the instruments of warfare more effective, men sought new occasions for their use. Robbery is perhaps the oldest of labor-saving devices, and war vies with magic in its efforts to get something for nothing. To obtain women without possessing personal charm, to achieve power without possessing intelligence, and to enjoy the rewards of consecutive and tedious labor without having lifted a finger in work or learned a single useful skill. Lured by these possibilities, the hunter, as civilization advances, turns himself to systematic conquest. He seeks slaves, loot, power, and he founds the political state in order to ensure and regulate the annual tribute, enforcing, in return, a necessary modicum of order. While pottery, basket work, winemaking, grain growing show only superficial improvements from Neolithic times onward, the improvement of the instruments of war has been constant. The three-field system lingered in British agriculture down to the 18th century, while the tools used in the remoter areas of England would have been laughed at by a Roman farmer, but the shambling peasant with his pruning hook or his wooden club had meanwhile been replaced by the bowman and the spearman. These had given way to the musketeer. The musketeer had been turned into a smart, mechanically responsive infantryman, and the musket itself had become more deadly in close fighting by means of the bayonet, and the bayonet in turn had become more efficient by means of drill and mass tactics, and finally, all the arms of the service had been progressively coordinated with the most deadly and decisive arm, the artillery. A triumph of mechanical improvement, a triumph of regimentation. If the invention of the mechanical clock heralded the new will to order, the use of cannon in the 14th century enlarged the will to power, and the machine as we know it represents the convergence and systematic embodiment of these two prime elements. The regimentation of modern warfare carries much farther than the actual discipline of the army itself. From rank to rank passes the word of command. That passage would be impeded if, instead of mechanical obedience, it met with a more active and participating form of adjustment, involving a knowledge of how and why and wherefore and for whom and to what end. The commanders of the 16th century discovered that effectiveness in mass fighting increased in proportion as the individual soldier was reduced to a power unit and trained to be an automaton. The W-weapon, even when it is not used to inflict death, is nevertheless a means for enforcing a pattern of human behavior which would not be accepted unless the alternative were physical mutilation or death. It is, in short, a means of creating a dehumanized response in the enemy or the victim. The general indoctrination of soldierly habits of thought in the 17th century was, it seems probable, a great psychological aid to the spread of machine industrialism. In terms of the barracks, the routine of the factory seemed tolerable and natural. The spread of conscription and volunteer militia forces throughout the Western world after the French Revolution made army and factory, so far as their social effects went, almost interchangeable terms. And the complacent characterizations of the First World War, namely that it was a large-scale industrial operation, has also a meaning in reverse. Modern industrialism may equally well be termed a large-scale military operation. Observe the enormous increase in the army as a power unit. The power was multiplied by the use of guns and cannon, by the increase in the size and range of cannon, by the multiplication of the number of men put in the field. The first giant cannon on record had a barrel over 3.5 meters long, it weighed over 4,500 kilograms, it appeared in Austria in 1404. Not merely did heavy industry 1. 16th century watch. Habits of punctuality characterized the successful bourgeoisie, hence the fashion of carrying private timekeepers from the 16th century onward. The fantastic shapes of many early watches show how tardily the machine found its form. 2. The printing press was a powerful agent for producing uniformity in language and so, by degrees, in thought. Standardization, mass production, and capitalistic enterprise came in with the printing press, and not without irony, the oldest known representation of the press, shown here, appeared in a Dance of Death printed at Lyons in 1499. 3. Fortified camp, 1573. 16th century drill was the prelude to 18th century industrialism. Precision and standardization appeared at an early date in the formations, the exercises, and the tactics of the army. The mechanization of men is a first step toward the mechanization of things. 4. Jacob Fugger 11, the first of the new type of financier and investment banker. He reappears in every generation, alias Baron Rothschild, alias J. Pierpont Morgan, alias Sir Basil Zaharoff, etc., etc. Financing wars, monopolizing natural resources, promoting munitions works, creating and wrecking industries as opportunities for profit dictate, he is the very model of the pure capitalist. His dominance symbolizes the perversion of life economy into money economy. 1. 16th century cannon foundry, showing fortification and cannons in action in the background. The heavy demand on the mining industries that followed the introduction of cannon in the 14th century was likewise registered in the necessary expansion of finance. Here lies the beginning of the cycle of mining, mechanization, munitions, and finance, more dangerously evident today than ever. 2. Large-scale application of water power to grindstones for grinding and polishing armor. These methods worked over from arms production in the 16th century to the cheap hardware production of Sweden at the end of the 17th century and the knickknacks industry of Birmingham in the 18th century. 3. Protection against poison gas in the mines, a necessary safety device for rescue work in the perpetually dangerous environment of the mine. Not merely the products but the tactics of the mine have been steadily introduced into modern warfare from Vauban onward, thus repaying the miners' earlier debt to gunpowder. Photograph by Irving Galloway. I. Protection against the deliberate use of poison gas in warfare, both the weapon and the defense against it derive from the mine. Recent scholastic discussion of the relative humanity of butchery by gas or knife or bullet emphasizes the extreme moral refinement of our contemporary yahoos. Develop in response to war long before it had any contributions of importance to make to the arts of peace, but the quantification of life, the concentration upon power as an end in itself, proceeded as rapidly in this department as in trade. In back of that was a growing contempt for life in its variety, its individuality, its natural insurgence and exuberance. With the increase in the effectiveness of weapons, came likewise a growing sense of superiority in the soldier himself. His strength, his death-dealing properties had been heightened by technological advance. With a mere pull of the trigger, he could annihilate an enemy, that was a triumph of natural magic. 6. Warfare and invention. Within the domain of warfare there has been no psychological hindrance to murderous invention, except that due to lethargy and routine, no limits to invention suggest themselves. Ideals of humanity come, so to say, from other parts of the environment, the herdsman or the caravaner brooding under the stars, a Moses, a David, a St. Paul or the city-bred man, observing closely the conditions under which men may live well together, a Confucius, a Socrates, a Jesus, bring into society the notions of peace and friendly cooperation as a higher moral expression than the subjection of other men. Often this feeling, as in St. Francis and the Hindu sages, extends to the entire world of living nature. Luther, it is true, was a miner's son, but his career proves the point rather than weakens it. He was actively on the side of the knights and soldiers when they ferociously put down the poor peasants who dared to challenge them. Apart from the savage inroads of Tartars, Huns, Turks, it was not until the machine culture became dominant that the doctrine of untrammeled power was, practically speaking, unchallenged. Though Leonardo wasted much of his valuable time in serving warlike princes and in devising ingenious military weapons, he was still sufficiently under the restraint of humane ideals to draw the line somewhere. He suppressed the invention of the submarine boat because he felt, as he explained in his notebook, it was too satanic to be placed in the hands of unregenerate men. One by one the invention of machines and the growing belief in abstract power removed these scruples, withdrew these safeguards. Even chivalry died in the unequal contests and the triumphant slaughter of the poorly armed barbarians the European encountered in his post-Columbian spread throughout the planet. How far shall one go back in demonstrating the fact that war has been perhaps the chief propagator of the machine? Shall it be to the poison arrow or the poison pellet? This was the forerunner of poison gas, while not merely was poison gas itself a natural product of the mine, but the development of gas masks to combat it took place in the mine before they were used on the battlefield. Shall it be to the armed chariot with the scythes that revolved with its movement, mowing down the foot soldiers? That was the forerunner of the modern tank, while the tank itself, impelled by hand power furnished by the occupants, was designed as early as 1558 by a German. Shall it be to the use of burning petroleum and Greek fire, the first of which was used considerably before the Christian era? Here was the embryo of the more mobile and effective flamethrower of the last war. Shall it be to the earliest high-powered engine that hurled stones and javelins invented apparently under Dionysius of Syracuse and used by him in his expedition against the Carthaginians in 397 BC? In the hands of the Romans the catapults could throw stones weighing around 57 pounds a distance of 400 to 500 yards, while their ballistas, W4 each were enormous wooden crossbows for shooting stones, were accurate at even greater distances. With these instruments of precision Roman society was closer to the machine than in its aqueducts and baths. The swordsmiths of Damascus, Toledo, Milan, renoted both for their refined metallurgy and their skill in manufacturing armament, forerunners of Krupp and Creuset. Even the utilization of the physical sciences for more effective warfare was an early development. Archimedes, the story goes, concentrated the sun's rays by means of mirrors on the sails of the enemy's fleet in Syracuse and burned the boats up. Ctesibius, one of the foremost scientists of Alexandria, invented a steam cannon. Leonardo designed another. And when the Jesuit father, Francesco Loniterzi, in 1670 projected a vacuum dirigible balloon, he emphasized its utility in warfare. In short, the partnership between the soldier, the miner, the technician, and the scientist is an ancient one. To look upon the horrors of modern warfare as the accidental result of a fundamentally innocent and peaceful technical development is to forget the elementary facts of the machine's history. In the development of the military arts, the soldier has of course borrowed freely from other branches of technics. The more mobile fighting arms, the cavalry and the fleet, come respectively from the pastoral and the fishing occupations. Static warfare, from the trenches of the Roman castra to the heavy masonry fortifications of the cities, is a product of the peasant. The Roman soldier, indeed, conquered through his spade as well as his sword, while the wooden instruments of siege, the ram, the ballista, the scaling ladder, the moving tower, the catapult, all plainly bear the stamp of the woodman. But the most important fact about modern warfare is the steady increase of mechanization from the 14th century onward. Here militarism forced the pace and cleared a straight path to the development of modern large-scale standardized industry. To recapitulate, the first great advance came through the introduction of gunpowder in Western Europe. It had already been used in the East. In the early 1300s came the first cannon or firepots, and then at a much slower pace came the hand weapons, the pistol and the musket. Early in this development multiple firing was conceived, and the organ gun, the first machine gun, was invented. The effect of firearms upon technics was threefold. To begin with, they necessitated the large-scale use of iron, both for the guns themselves and for cannon balls. While the development of armor called forth the skill of the smith, the multiplication of cannon demanded cooperative manufacture on a much larger scale. The old-fashioned methods of handicraft were no longer adequate. Because of the destructions of the forest, experiments were made in the use of coal in the iron furnaces, from the 17th century onwards, and when, A century later, the problem was finally solved by Abraham Darby in England. Coal became a key to military as well as to the new industrial power. In France, the first blast furnaces were not built till about 1550, and at the end of the century France had 13 foundries, all devoted to the manufacture of cannon, the only other important article being scythes. Second, the gun was the starting point of a new type of power machine. It was, mechanically speaking, a one-cylinder internal combustion engine, the first form of the modern gasoline engine, and some of the early experiments in using explosive mixtures in motors sought to employ powder rather than a liquid fuel. Because of the accuracy and effectiveness of the new projectiles, these machines had still another result: they were responsible for the development of the art of heavy fortification, with elaborate outworks, moats, and salients, the latter so arranged that any one bastion could come to the aid of another by means of crossfire. The business of defense became complicated in proportion as the tactics of offense became more deadly. Road building, canal building, pontoon building, bridge building became necessary adjuncts of warfare. Leonardo, typically, offered his services to the Duke of Milan, not merely to design ordnance, but to conduct all these engineering operations. In short, war established a new type of industrial director who was not a mason or a smith or a master craftsman, the military engineer. In the prosecution of war, the military engineer combined originally all the offices of the civil, the mechanical, and the mining engineer, offices that did not begin to be fully differentiated until the 18th century. It was to the Italian military engineers from the 15th century on that the machine owed a debt quite as high as it did to the ingenious British inventors of James Watt's period. In the 17th century, thanks to the skill of the great Vauban, the arts of military offense and defense had almost reached a stalemate. Vauban's forts were impregnable, against every form of attack except that which he himself finally devised. How storm these solid masses of stone? Artillery was of dubious value, since it worked in both directions. The only avenue open was to call in the miner, whose business it is to overcome stone. In accordance with Vauban's suggestion, troops of engineers, called sappers, were created in 1671, and 2 years later the first company of miners was raised. The stalemate was over, open warfare again became necessary and possible, and it was through the invention of the bayonet, which took place between 1680 and 1700, that the finer intimacies of personal murder were restored to this art. If the cannon was the first of the modern space-annihilating devices, by means of which man was enabled to express himself at a distance, the semaphore telegraph, first used in war, was perhaps the second. By the end of the 18th century an effective system had been installed in France, and a similar one was projected for the American railroad service before Morse opportunely invented the electric telegraph. At every stage in its modern development it was war rather than industry and trade that showed in complete outline the main features that characterize the machine. The topographic survey, the use of maps, the plan of campaign long before businessmen devised organization charts and sales charts, the coordination of transport, supply and production, mutilation and destruction, the broad divisions of labor between cavalry, infantry, and artillery, and the division of the process of production between each of these branches, finally, the distinction of function between staff and field activities. All these characteristics put warfare far in advance of competitive business and handicraft with their petty, empirical, and short-sighted methods of preparation and operation. The army is in fact the ideal form toward which a purely mechanical system of industry must tend. The utopian writers of the 19th century like Bellamy and Cabet, who accepted this fact, were more realistic than the businessmen who sneered at their idealism. But one may doubt whether the outcome was an ideal one. 7. Military mass production. By the 17th century, before iron had begun to be used on a great scale in any of the other industrial arts, Colbert had created arms factories in France. Gustavus Adolphus had done likewise in Sweden, and in Russia, as early as Peter the Great, there were as many as 683 workers in a single factory. There were isolated examples of large-scale mills and factories, even before that of the famous Jack of Newbury in England, but the most impressive series was the arms factories. Within these factories, the division of labor was established and the grinding and polishing machinery was worked by water power, so that Mumford well observed that Adam Smith had done better to have taken arms, rather than pin-making, as an example of the modern productive process with all the economies of specialization and concentration. The pressure of military demand not merely hastened factory organization at the beginning, it has remained persistent throughout its entire development. As warfare increased in scope and larger armies were brought into the field, their equipment became a much heavier task. And as their tactics became mechanized, the instruments needed to make their movements precise and well-timed were necessarily reduced to uniformity too. Hence, along with factory organization, there came standardization on a larger scale than was to be found in any other department of technics except perhaps printing. The standardization and mass production of muskets came at the end of the 18th century. In 1785, Louis Blanc in France produced muskets with interchangeable parts, a great innovation in production, and the type of all future mechanical design. Up to this time there had been no uniformity in even the minor elements like screws and threads. In 1800, Eli Oliotny, who had obtained a contract from the United States government to produce arms in similar fashion, turned out a similar standardized weapon in his new factory at Whitneyville. The technique of interchangeable part manufacture, as Usher observes, was thus established in general outline before the invention of the sewing machine or the harvesting machinery. The new technique was a fundamental condition of the great achievements realized by inventors and manufacturers in those fields. Behind that improvement lay the fixed mass demand of the Army. A similar step in the direction of standardized production was made in the British Navy at almost the same time. Under Sir Samuel Bentham and the elder Brunei, the various tackle blocks and planks of the wooden ships were cut to uniform measure. Building became the assemblage of accurately measured elements, rather than old-fashioned cut-and-try handicraft production. But there was still another place in which war forced the pace. Not merely was gun casting the great stimulant of improved technique in the foundry, and not merely was the claim of Henry Court to the gratitude of his fellow countrymen based primarily on the contribution he had made of military security, as Ashton says, but the demand for high-grade iron in large quantities went hand in hand with the increase of artillery bombardment as a preparation for assault, the effectiveness of which was presently demonstrated by the brilliant young artilleryman who was to scourge Europe with his technological genius whilst he liquidated the French Revolution. Indeed, the rigorous mathematical basis and the increasing precision of artillery fire itself made it a model for the new industrial arts. Napoleon III in the middle of the 19th century offered a reward for a cheap process of making steel capable of withstanding the explosive force of the new shells. The Bessemer process was the direct answer to this demand. The second department in which war anticipated the machine and helped definitely to form it was in the social organization of the army. Feudal v/warfare was usually on the basis of a 40-day service, necessarily intermittent and therefore inefficient apart from further delays and stoppages occasioned by rain or cold or the truce of God. The change from feudal service to armies on a capitalist basis, composed of workers paid by the day, the change, that is, from the warrior to the soldier, did not entirely overcome this inefficiency, for if the captains of the paid bands were quick to copy the latest improvements in arms or tactics, the actual interest of the paid soldier was to continue in the business of being a soldier. Hence warfare at times rose to the place it so often holds among savage tribes, an exciting ritual played under carefully established rules, with the danger reduced almost to the proportions of an old-fashioned football game. There was always the possibility that the mercenary band might go on a strike or desert to the other side. Money, rather than habit or interest or delusions of grandeur, patriotism was the chief means of discipline. Despite the new technical weapons, the paid soldier remained inefficient. The conversion of loose gangs of individuals with all their incalculable variations of strength and weakness, bravery and cowardice, zeal and indifference, into the well-exercised, disciplined, unified Soldiery of the 17th century was a great mechanical feat. Drill itself, after the long lapse from Roman practice in the West, was reintroduced in the 16th century and perfected by Prince Maurice of Orange and Nassau, and the psychology of the new industrial order appeared upon the parade ground before it came, full-fledged, into the workshop. The regimentation and mass production of soldiers, to the end of turning out a cheap, standardized, and replaceable product, was the great contribution of the military mind to the machine process. And along with this inner regimentation went an outward one which had a further effect upon the productive system, namely, the development of the military uniform itself. Despite sumptuary laws regulating the costumes of different social and economic groups, there was no real uniformity in the costume of the Middle Ages. No matter how common the pattern, there would always, by the very nature of intermittent handicraft production, be individual variations and deviations. Such uniforms as existed were the special liveries of the great princes or municipalities. Michelangelo designed such a uniform for the papal guards. But with the growth in size of the army, and the daily exercise of drill, it was necessary to create an outward token of the inner unison. While small companies of men knew each other by face, larger ones could be ensured from lighting each other only by a large visible badge. The uniform was such a token and badge, first used on a large scale in the 17th century. Each soldier must have the same clothes, the same hat, the same equipment, as every other member of his company. Drill made them act as one, discipline made them respond as one, the uniform made them look as one. The daily care of the uniform was an important element in the new esprit de corps. With an army of 100,000 soldiers, such as Louis XIV had, the need for uniforms made no small demand upon industry. It was in fact the first large-scale demand for absolutely standardized goods. Individual taste, individual judgment, individual needs, other than the dimensions of the body, played no part in this new department of production. The conditions for complete mechanization were present. The textile industries felt this solid demand, and when the sewing machine was tardily invented by Thimonnet of Lyons in 1829, one is not surprised to find that it was the French War Department that sought first to use it. From the 17th century on, the army became the pattern not only of production but of ideal consumption under the machine system. Mark the effect of the large standing armies of the 17th century, and the even larger conscript armies whose success in France during the Revolution was to be so potent in the future development of warfare. An army is a body of pure consumers. As the army grew in size, it threw a heavier and heavier burden upon productive enterprise, for the army must be fed and housed and equipped, and it does not, like the other trades, supply any service in return except that of protection in times of war. In war, moreover, the army is not merely a pure consumer but a negative producer, that is to say, it produces filth, to use Ruskin's excellent phrase. Instead of wealth, misery, mutilation, physical destruction, terror, starvation, and death characterize the process of war and form a principal part of the product. Now, the weakness of a capitalist system of production, based upon the desire to increase the abstract tokens of power and wealth, is the fact that the consumption and turnover of goods may be retarded by human weaknesses, affectionate memory and honest workmanship. These weaknesses sometimes increase the life of a product long after the time an abstract economy would have it ticketed for replacement. Such breaks on production are automatically excluded from the army, particularly during the periods of active service, for the army is the ideal consumer, in that it tends to reduce toward zero the gap in time between profitable original production and profitable replacement. The most wanton and luxurious household cannot compete with a battlefield in rapid consumption. 1,000 men mowed down by bullets are a demand more or less for 1,000 more uniforms, 1,000 more guns, 1,000 more bayonets, and 1,000 shells fired from cannon cannot be retrieved and used over again. In addition to all the mischances of battle, there is a much speedier destruction of stable equipment and supplies. Mechanized warfare, which contributed so much to every aspect of standardized mass production, is in fact its great justification. Is it any wonder that it always acts as a temporary tonic on the system it has done so much to produce? Quantity production must rely for its success upon quantity consumption, and nothing ensures replacement like organized destruction. In this sense, war is not only, as it has been called, the health of the state, it is the health of the machine, too. Without the non-production of war to balance accounts algebraically, the heightened capacities of machine production can be written off only in limited ways: an increase in foreign markets, an increase in population, an increase in mass purchasing power through the drastic restriction of profits. When the first two dodges have been exhausted, war helps avert the last alternative, so terrible to the kept classes, so threatening to the whole system that supports them. 8. Drill and deterioration. The deterioration of life under the regime of the soldier is a commonplace, but just for that reason it needs to be sharpened by explicit statement. Physical power is a rough substitute for patience and intelligence and cooperative effort in the governance of men. If used as a normal accompaniment of action instead of a last resort, it is a sign of extreme social weakness. When a child is intolerably balked by another person without precisely seeing the cause of the situation and without sufficient force to carry through his own ends, he often solves the matter by a simple wish: he wishes the other person were dead. The soldier, a slave to the child's ignorance and the child's wish, differs from him only by his ability to effect a direct passage to action. Killing is the ultimate simplification of life, a whole stage beyond the pragmatically justifiable restrictions and simplifications of the machine. And while the effort of culture is toward completer differentiation of perceptions and desires and values and ends, holding them from moment to moment in a perpetually changing but stable equilibrium, the animus of war is to enforce uniformity, to extirpate whatever the soldier can neither understand nor utilize. In his pathetic desire for simplicity, the soldier at bottom extends the empire of irrationality, and by his effort to substitute force for emotional and intellectual grasp, for natural loyalties and cohesions, in short, for the organic processes of social life, he creates that alternating rhythm of conquest and rebellion, repressions and reprisals, which has punctuated such large periods of mankind's existence. Even when the warrior's conquests are intelligently and almost beneficently made, as in the later Inca Empire of Peru, the reactions he sets in motion undermine the ends he has in view. For terrorism and fear create a low psychic state. In the act of making himself a master, the soldier helps create a race of slaves. As for the sense of self-esteem the soldier achieves through his willingness to face death, one cannot deny that it has a perverse life-enhancing quality, but it is common to the gunman and the bandit, as well as to the hero, and there is no ground for the soldier's belief that the battlefield is the only breeder of it. The mine, the ship, the blast furnace, the iron skeleton of bridge or skyscraper, the hospital ward, the child bed bring out the same gallant response. Indeed, it is a far more common affair here than it is in the life of a soldier, who may spend his best years in empty drill, having faced no more serious threat of death than that from boredom. An imperviousness to life values other than those clustered around the soldier's underlying death wish, is one of the most sinister effects of the military discipline. Fortunately for mankind, the army has usually been the refuge of third-rate minds. A soldier of distinct intellectual capacity, a Caesar or a Napoleon, stands out as a startling exception. If the soldier's mind went into action as intensely as his body, and if his intellectual discipline were as unremitting as his drill, civilization might easily have been annihilated long ago. Hence the paradox in Technics: war stimulates invention, but the army resists it. The rejection of Whitworth's improved cannon and rifles in the midst of the Victorian period is but a critical instance of a common process. Alfred Krupp complained of similar resistance on the part of the Army and Navy to technical advance. The delay in adopting the tank by the German Army in the World War shows how torpid even great warriors are. So in the end, the soldier has again and again become the chief victim of his own simplification and shortcuts. In achieving machine-like precision and regularity, he has lost the capacity for intelligent response and adaptation. No wonder that in English to soldier means to withhold efficiency in work. The alliance of mechanization and militarization was, in sum, an unfortunate one, for it tended to restrict the actions of social groups to a military pattern, and it encouraged the rough and ready tactics of the militarist in industry. It was unfortunate for society at large that a power organization like the army, rather than the more humane and cooperative craft guild, presided over the birth of the modern forms of the machine. 9. Mars and Venus. If mechanical production was heightened and shaped by the active demands of the battlefield and the parade ground, it was also possibly influenced by the indirect effects of war during the specious intervals of repose. War is the chief instrument by means of which the ruling classes create the state and fix their hold upon the state. These ruling classes, whatever their military animus and origin, alternate their outbursts of prowess with periods devoted to what Veblen in his theory of the leisure class called the ritual of conspicuous waste. From the 6th century onward in Western Europe, military feudalism had shared economic power with the peaceful monasteries, which formed an important pillar in the social system. From the 12th century on, the feudal lords had been curbed and kept in place by the free cities. With the rise of the absolute monarchs of the 16th century, the old estates and corporations whose power had been localized and distributed and therefore balanced by reason of their relative autonomy, were absorbed, in effect, by the state. In the great capitals of Europe, power was concentrated symbolically and in part actually in the absolute ruler. The culture of the great capitals, crystallized and expressed with utmost potency in the Paris of Louis XIV or the St. Petersburg of Peter the Great, became one-sided, militarist, regimented, oppressive. In that milieu, the machine could grow more lustily, for institutional life had been mechanized. So the capital cities became the focus, not merely of spending, but of capitalist production, and the lead they acquired then they have retained right down to the present. There is a psychological ground for the wastefulness and luxury that manifested itself with such overpowering splendor in the 16th century, and that carried the forms of the camp and the court into every hole and corner of the modern community. At bottom, this new opulence was connected with the brutal, disorderly, irreligious mode of life which prevailed throughout society. It was not a little like the raw outbursts of drunkenness and gambling that alternated with the labor of the miner. The military life, plainly, is a hard one. It involves, during its active pursuit, a renunciation of the comforts and securities of a normal domestic existence. The denial of the body, the deprivation of the senses, the suppression of spontaneous impulses, the forced marches, the broken sleep, the exhaustion of the marrow, the neglect of cleanliness, all these conditions of active service leave no place for the normal decencies of existence, and except for short intervals for lust or rape the soldier's sexual life is limited. 2. The more arduous the campaign, and it was just at this period that the mechanization of arms and the serious discipline of drill took away the last remnants of gentlemanly ease and amateur sportsmanship, the greater the rigors and the tighter the checks, the more necessary become the ultimate compensations. When Mars comes home, Venus waits for him in bed. The theme is a favorite one with all the Renaissance painters, from Tintoretto to Rubens. And Venus serves a double purpose. She not merely gives him her body directly, but she matches the superbia of the soldier with her own luxuria, and to the degree that she has been neglected during the war she demands compensatory attention in times of peace. Venus's caresses are not by themselves enough to offset the abstentions and beastly crudeness of the battlefield. After the body has been neglected, it must be glorified. She must have jewels, silks, perfumes, rare wines, anticipating and prolonging by all possible means the erotic ritual itself. And she leaves nothing undone to gain her end. She exposes her breasts, she takes off her undergarments, reveals her limbs, even mons veneris itself to the passerby. From the housemaid to the princess, women consciously or unconsciously adopt the habits of courtesans at the end of a great period of strain and disorder and warfare. So, extravagantly, life renews itself. The women's styles that prevailed in the Western world at the end of the last martial debauch match almost point for point those that became fashionable at the end of the Directory, down to the removal of the corset and the temporary abandonment of the petticoat. Just because the erotic impulses seek extra compensation for their denial, they flow over and pervade every activity. The courtesan consumes the substance of the warrior's conquests. A plethora of physical goods gives special point to the triumphs of the soldier and justifies the pillage he brings home with him. Shakespeare has given us an acute study of the relationship in Antony and Cleopatra, but the economic results of it are more important here than the psychological consequences. Economically, the conquest of Mars by Venus means the heightened demand for luxuries of all sorts, for satins, laces, velvets, brocades, for precious stones and gold ornaments and finely wrought caskets to hold them, for downy couches, perfumed baths, private apartments and private gardens enclosing an arbor of love, in short, for the substance of an acquisitive life. If the soldier does not supply it, the merchant must. If the loot be not taken from the court of Montezuma or a Spanish galleon, it must be earned in the counting house. Religion itself in these courts and palaces had become an empty ceremony. Is it any wonder that luxury became almost a religion? Now observe the contrast. Private luxury was not looked upon with favor during the Middle Ages. Indeed, a private life, in the modern sense, scarcely existed. It was not merely at the sins of pride, avarice, and covetousness, with their possible byproducts of lechery and fornication, were, if not serious offenses, at least hindrances to salvation. It was not merely that the standards of living, judged by purely financial ideals, were modest. But the Middle Ages, with their constant tendency to symbolize, used gold and jewels and artful workmanship as emblems of power. The Virgin could receive such tributes because she was Queen of Heaven. The earthly king and queen, pope and prince, representatives of the heavenly powers, might also have a certain measure of luxury to indicate their station. Finally, the guilds in their mysteries and pageants might spend lavishly upon public shows. But luxury here had a collective function. Even among the privileged classes it did not mean merely sensuous ease. The breakdown of the medieval economy was marked by the emergence of the ideal of private power and private possession. The merchant, the capitalist, the freebooter, the captain of the condottieri, quite as much as the original lords and princes of the land, attempted to take over and monopolize for themselves the functions of civic life. What had been a public function became a private gesture. The morality play of the church became the mask of the court. The mural paintings that belonged to a place and an institution, became the removable easel picture that belonged to a private individual. With the medieval restriction of usury flouted under the Church in the 15th century and abandoned even in theory by the Protestant reformers of the 16th century, the legal mechanism for acquisition on a grand scale went hand in hand with the social and psychological demand for an acquisitive life. War was not, of course, the only motivating condition, but the place where the new luxury was most visible and where it was carried to a pitch of refined extravagance, was in the court. Economically, the center of gravity shifted to the court. Geographically it shifted to the capital cities where the court and the courtesan were both luxuriously housed. The great art of the Baroque period is in the country houses and the town palaces. When churches and monasteries were built, they were done in the same style. Abstractly, one could hardly tell the difference between the nave of one and the ballroom of the other. One acquired riches in order to consume goods according to the standards of the court. To live like a prince became a byword. Over it all presided the courtesan. One acquired power and riches in order to please her. One built her a palace, one gave her many servants, one brought in a Titian to paint her. And her own sense of power in turn throve on all the comforts and beauties of her life, and she counted her body flattered in proportion to her skill in extracting these luxuries. The summit of the Baroque dream was reached when Louis XIV sentimentally built the monstrous palace of Versailles on the site of the old hunting lodge in which he had first wooed Madame de la Vallière. But the dream itself was a universal one. One encounters it in every memento of the period, in the mind as well as in flesh and stone and canvas. Perhaps its most splendid embodiment was in Rabelais' early conception of the Abbey of Theleme. What went on at court became the criterion of a good life, and the luxurious standards of consumption erected there spread themselves gradually throughout every walk of society. Not merely did life as a whole become the mean handiwork of coachman, cook, and groom, but the court began likewise to take a leading part in industrial production. 2. The new luxury of China for the table became a monopoly of the royal porcelain factories in Prussia, Saxony, Denmark, Austria, and for woven goods the big Gobelins factory became one of the main production centers in France. In the effort to put on a front, the use of adulterations and substitutes became common. Marble was imitated in plaster, gold in gilt, handwork in molded ornament, glass was used instead of precious stones. The reproduction for mass consumption of substitutes, as in the jewelry of Birmingham, took the place of the slow original creation of genuine handicraft. The systematic cheapening through mass production and inferior materials for the sake of achieving an effect beyond one's means, occurred in ornament long before it was applied to objects of use. With the spread of courtly ideals through society, the same change took place in the 18th century as happened with the introduction of the democratic ideal of military conscription. The standardized manufacture of cheap jewelry and domestic ornaments and textiles went along directly with the standardization of military equipment. And one notes ironically that it was out of the capital Matthew Boulton had amassed in his Brummagem works at Soho that he was able to support James Watt during the period when he was perfecting the steam engine. The concentration upon insignificant luxuries as the mark of economic well-being was in many ways an unfortunate prelude to machine production, but it was not altogether sterile. As a result of this consumptive ritual, some of the great achievements in mechanization were first conceived in terms of play: elaborate clocks whose mannequins went through a procession of stiff and elegant movements, dolls that moved by themselves, carriages like that Camus built for young Louis XIV which went by clockwork, birds that twittered their tails in time to the tinkling of a music box. Vain in origin, these toys, these playful impulses, were not altogether fruitless. Certainly the part played by toys and non-utilitarian instruments in fostering important inventions cannot be lightly ignored. The first use of the steam engine, as suggested by Hero, was to create magical effects in the temple to awe the populace, and steam appears as an agent of work in the 10th century, when used by Sylvester II to operate an organ. The helicopter was invented as a toy in 1796. Not merely did moving images first appear as a toy in the phenakistoscope, but the magic lantern, which was utilized in the eventual production of these images, was a 17th century toy attributed to Athanasius Kircher. The gyroscope existed as a toy before it was used seriously as a stabilization device, and the success of toy airplanes in the 70s helped renew interest in the possibilities of flight. The origin of the telephone and the phonograph is to be found in playful automata, while the most powerful engines of the 17th century, the water wheels at Marly, were constructed to pump water into the great fountains at Versailles. Even the desire for speed in travel first appeared in a playful form before it was embodied in the railroad and the motor car. The promenade area and our present scenic railway appeared before either of the utilitarian devices. The mechanical truth, in short, was sometimes first spoken in jest, just as ether was first used in parlor games in America before it was used in surgery. Indeed, the child's naive interest in moving wheels remains in only faint disguises as a large part of the adult interest in machines. Engines are buckets and shovels dressed up for adults. The spirit of play enfranchised the mechanical imagination. Once the organization of the machine had started, however, the idle amusements of the aristocracy did not for long remain idle. 10. Consumptive pull and productive drive. The development of the machine required both a trap and a bait, a drive and a pull, a means and a destination. Without doubt, the motive power came from technics and science. They were self-sustaining interests, and with the smiths, the wheelwrights, the founders, the clockmakers, and the growing body of experimenters and inventors, the machine established itself as the center of the productive process. But why should production itself have assumed such enormous proportions? There is nothing within the machine milieu itself that can explain this fact, for in other cultures production, though it might create vast surpluses for public works and public art, remained a bare necessity of existence, often grudgingly met, not a center of continuous and overwhelming interest. In the past, even in Western Europe, men had worked to obtain the standard of living traditional to their place and class. The notion of acquiring money in order to move out of one's class was in fact foreign to the earlier feudal and corporate ideology. When their living became easy, people did not go in for abstract acquisition, they worked less. And when nature abetted them, they often remained in the idyllic state of the Polynesians or the Homeric Greeks, giving to art, ritual, and sex the best of their energies. The pull, as Sombart amply demonstrated in his little study of Luxus und Kapitalismus, came mainly from the court and the courtesan. They directed the energies of society toward an ever-moving horizon of consumption. With the weakening of caste lines and the development of bourgeois individualism, the ritual of conspicuous expenditure spread rapidly throughout the rest of society. It justified the abstractions of the money makers and put to wider uses the technical progress of the inventors. The ideal of a powerful, expensive life supplanted the ideal of a holy or a humane one. Heaven, which had been deferred to the hereafter in the scheme of the Christian cosmos, was now to be enjoyed immediately, its streets paved with precious stones, its glittering walls, its marbled halls, were almost at hand provided one had acquired money enough to buy them. Few doubted that the palace was heaven, few doubted its sacredness. Even the poor, the overworked, the exploited were hypnotized by this new ritual, and they permitted it to go on at their expense with scarcely a murmur of protest until the French Revolution provided an interlude, after which the consumptive process was pursued again with redoubled voracity and justified by hypocritical promises of plenty to the masses who paid the fiddler without calling the tune. The abstention from earthly joys for the sake of the hereafter, a hereafter such as was envisioned by St. John of Patmos, had proved in fact to be one of those deceptive beatitudes, like the monastic regimen, which had worked out in earthly life as the opposite of the original aim. It was not a prelude to heaven but a preparation for capitalist enterprise. The necessity for abstention from immediate pleasures, the postponement of present goods for future rewards, indeed the very words used by 19th-century writers to justify the accumulation of capital and the taking of interest, could have been put in the mouth of any medieval preacher, endeavoring to move men to put aside the immediate temptations of the flesh in order to earn far greater rewards for their virtue in heaven. With the acceleration of the machine, the gap in time between abstention and reward could be lessened, at least for the middle classes. The golden gates opened. Puritanism and the Counter-Reformation did not seriously challenge these courtly ideals. The military spirit of the Puritans, under Cromwell, for example, fitted in well with their sober, thrifty, industrious life, concentrated upon money-making, as if by the avoidance of idleness the machinations of the devil could be eluded without avoiding devilish acts. Carlyle, the belated advocate of this militaristic Puritanism, knew no other key to salvation than the gospel of work. He held that even mammonism at its lowest was in connection with the nature of things and so on the way to God. But acquisitive ideals in production necessarily go hand in hand with acquisitive modes of consumption. The Puritan, who perhaps put his fortune back into trade and industrial enterprise, in the long run only made the ideals of the court spread more widely. Eventually in society, if not in the life of the individual capitalist, the day of wreck. Waning comes, Saturnalia follows the Puritan's sober efforts. In a society that knows no other ideals, spending becomes the chief source of delight. Finally, it amounts to a social duty. Goods became respectable and desirable apart from the life needs they served. They could be accumulated, they could be piled in palaces and storerooms, they could, when they resulted in surfeits and duplications, be translated temporarily into the more ethereal forms of money or bills of exchange or credit. To escape the lean restrictions of poverty became a sacred duty. Idleness was in itself a sin. A life outside the purlieus of production, without special industrial effort, without money-getting, had ceased to be respectable. The aristocracy itself, moved by its own heightened demands for luxuries and services, compromised with the merchant and manufacturing classes, married into them, adopted their vocations and interests, and welcomed new arrivals to the blessed state of riches. Philosophers speculated, now with faltering attention and a distracted eye, upon the nature of the good and the true and the beautiful. Was there any doubt about it? Their nature was essentially whatever could be embodied in material goods and profitably sold, whatever made life easier, more comfortable, more secure, physically more pleasant, in a word, better upholstered. Finally, the theory of the New Age, first formulated in terms of pecuniary success, was expressed in social terms by the utilitarians of the early 19th century. Happiness was the true end of man, and it consisted in achieving the greatest good for the greatest number. The essence of happiness was to avoid pain and seek pleasure, the quantity of happiness, and ultimately the perfection of human institutions, could be reckoned roughly by the amount of goods a society was capable of producing, expanding wants, expanding markets, expanding enterprises, and expanding body of consumers. The machine made this possible and guaranteed its success. To cry enough or to call a limit was treason. Happiness and expanding production were one. That life may be most intense and significant in its moments of pain and anguish, that it may be most savorless in its moments of repletion, that once the essential means of living are provided, its intensities and ecstasies and states of equilibrium cannot be measured mathematically in any relation whatever to the quantity of goods consumed or the quantity of power exercised. In short, the commonplaces of experience to the lover, the adventurer, the parent, the artist, the philosopher, the scientist, the active worker of any sort, these commonplaces were excluded from the popular working creed of utilitarianism. If a Bentham or a Mill tried by casuistry to meet them, a Gradgrind and a Bounderby merely ignored them. Mechanical production had become a categorical imperative, more strict than any Kant discovered in his bosom. Here, plainly, even the courtesan, even the soldier, knew better than the merchant and the utilitarian philosopher. At a pinch one would risk his body or the comforts of the body for honor or for love. In furthering the quantification of life, moreover, they had at least seized concrete loot, fabrics and foods and wines and paintings and gardens. But by the time the 19th century came, these realities had turned for the most part into paper will-o'-the-wisps, marsh lights to beguile mankind from tangible goods and immediate fruitions. What Mumford has called the fragmentary man had come into existence, the coarse Victorian Philistine whom Ruskin ironically contrasted with the clean-cut aesthete of a Greek coin. He boasted, this fragmentary man, on the best utilitarian principles, that he was not in business for his health. The fact was obvious. But for what other reason should men be in business? The belief in the good life as the goods life came to fruition before the paleotechnic complex had taken shape. This conception gave the machine its social goal and its justification, even as it gave form to so many of its end products. When the machine produced other machines or other mechanical utilities, its influence was often fresh and creative, but when the desires it gratified remained those that had been taken over uncritically from the upper classes during the period of dynastic absolutism, power politics, and Baroque emptiness, its effect was to further the disintegration of human values. In short, the machine came into our civilization, not to save man from the servitude to ignoble forms of work, but to make more widely possible the servitude to ignoble standards of consumption that had grown up among the military aristocracies. From the 17th century on, the machine was conditioned by the disordered social life of Western Europe. The machine gave an appearance of order to that chaos, it promised fulfillment for that emptiness, but all its promises were insidiously undermined by the very forces that gave it shape: the gambling of the miner, the power lust of the soldier, abstract pecuniary ends of the financier, and the luxurious extensions of sexual power and surrogates for sex contrived by the court and the courtesan. All these forces, all these purposes and goals, are still visible in our machine culture. By imitation they have spread from class to class and from town to country. Good and bad, clear and contradictory, amenable and refractory, here is the ore from which we must extract the metal of human value. Beside the few ingots of precious metal we have refined, the mountains of slag are enormous. But it is not all slag, far from it. One can even now look forward to the day when the poison gases and caked refuse, the once useless byproducts of the machine, may be converted by intelligence and social cooperation to more vital uses. Chapter 3. The Technic Phase. 1. Technical Syncretism. Civilizations are not self-contained organisms. Modern man could not have found his own particular modes of thought or invented his present technical equipment without drawing freely on the cultures that had preceded him or that continued to develop about him. Each great differentiation in culture seems to be the outcome, in fact, of a process of syncretism. Flinders Petrie, in his discussion of Egyptian civilization, has shown that the admixture which was necessary for its development and fulfillment even had a racial basis, and in the development of Christianity it is plain that the most diverse foreign elements, a Dionysian earth myth, Greek philosophy, Jewish messianism, Mitraism, Zoroastrianism, all played a part in giving the specific content and even the form to the ultimate collection of myths and offices that became Christianity. Before this syncretism can take place, the cultures from which the elements are drawn must either be in a state of dissolution, or sufficiently remote in time or space so that single elements can be extracted from the tangled mass of real institutions. Unless this condition existed, the elements themselves would not be free, as it were, to move over toward the new pole. Warfare acts as such an agent of dissociation, and in point of time the mechanical renaissance of Western Europe was associated with the shock and stir of the Crusades. For what the new civilization picks up is not the complete forms and institutions of a solid culture, but just those fragments that can be transported and transplanted. It uses inventions, patterns, ideas, in the way that the Gothic builders in England used the cyanal stones or tiles of the Roman villa in combination with the native flint and in the entirely different forms of a later architecture. If the villa had still been standing and occupied, it could not have been conveniently quarried. It is the death of the original form, or rather, the remaining life in the ruins, that permits the free working over and integration of the elements of other cultures. One further fact about syncretism must be noted. In the first stages of integration, before a culture has set its own definite mark upon the materials, before invention has crystallized into satisfactory habits and routine, it is free to draw upon the widest sources. The beginning and the end, the first absorption and the final spread and conquest, after the cultural integration has taken place, are over a worldwide realm. These generalizations apply to the origin of the present-day machine civilization, a creative syncretism of inventions, gathered from the technical debris of other civilizations, made possible the new mechanical body. The water wheel, in the form of the Noria, had been used by the Egyptians to raise water, and perhaps by the Sumerians for other purposes. Certainly in the early part of the Christian era watermills had become fairly common in Rome. The windmill perhaps came from Persia in the 8th century. Paper, the magnetic needle, gunpowder, came from China, the first two by way of the Arabs. Algebra came from India through the Arabs, and chemistry and physiology came via the Arabs, too, while geometry and mechanics had their origins in pre-Christian Greece. The steam engine owed its conception to the great inventor and scientist, Hero of Alexandria. It was the translations of his works in the 16th century that turned attention to the possibilities of this instrument of power. In short, most of the important inventions and discoveries that served as the nucleus for further mechanical development, did not arise, as Spengler would have it, out of some mystical inner drive of the Faustian soul. They were wind-blown seeds from other cultures. After the 10th century in Western Europe the ground was, as I have shown, well plowed and harrowed and dragged, ready to receive these seeds, and while the plants themselves were growing, the cultivators of art and science were busy keeping the soil friable. Taking root in medieval culture, in a different climate and soil, these seeds of the machine sported and took on new forms, perhaps, precisely because they had not originated in Western Europe and had no natural enemies there. They grew as rapidly and gigantically as the Canada thistle when it made its way onto the South American pampas. But at no point, and this is the important thing to remember, did the machine represent a complete break. So far from being unprepared for in human history, the modern machine age cannot be understood except in terms of a very long and diverse preparation. The notion that a handful of British inventors suddenly made the wheels hum in the 18th century is too crude even to dish up as a fairy tale to children. 2. The technological complex. Looking back over the last 1,000 years, one can divide the development of the machine and the machine civilization into three successive but overlapping and interpenetrating phases: Eotechnic, Paleotechnic, Neotechnic. The demonstration that industrial civilization was not a single whole, but showed two marked, contrasting phases, was first made by Professor Patrick Geddes and published a generation ago. In defining the Paleotechnic and Neotechnic phases, he however neglected the important period of preparation, when all the key inventions were either invented or foreshadowed. So, following the archaeological parallel he called attention to, I shall call the first period the Eotechnic phase, the dawn age of modern technics. While each of these phases roughly represents a period of human history, it is characterized even more significantly by the fact that it forms a technological complex. Each phase, that is, has its origin in certain definite regions and tends to employ certain special resources and raw materials. Each phase has its specific means of utilizing and generating energy, and its special forms of production. Finally, each phase brings into existence particular types of workers, trains them in particular ways, develops certain aptitudes and discourages others, and draws upon and further develops certain aspects of the social heritage. Almost any part of a technical complex will point to and symbolize a whole series of relationships within that complex. Take the various types of writing pen. The goose quill pen, sharpened by the user, is a typical Eotechnic product. It indicates the handicraft basis of industry and the close connection with agriculture. Economically it is cheap, technically it is crude, but easily adapted to the style of the user. The steel pen stands equally for the Paleotechnic phase, cheap and uniform, if not durable. It is a typical product of the mine, the steel mill and of mass production. Technically, it is an improvement upon the quill pen, but to approximate the same adaptability it must be made in half a dozen different standard points and shapes. And finally the fountain pen, though invented as early as the 17th century, is a typical Neotechnic product. With its barrel of rubber or synthetic resin, with its gold pen, with its automatic action, it points to the finer Neotechnic economy, and in its use of the durable iridium tip the fountain pen characteristically lengthens the service of the point and reduces the need for replacement. These respective characteristics are reflected at 100 points in the typical environment of each phase, for though the various parts of a complex may be invented at various times, the complex itself will not be in working order until its major parts are all assembled. Even today the Neotechnic complex still awaits a number of inventions necessary to its perfection, in particular an accumulator with 6 times the voltage and at least the present amperage of the existing types of cell. Speaking in terms of power and characteristic materials, the Eotechnic phase is a water and wood complex, the Paleotechnic phase is a coal and iron complex, and the Neotechnic phase is an electricity and alloy complex. It was Marx's great contribution as a sociological economist to see and partly to demonstrate that each period of invention and production had its O-VN specific value for civilization, or, as he would have put it, its own historic mission. The machine cannot be divorced from its larger social pattern, for it is this pattern that gives it meaning and purpose. Every period of civilization carries within it the insignificant refuse of past technologies and the important germs of new ones, but the center of growth lies within its own complex. The dawn age of our modern techniques stretches roughly from the year 1000 to 1750. During this period the dispersed technical advances and suggestions of other civilizations were brought together, and the process of invention and experimental adaptation went on at a slowly accelerating pace. Most of the key inventions necessary to universalize the machine were promoted during this period. There is scarcely an element in the second phase that did not exist as a germ, often as an embryo, frequently as an independent being, in the first phase. This complex reached its climax, technologically speaking, in the 17th century, with the foundation of experimental science, laid on a basis of mathematics, fine manipulation, accurate timing, and exact measurement. The Technic phase did not of course come suddenly to an end in the middle of the 18th century, just as it reached its climax first of all in Italy in the 16th century, in the work of Leonardo and his talented contemporaries, so it came to a delayed fruition in the America of 1850. Two of its finest products, the clipper ship and the Thonet process of making bentwood furniture, date from the 1830s. There were parts of the world, like Holland and Denmark, which in many districts slipped directly from an Technic into the Neotechnic economy, without feeling more than the cold shadow of the Paleotechnic cloud. With respect to human culture as a whole, the Technic period, though politically a checkered one, and in its later moments characterized by a deepening degradation of the industrial worker, was one of the most brilliant periods in history. For alongside its great mechanical achievements it built cities, cultivated landscapes, constructed buildings, and painted pictures, which fulfilled, in the realm of human thought and enjoyment, the advances that were being decisively made in the practical life. And if this period failed to establish a just and equitable polity in society at large, there were at least moments in the life of the monastery and the commune that were close to its dream. The afterglow of this life was recorded in More's Utopia and Andrea's Christianopolis. Noting the underlying unity of Technic civilization, through all its superficial changes in costume and creed, one must look upon its successive portions as expressions of a single culture. This point is now being reinforced by scholars who have come to disbelieve in the notion of the gigantic break supposed to have been made during the Renaissance, a contemporary illusion, unduly emphasized by later historians. But one must add a qualification, namely, that with the increasing technical advances of this society there was, for reasons partly independent of the machine itself, a corresponding cultural dissolution and decay. In short, the Renaissance was not, socially speaking, the dawn of a new day, but its twilight. The mechanical arts advanced as the humane arts weakened and receded, and it was at the moment when form and civilization had most completely broken up that the tempo of invention became more rapid, and the multiplication of machines and the increase of power took place. 3. New sources of power. At the bottom of the Technic economy stands one important fact: the diminished use of human beings as prime movers, and the separation of the production of energy from its application and immediate control. While the tool still dominated production, energy and human skill were united within the craftsman himself. With the separation of these two elements, the productive process itself tended toward a greater impersonality, and the machine tool and the machine developed along with the new engines of power. If power machinery be a criterion, the modern industrial revolution began in the 12th century and was in full swing by the 15th. The Technic period was marked first of all by a steady increase in actual horsepower. This came directly from two pieces of apparatus: first, the introduction of the iron horseshoe, probably in the 9th century, a device that increased the range of the horse, by adapting him to other regions besides the grasslands, and added to his effective pulling power by giving his hoofs a grip. Second, by the 10th century the modern form of harness, in which the pull is met at the shoulder instead of at the neck, was reinvented in Western Europe. It had existed in China as early as 200 BC, and by the 12th century, it had supplanted the inefficient harness the Romans had known. The gain was a considerable one, for the horse was now not merely a useful aid in agriculture or a means of transport, he became likewise an improved agent of mechanical production. Mills utilizing horsepower directly for grinding corn or for pumping water came into existence all over Europe, sometimes supplementing other forms of non-human power, sometimes serving as the principal source. The increase in the number of horses was made possible, again, by improvements in agriculture and by the opening up of the hitherto sparsely cultivated or primeval forest areas in northern Europe. This created a condition somewhat similar to that which was repeated in America during the pioneering period. The new colonists, with plenty of land at their disposal, were lacking above all in labor power, and were compelled to resort to ingenious labor-saving devices that the better settled regions in the South with their surplus of labor and their easier conditions of living were never forced to invent. This fact perhaps was partly responsible for the high degree of technical initiative that marks the period. But while horsepower ensured the utilization of mechanical methods in regions not otherwise favored by nature, the greatest technical progress came about in regions that had abundant supplies of wind and water. It was along the fast-flowing streams, the Rhone and the Danube and the small rapid rivers of Italy, and in the North Sea and Baltic areas, with their strong winds, that this new civilization had its firmest foundations and some of its most splendid cultural expressions. Water wheels for raising water in a chain of pots and for working automatic figures were described by Philo of Byzantium in the 3rd century BC, and water mills were definitely recorded in Rome in the 1st century BC. Antipater of Thessalonica, a contemporary of Cicero, sang his praise of the new mills in the following poem: "Cease from grinding, ye women who toil at the mill, sleep late even if the crowing cocks announce the dawn." 4. Demeter has ordered the nymphs to perform the work of your hands, and Tly, leaping down on Tly top of the wheel, turn its axle which, with its revolving spokes, turns the heavy concave Nisaean millstones. We taste again the joys of the primitive life, learning to feast on the products of Demeter without labor. Tly allusion is significant. It shows, as Marx pointed out, how much more humanely classic civilizations regarded labor-saving devices than did the enterprisers of the 19th century, and it proves, furthermore, that though the more primitive horizontal wheel was probably earlier, and because of its simple construction was used widely, the more complicated vertical type had come into use, and apparently likewise with the more efficient overshot wheel. Vitruvius, in his treatise on architecture, describes the design of gearing to regulate the speed. Unlike the elaborate sanitary facilities of Rome, the watermill never fell into complete disuse. There are allusions to such mills, as Usher points out, in a collection of Irish law and in the 5th century, and they crop out at intervals in other laws and chronicles. Though first used to grind corn, the watermill was used to saw wood as early as the 4th century, and while, with the breakdown of the empire and the decrease of the population, the number of mills may have decreased for a time, they came back again in the land redemption and the land colonization that took place under the monastic orders around the 10th century. By the time the Domesday Book survey was made, there were 5,000 water mills in England alone, about 1 to every 400 people, and England was then a backward country on the fringe of European civilization. By the 14th century, the watermill had become common for manufacturing in all the great industrial centers, Bologna, Augsburg, Ulm. Their use possibly worked down the rivers toward the estuaries, for in the 16th century the Low Countries used water mills to take advantage of the power of the tides. Grinding grain and pumping water were not the only operations for which the water mill was used. It furnished power for pulping rags for paper. Ravensburg, 1290. It ran the hammering and cutting machines of an iron works, near Dobrelug, Lausitz, 1320. It sawed wood. Augsburg, 1322. It beat hides in the tannery. It furnished power for spinning silk. It was used in fulling mills to work up the felts, and it turned the grinding machines of the armorers. The wire-pulling machine invented by Rudolf of Nuremberg in 1400 was worked by water power. In the mining and metal working operations, Dr. George Bauer described the great convenience of water power for pumping purposes in the mine, and suggested that if it could be utilized conveniently, it should be used instead of horses or manpower to turn the underground machinery. As early as the 15th century, water mills were used for crushing ore. The importance of water power in relation to the iron industries cannot be overestimated, for by utilizing this power it was possible to make more powerful bellows, attain higher heats, use larger furnaces, and therefore increase the production of iron. The extent of all these operations, compared with those undertaken today in Essen or Gary, was naturally small, but so was the society. The diffusion of power was an aid to the diffusion of population, as long as industrial power was represented directly by the utilization of energy, rather than by financial investment, the balance between the various regions of Europe and between town and country within a region was pretty evenly maintained. It was only with the swift concentration of financial and political power in the 16th and 17th centuries, that the excessive growth of Antwerp, London, Amsterdam, Paris, Rome, Lyons, Naples, took place. Only second to water power in importance was wind power. Whatever the route it entered, the windmill spread rapidly in Europe, and it was widely diffused by the end of the 12th century. The first definite knowledge of the windmill comes from a charter in 1105 authorizing the abbot of Savona to establish windmills in the diocese of Évreux, Bayeux, and Coutances, in England. The first date is 1143, and in Venice 1332. In 1341 the Bishop of Utrecht sought to establish authority over the winds that blew in his province. That in itself is almost enough to establish the industrial value of the windmill in the Low Countries by this time. Apart from the wind turbine, described as early as 1438, there were three types. In the most primitive type the entire structure faced the prevailing wind, in another, the entire structure turned to face it. Sometimes being mounted on a boat to facilitate this, and in the most developed type the turret alone turned. The mill reached its greatest size and its most efficient form in the hands of the Dutch engineers toward the end of the 16th century, although the Italian engineers, including Leonardo himself, who is usually given credit for the turret windmill, contributed their share to the machine. In this development the Low Countries were almost as much the center of power production as England was during the later coal and iron regime. The Dutch provinces in particular, a mere film of sand, drenched with wind and water, plowed from one end to the other by the Rhine, the Amstel, the Maas, developed the windmill to the fullest possible degree. It ground the grain produced on the rich meadows, it sawed the wood brought down from the Baltic coast to make the great merchant marine, and it ground the spices some 500,000 pounds per annum by the 17th century that were brought from the Orient. A similar civilization spread up and down the peaty marshlands and barrier beaches from Flanders to the Elbe, for the Saxon and East Frisian shores of the Baltic had been repeopled by Dutch colonists in the 12th century. Above all, the windmill was the chief agent in land reclamation. The threat of inundation by the sea led these North Sea fishermen and farmers to attempt not only to control the water itself, but by keeping it back, to add to the land. The game was worth the effort, for this heavy soil provided rich pasture, after it was drained and sweetened. First carried on by the monastic orders, this reclamation had become, by the 16th century, one of the major industries of the Dutch. Once the dikes were built, however, the problem was how keep the area under the level of the sea clear of water. The windmill, which operates most steadily and strongly precisely when the storms are most fierce, was the means of raising the water of the rising streams and canals. It maintained the balance between the water and the land that made life possible in this precarious situation. Under the stimulus of self-imposed necessity, the Dutch became the leading engineers of Europe. Their only rivals were in Italy. When the English, in the early 17th century, wished to drain their fens, they invited Cornelius Vermeyden, a celebrated Dutch engineer, to undertake the job. The gain in energy through using wind and water power was not merely direct. By making possible the cultivation of the rich soil of the polder, these mechanical instruments reversed that steady degradation of the soil which had resulted from the cutting down of the forest cover and from the improvident system of agriculture that had succeeded the best Roman practice. Land building and irrigation are the signs of a planned, regenerative agriculture. The windmill added absolutely to the amount of energy available by helping to throw open these rich lands, as well as by protecting them and helping to work up their ultimate products. This development of wind and water power did not reach its height in most parts of Europe until the 17th century, in England, not till the 18th century. How great was the increase of non-organic energy during this period? What was the sum total of non-human energy applied to production? It is difficult, perhaps impossible, to make even a rough guess as to the total amount of energy available, All one can say is that it kept increasing steadily from the 11th century on. Marx observed that in Holland as late as 1836 there were 12,000 windmills in existence, giving as much as 6,000 horsepower, but the estimate is too low, for one authority rates the average efficiency of the Dutch windmills as high as 10 horsepower each, while Vowles notes that the ordinary old-fashioned type of Dutch windmill with 4 sails each 24 feet long and 6 feet wide generates about 4.5 brake horsepower in a 20-mile wind. Of course, this estimate does not include the water power that was being used. Potentially, the amount of energy available for production was high as compared with any previous civilization. In the 17th century, the most powerful prime mover in existence was the waterworks for Versailles. It developed 100 horsepower and could raise 1,000,000 gallons a day, 502 feet. But as early as 1582, Peter Morris's tide mill pumps, erected in London, raised 4,000,000 gallons of water a day through a 12-inch pipe into a tank 128 feet high. While the supply of both wind and water was subject to the vagaries of local weather and the annual rainfall, there was probably, compared to the present day, less stoppage through variations in the human labor requirement, owing to strikes, lockouts, and overproduction. In addition to this, since neither wind nor water power could be effectually monopolized despite many efforts from the 13th century on to prohibit small mills and querns, and to establish the custom of grinding at the Lord's mill, the source of energy itself was free. Once built, the mill added nothing to the cost of production. Unlike the later primitive steam engine, both a large and a costly device, very small and primitive water mills could be built, and were built, and since most of the movable parts were of wood and stone, the original cost was low and the deterioration through seasonal disuse was not as great as would have been the case had iron been used. The mill was good for a long life, the upkeep was nominal, the supply of power was inexhaustible. And so far from robbing the land and leaving behind debris and depopulated villages, as mining did, the mills helped enrich the land and facilitated a conservative, stable agriculture. Thanks to the menial services of wind and water, a large intelligentsia could come into existence, and great works of art and scholarship and science and engineering could be created without recourse to slavery, a release of energy, a victory for the human spirit. Measuring the gains not in horsepower originally used but in work finally accomplished, the Technic period compares favorably both with the epochs that preceded it and with the phases of mechanical civilization that followed it. When the textile industries attained an unheard of volume of production in the 18th century, it was by means of water power, not the steam engine, that this was first achieved, and the first prime mover to exceed the poor 5 or 10% efficiency of the early steam engines was Fornaren's water turbine, a further development of the Baroque spoon wheel, perfected in 1832. By the middle of the 19th century, water turbines of 500 HP had been built. Plainly, the modern industrial revolution would have come into existence and gone on steadily had not a ton of coal been dug in England, and had not a new iron mine been opened. 4. Trunk, plank, and spar. The mystic identification with the life of the old forests, which one feels in fly ballads and folk tales of the period, expressed a fact about the civilization which was emerging. Wood was the universal material of the Technic economy. First of all, wood was the foundation of its building. All the elaborate masonry forms were dependent upon the work of the carpenter. It was not merely that the piers themselves, in the later Gothic construction, resembled tree trunks laced together, or that the filtered light within the church had the dimness of the forest, while the effect of the bright glass was like that of the blue sky or a sunset seen through the tracery of branches. The fact is that none of this construction was possible without an elaborate false work of wood, nor without wooden cranes and windlasses could the stones have been conveniently raised the necessary heights. Moreover, wood alternated with stone as a building material, and when in the 16th century the windows of the dwelling began to imitate in breadth and openness those of the public buildings, wooden beams carried the load across a space impossible for ordinary stone or brick construction to span. In Hamburg, the burgher houses of the 16th century have windows across the whole front. As for the common tools and utensils of the time, they were more often of wood than of any other material. The carpenter's tools were of wood, but for the last cutting edge, the rake, the ox yoke, the cart, the wagon, were of wood, so was the washtub in the bath-house, so was the bucket and so was the broom, so in certain parts of Europe was the poor man's shoe. Wood served the farmer and the textile worker, the loom and the spinning wheel, the oil presses and the wine presses were of wood, and even 100 years after the printing press was invented, it was still made of wood. The very pipes that carried water in the cities were often tree trunks, so were the cylinders of pumps. One rocked a wooden cradle, one slept on a wooden bed, and when one dined one boarded. One brewed beer in a wooden vat and put the liquor in a wooden barrel. Stoppers of cork, introduced after the invention of the glass bottle, begin to be mentioned in the 15th century. The ships of course were made of wood and pegged together with wood, but to say that is only to say that the principal machines of industry were likewise made of wood. The lathe, the most important Maclean tool of the period, was made entirely of wood, not merely the base but the movable parts. Every part of the windmill and the watermill except for the grinding and cutting elements was made of wood, even the gearing, the pumps were chiefly of wood, and even the steam engine, down to the 19th century, had a large number of wooden parts. The boiler itself might be of barrel construction, the metal being confined to the part exposed to the fire. In all the operations of industry, wood played a part out of all proportion to that played by metals. Had it not, indeed, been for the demand for metal coins, armor, cannons, and cannonballs during this period, the need for metals would have been relatively insignificant. It was not merely the direct use of wood, but its part in mining and smelting and forging, that was responsible, as I pointed out before, for the destruction of the forests. The operations of mining demanded wooden beams to serve as shoring, wooden carts transported the ore, and wooden planks carried the load over the uneven surface of the mine. Most of the key machines and inventions of the later industrial age were first developed in wood before they were translated into metal. Wood provided the finger exercises of the new industrialism. The debt of iron to wood was a heavy one. As late as 1820 Etheltown, a New Haven architect, patented a new type of lattice truss bridge, free from arch action and horizontal thrust, which became the prototype of many later iron bridges. As raw material, as tool, as machine tool, as machine, as utensil and utility, as fuel, and as final product, wood was the dominant industrial resource of the Technic phase. Wind, water, and wood combined to form the basis for still another important technical development, the manufacture and operation of boats and ships. If the 12th century witnessed the introduction of the mariner's compass, the 13th brought the installation of the permanent rudder, used instead of the oar for steering, and Louis XVI introduced the use of the clock to determine longitude and the use of the quadrant to determine latitude, while the paddle wheel, which was not to become important until the 19th century, was invented possibly as early as the 6th century, and was designed definitely in 1410, if not put into use until later. Out of the needs of navigation came that enormous labor-saving device, the logarithmic table, worked out by Briggs on Napier's foundation, and a little more than a century later the ship's chronometer was finally perfected by Harrison. At the beginning of this period sails, which had hitherto been used chiefly with oars, began to supplant them, and wind took the place of human muscle for working ships. In the 15th century the two-mast ship had come into existence, but it was dependent upon a fair wind. By 1500 the three-mast ship had appeared, and it was so far improved that it could beat against the wind. Long ocean voyages were at last possible, without a Viking's daring and a Job's patience. As shipping increased and the art of navigation improved, harbors were developed, lighthouses were placed on treacherous parts of the coast, and at the beginning of the 18th century the first lightships were put to anchor on the Nowhere sands off the English coast. With growing confidence in his ability to steer, to make headway, to find his position, and to reach port, the sailor replaced the slow land routes with his water routes. The economic gain due to water transport has been calculated for us by Adam Smith. A broad-wheeled wagon, he observes, in the Wealth of Nations, attended by 2 men and drawn by 8 horses, in about 6 weeks' time carries and brings back between London and Edinburgh a near 4-ton weight of goods. In about the same time a ship navigated by 6 or 8 men, and sailing between the ports of London and Leith, frequently carries and brings back 200-ton weight of goods. 6 or 8 men, therefore, by the help of water carriage, can carry and bring back in the same time the same quantity of goods between London and Edinburgh, as 50 broad-wheeled wagons, attended by 100 men, and drawn by 400 horses. But ships served not only for facilitating international transport and trade over the ocean and along the continental rivers, boats also served for regional and local transportation. The 2 dominant cities, one at the beginning and the other at the end of the Technic period, were Venice and Amsterdam, both of them built upon piles, both of them served by a network of canals. The canal itself was an ancient utility, but the widespread use of it in Western Europe definitely characterized this new economy. From the 16th century on, canals supplemented the natural waterways, useful for the purposes of irrigation and drainage, and in both departments a boon to agriculture. Canals also became the new highways in the more progressive regions of Europe. It was on the canals of Holland that the first regular and reliable transportation service came into existence, almost 2 centuries before the railroad. Except in the case of ice, as Dr. H. W. van Loon observes, the canal boat ran as regularly as a train. It did not depend upon the wind and the condition of the roads. And the service was frequent. There were 16 boats between Delft and Rotterdam every day. The first big navigation canal was that between the Baltic and the Elbe, but by the 17th century Holland had a network of local and trans-regional canals that served to coordinate industry, agriculture, and transport. Incidentally, the contained and quiet waters of the canal, with its graded bank and its towpath, was a great labor-saving device. The effectiveness of a man and a single horse, or a man with a pole, is incomparably higher on a water highway than on a land highway. The order of development here is significant. Apart from beginnings in Italy including Leonardo's plan for improving the navigation of rivers by canalization and locks, the first great system of canals was in the Low Countries, where they had been instituted by the Romans, then in France in the 17th century, with the Briar, Centre, and Languedoc canals, then in England in the 18th century, and finally in America except for the minor city canals of New Amsterdam in the 19th century. The progressive countries of the Paleotechnic era were in this respect the backward ones of the Eotechnic phase. And just as the windmills and water mills served to distribute power, so the canal distributed population and goods and effected a closer union between town and country. Even in America one could see the typical Eotechnic pattern of population and industry in the state of New York around 1850, when, on the basis of local sawmills, local grist mills, and an interlacing system of canals and dirt roads, the entire state was populated with remarkable evenness, and industrial opportunities were available at almost every point in the entire region. This balance between agriculture and industry, this diffusion of civilization, was one of the great social achievements of the Eotechnic period. To this day, it gives to the Dutch village an outward touch of fine urbanity, and it offers a marked contrast with the atrocious lopsidedness of the period that followed. The development of ships, harbors, lighthouses, and canals went on steadily. Indeed, the Eotechnic complex held together longer in maritime matters than it did in any other department of activity. The fastest type of sailing ship, the clipper, was not designed until the 1840s, and it was not until the 20th century that the triangular type of mainsail replaced the Tofivi polygon on the smaller craft and improved their speed. The sailing ship, like the windmill and the watermill, was at the mercy of wind and water, but the gains in labor saving and in horsepower, though again incalculable, were tremendously important. To speak of power as a recent acquisition of industry is to forget the kinetic energy of falling water and moving air, while to forget the part of the sailing ship in power utilization is to betray a landlubber's ignorance of the realities of economic life from the 12th century down to the third quarter of the 19th. Apart from this, the ship was indirectly a factor in rationalizing production and standardizing goods. Thus large factories for manufacturing ships' biscuits were built in Holland in the 17th century, and the manufacture of ready-to-wear clothing for civilians was first begun in New Bedford in the 1840s because of the need for quickly outfitting sailors when they reached port. 5. Through ugly a glass, Briglitly. But most important of all was the part played by glass in the Technic economy. Rough glass new worlds were conceived and brought within reach and unveiled. Far more significant for civilization and culture than progress in the metallurgical arts up to the 18th century was the great advance in glass making. Glass itself was a very ancient discovery of the Egyptians, or possibly even of some more primitive people. Beads of glass have been found as far back as 1800 BC, and openings for glass windows were found in the excavation of Pompeian houses. In the early Middle Ages, glass furnaces began to come back, first in the wooded districts near the monasteries, near the cities. Glass was used for holding liquids and for making the windows of public buildings. The early glass was of indifferent texture and finish, but by the 12th century glass of intense color was made, and the use of these glasses in the windows of the new churches, admitting light, modifying it, transphoning it, gave them a somber brilliance that the most ornate carving and gold of the Baroque churches only feebly rival. By the 13th century the famous glass works at Murano, near Venice, had been founded, and glass was already used there for windows, for ship lanterns, and for goblets. Despite the most zealous efforts to keep secret the technical methods of the Venetian glass workers, the knowledge of the art spread to other parts of Europe. By 1373 there was a guild of glassmakers in Nuremberg, and the development of glassmaking went on steadily in other parts of Europe. In France it was one of the few trades that could be carried on by a noble family, thus taking on the characteristics of porcelain manufacture, and as early as 1635 Sir Robert Mansell obtained a monopoly for making flint glass in consideration of his being the first person who employed pit coal instead of wood in his furnaces in England. The development of glass changed the aspect of indoor life, particularly in regions with long winters and cloudy days. At first it was such a precious commodity that the glass panes were removable and were put in a safe place when the occupants left the house for any time. This high cost restricted glass to public buildings, but step by step it made its way into the private dwelling. Enea Silvius de Piccolomini found in 1448 that half the houses in Vienne had glass windows, and toward the end of the 16th century glass assumed in the design and construction of the dwelling house a place it had never had in any previous architecture. A parallel development went on in agriculture. An unedited letter, dated 1385, written in Latin and signed John, relates that at Bois-le-Duc there are marvelous machines, even for drawing water, beating hides, and scraping cloth. There, too, they grow flowers in glass pavilions turned to the south. Hothouses, which used lapis specularis, a species of mica, instead of glass, were used by the Emperor Tiberius, but the glass hothouse was probably an Technic invention. It lengthened the growing period of northern Europe, increased, so to say, the climatic range of a region, and utilized solar energy which would otherwise have been wasted, another clean gain. Even more important for industry, glass lengthened the span of the working day in cold or in inclement weather, particularly in the northern regions. To have light in the dwelling house or the hothouse without being subject to cold or rain or snow, was the great contribution to the regularity of domestic living and business routine. This substitution of the window for the wooden shutter, or for oiled paper and muslin, was not fairly complete until the end of the 17th century, that is, until the processes of glass-making had been improved and cheapened, and the number of furnaces multiplied. Meanwhile, the product itself had been undergoing a change toward clarification and purification. As early as 1300 pure colorless glass was made in Murano, a fact that is established by a law imposing a heavy punishment upon the utilization of ordinary glass for eyeglasses. In losing color and ceasing to serve as picture the function it had occupied in medieval church decoration and in letting in, instead, the forms and colors of the outside world, Glass served also as a symbol of the double process of naturalism and abstraction which had begun to characterize the thought of Europe. More than that, it furthered this process. Glass helped put the world in a frame, it made it possible to see certain elements of reality more clearly, and it focused it on a sharply defined field, namely, that which was bounded by the frame. The medieval symbolism dissolved and the world became a strangely different place as soon as one looked at it through glasses. The first change was effected by the use of the convex lens in spectacles. Trias corrected the flattening of the human lens due to age, and the defect of farsightedness. Singer has suggested that the revival of learning might in part be attributed to the number of additional years of eyesight for reading that the spectacles gave to human life. Spectacles were in wide use by the 15th century, when, with the invention of printing, a great need for them declared itself, and at the end of that century the concave lens was introduced to correct nearsightedness. Nature had provided lenses in every dewdrop and in the gum of every balsam tree, but it remained for the Technic glassmakers to utilize that fact. Roger Bacon is often given the credit for the invention of spectacles. The fact is at all events that apart from guesses and anticipations his major scientific work was in the realm of optics. Long before the 16th century, the Arabs had discovered the use of a long tube for isolating and concentrating the field of stars under observation, but it was a Dutch optician, Johann Lippersheim, who in 1605 invented the telescope and thus suggested to Galileo the efficient means he needed for making astronomical observations. In 1590 another Hollander, the optician Zacharias Janssen, invented the compound microscope, possibly also the telescope. One invention increased the scope of the macrocosm, the other revealed the microcosm. Between them, the naive conceptions of space that the ordinary man carried around were completely upset. One might say that these two inventions, in terms of the new perspective, extended the vanishing point toward infinity and increased almost infinitely the plane of the foreground from which those lines had their point of origin. In the middle of the 17th century Leeuwenhoek, the methodical merchant and experimenter, through employing a distinguished technique, became the world's first bacteriologist. He discovered monsters in the scrapings of his teeth more mysterious and awful than any that had been encountered in the search for the Indies. If the glass did not actually add a new dimension to space, it extended its area, and it filled that space with new bodies, fixed stars at unimaginably vast distances, microcellular organisms whose existence was so incredible that, but for the researches of Spallanzani, they remained outside the sphere of serious investigation for over a century, after which their existence, their partnership, their enmity, almost became the source of a new demonology. Glasses not merely opened people's eyes but their minds. Seeing was believing. In the more primitive stages of thought the intuitions and ratiocinations of authority were sacrosanct, and the person who insisted on seeing proof of imagined events was reviled as the famous disciple had been. He was a doubting Thomas. Now the eye became the most respected organ. Roger Bacon refuted the superstition that diamonds could not be broken except by using goat's blood. By resorting to experiment, he fractured the stones without using blood and reported, 7 have seen this work with my own eyes. The use of glasses in the following centuries magnified the authority of the eye. The development of glass had another important function. If the new astronomy were inconceivable without it, and if bacteriology would have been impossible, it is almost as true that chemistry would have been severely handicapped but for this development. Professor J. L. Myers, the classic archaeologist, has even suggested that the backwardness of the Greeks in chemistry was due to the lack of good glass. For glass has unique properties. Not merely can it be made transparent, but it is, for most elements and chemical compounds, resistant to chemical change. It has the great advantage of remaining neutral to the experiment itself, while it permits the observer to see what is going on in the vessel. Easy to clean, easy to seal, easy to transform in shape, strong enough so that fairly thin globes can withstand the pressure of the atmosphere when exhausted. Glass has a combination of properties that no wood or metal or clay container can rival. In addition, it can be subjected to relatively high heats, and what became important during the 19th century, it is an insulator. the retort, the distilling flask, the test tube, the barometer, the thermometer, the lenses, and the slide of the microscope, the electric light, the X-ray tube, the audion. All these are products of glass techniques, and where would the sciences be without them? A meteorological analysis of temperature and pressure and the physical constitution of matter all awaited the development of glass. The accomplishments of Boyle, Torricelli, Pascal, Galileo, were specifically eotechnic works. Even in medicine glass has its triumph. The first instrument of precision to be used in diagnosis was the modification of Galileo's thermometer that Sanctorius introduced. There is one further property of glass that had its first full effect in the 17th century. One sees it perhaps most clearly in the homes of the Dutch, with their enormous windows, for it was in the Netherlands that the use of glass and its manifold applications went farthest. Transparent glass lets in the light, it brings out, with merciless sincerity, motes dancing in the sunbeams and dirt lurking in the corner. For its fullest use, again, the glass itself must be clean, and no surface can be subject to a greater degree of verifiable cleanliness than the slick hard surface of glass. So, both by what it is and by what it does, glass is favorable to hygiene. The clean window, the scoured floor, the shiny utensils, are characteristic of the eotechnic household, and the plentiful supply of water, through the introduction of canals and pumping works with water pipes for circulation throughout the city, only made the process easier and more universal. Sharper eyesight, a sharper interest in the external world, a sharper response to the clarified image. These characteristics went hand in hand with the widespread introduction of glass. 6. Glass and the ego. If the outward world was changed by glass, the inner world was likewise modified. Glass had a profound effect upon the development of the personality. Indeed, it helped to alter the very concept of the self. In a small way, glass had been used for mirrors by the Romans, but the background was a dark one, and the image was no more plain than it had been on the polished metal surface. By the 16th century, even before the invention of plate glass that followed 100 years later, the mechanical surface of the glass had been improved to such an extent that, by coating it with a silver amalgam, an excellent mirror could be created. Technically this was, according to Schultz, perhaps the highest point in Venetian glassmaking. Large mirrors, accordingly, became relatively cheap and the hand mirror became a common possession. For perhaps the first time, except for reflections in the water and in the dull surfaces of metal mirrors, it was possible to find an image that corresponded accurately to what others saw. Not merely in the privacy of the boudoir, in another's home, in a public gathering, the image of the ego in new and unexpected attitudes accompanied one. The most powerful prince of the 17th century created a vast hall of mirrors, and the mirror spread from one room to another in the bourgeois household. Self-consciousness, introspection, mirror conversation developed with the new object itself. This preoccupation with one's image comes at the threshold of the mature personality when young Narcissus gazes long and deep into the face of the pool, and the sense of the separate personality, a perception of the objective attributes of one's identity, grows out of this communion. The use of the mirror signaled the beginning of introspective biography in the modern style, that is, not as a means of edification but as a picture of the self, its depths, its mysteries, its inner dimensions. The self in the mirror corresponds to the physical world that was brought to light by natural science in the same epoch. It was the self in abstracto, only part of the real self, the part that one can divorce from the background of nature and the influential presence of other men. But there is a value in this mirror personality that more naive cultures did not possess. If the image one sees in the mirror is abstract, it is not ideal or mythical. The more accurate the physical instrument, the more sufficient the light on it, the more relentlessly does it show the effects of age, disease, disappointment, frustration, slyness, covetousness, weakness. These come out quite as clearly as health and joy and confidence. Indeed, when one is completely whole and at one with the world, one does not need the mirror. it is in the period of psychic disintegration that the individual personality turns to the lonely image to see what in fact is there and what he can hold on to, and it was in the period of cultural disintegration that men began to hold the mirror up to outer nature. Who is the greatest of the introspective biographers? Where does one find him? It is none other than Rembrandt, and it is no accident that he was a Hollander. Rembrandt had a robust interest in the doctors and burghers about him. As a young man he was still enough of a guildsman and still had enough of corporate personality to make a pass at painting those collective portraits which the members of the Night Watch or the College of Physicians might commission, although already he was playing tricks with their conventions. But he came to the core of his art in the series of self-portraits he painted, for it was partly from the face he found in the mirror, from the knowledge of himself he developed and expressed in this communion, that he achieved the insight he applied to other men. A little later than Rembrandt, the Venice of the Alps, on sea, harbored another portrait painter and introspectionist, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who, more than Montaigne, was the father of the modern literary biography and the psychological novel. The exploration of the solitary soul, the abstract personality, lingered on in the work of the poets and painters even after the Technic complex had broken up and the artists who had once dominated it were driven, by a more hostile world that was indifferent to visual images and antipathetic to the uniqueness of the individual soul, were driven to the point of complete frustration and madness. Enough here to remark that the isolation of the world from the self, the method of the physical sciences, and the isolation of the self from the world, the method of introspective biography and romantic poetry, were complementary phases of a single process. Much was learned through that dissociation, for in the act of disintegrating the wholeness of human experience, the various atomic fragments that composed it were more clearly seen and more readily grasped. If the process itself was ultimately mad, the method that was derived from it was valuable. The world as conceived and observed by science, the world as revealed by the painter, were both worlds that were seen through and with the aid of glasses, spectacles, microscopes, telescopes, mirrors, windows. What was the new easel picture, in fact, but a removable window opening upon an imaginary world? That acute scientific mind, Descartes, in describing the book on natural history that he failed to write, mentions how he wished finally to describe how from these ashes, by the mere intensity of its heat's action, it formed glass, for as this transmutation of ashes into glass appeared to me as wonderful as any other in nature, I took especial pleasure in describing it. One can well understand his delight. Glass was in fact the peephole through which one beheld a new world. Through glass some of the mysteries of nature themselves became transparent. Is it any wonder then that perhaps the most comprehensive philosopher of the 17th century, at home alike in ethics and politics and science and religion, was Benedict Spinoza, not merely a Hollander, but a polisher of lenses? 7. The primary inventions. Between 1000 and 1750 in Western Europe the new techniques fostered and adapted a series of fundamental inventions and discoveries. They were the foundation of the rapid advances that followed. And the speed of the ultimate movement, like the rapidity of an army's attack, was in proportion to the thoroughness of the preparation. Once the breach had been made in the line, it was easy for the rest of the army to follow through, but until that first act had been accomplished the army, however strong and eager and clamorous, could not move an inch. The primary inventions brought into being something that had not existed before: mechanical clocks, the telescope, cheap paper, print, the printing press, the magnetic compass, the scientific method, inventions which were the means to fresh inventions, knowledge that was the center of expanding knowledge. Some of these necessary inventions, like the lathe and the loom, were far older than the Eotechnic period. Others, like the mechanical clock, were born with the renewed impulse toward regularity and regimentation. Only after these steps had been taken could the secondary inventions flourish: the regulation of the movement, which made the clock more accurate; the invention of the flying shuttle, which made the work of weaving swifter; the rotary press, which increased the output of printed matter. Now an important point must be noted: the inventions of the Technic phase were only in a minor degree the direct product of craft skill and knowledge, proceeding out of the regular routine of industry. The tendency of organization by crafts, regulated in the interests of standardized and efficient work, guaranteed by local monopolies, was on the whole conservative, although in the building crafts, between the 10th and the 15th centuries, there were undoubtedly many daring innovators. In the beginning, it was knowledge, skill, experience, that had been the subjects of guild monopoly. With the growth of capitalism came the bestowing of special monopolies, first to the chartered companies, and then to the owners of special patents granted for specific original inventions. This was proposed by Bacon in 1601 and happened first in England in 1624. From this time on it was not the past heritage that was effectively monopolized but the new departure from it. A special inducement was offered to those whose mechanical ingenuity supplanted the social and economic regulations of the guilds. In this situation, it was natural that invention should occupy the attention of those outside the industrial system itself, the military engineer, and even the amateur in every walk of life. Invention was a means of escaping one's class or achieving private riches within it. If the absolute monarch could say "L'État est moi," the successful inventor could in effect say, "The guild that's me." While the detailed perfection of inventions was, more often than not, the work of skilled workers in the trade, the decisive idea was frequently the work of amateurs. Mechanical inventions broke the caste lines of industry, even as they were later to threaten the caste lines of society itself. But the most important invention of all had no direct industrial connection whatever, namely, the invention of the experimental method in science. This was without doubt the greatest achievement of the Technic phase. Its full effect upon technics did not begin to be felt until the middle of the 19th century. The experimental method, as I have already pointed out, owed a great debt to the transformation of technics, for the relative impersonality of the new instruments and machines, particularly the automata, must have helped to build up the belief in an equally impersonal world of irreducible and brute facts, operating as independently as clockwork and removed from the wishes of the observer. The reorganization of experience in terms of mechanical causality and the development of cooperative, controlled, repeatable, verifiable experiments, utilizing just such segments of reality as lent themselves to this method. This was a gigantic labor-saving device. It cut a short straight path through jungles of confused empiricism and laid down a rough corduroy road over swamps of superstitious and wishful thinking. To have found such a swift means of intellectual locomotion was perhaps sufficient excuse at the beginning for indifference to the scenery and for contempt for everything that did not speed the journey. None of the inventions that followed the development of the scientific method were so important in remolding the thought and activity of mankind as those that made experimental science possible. Eventually the scientific method was to repay its debt to technics 100-fold. 2 centuries later, as we shall see, it was to suggest new combinations of means and turn into the realm of possibility the wildest dreams and the most irresponsible wishes of the race. For out of the hitherto almost impenetrable chaos of existence there emerged finally, by the 17th century, an orderly world, the factual, impersonal order of science, articulated in every part and everywhere under the dominion of natural law. Order, even when it was accepted as a basis for human designs, once rested on a pure act of faith. Only the stars and the planets manifested it to the naked intelligence. Now order was supported by a method. Nature ceased to be inscrutable, subject to demonic incursions from another world. The very essence of nature, as freshly conceived by the new scientists, was that its sequences were orderly and therefore predictable. Even the path of a comet could be charted through the sky. It was on the model of this external physical order that men began systematically to reorganize their minds and their practical activities. This carried further, and into every department, the precepts and the practices empirically fostered by bourgeois finance. Like Emerson, men felt that the universe itself was fulfilled and justified, when ships came and went with the regularity of heavenly bodies. And Tlie were right, there was something cosmic about it. To have made so much order visible was no little triumph. In mechanical invention proper, the chief technic innovation was of course the mechanical clock. By the end of the technic phase, the domestic clock had become a common part of the household equipment, except among the poorer industrial workers and the peasants, and the watch was one of the chief articles of ornament carried by the well-to-do. The application of the pendulum to the clock, by Galileo and Huygens, increased the accuracy of the instrument for common use. But the indirect influence of clockmaking was also important, as the first real instrument of precision, it set the pattern in accuracy and finish for all further instruments, all the more because it was regulated by the ultimate precision of the planetary movements themselves. In solving the problems of transmitting and regulating motion, the makers of clockwork helped the general development of fine mechanisms. To quote Usher once more, the primary development of the fundamental principles of applied mechanics was largely based upon the problems of the clock. Clockmakers, along with blacksmiths and locksmiths, were among the first machinists. Nicolas Fork, the Frenchman who invented the planer in 1751, was a clockmaker. Arkwright, in 1768, had the help of a Warrington clockmaker. It was Huntsman, another clockmaker, desirous of a more finely tempered steel for the watch spring, who invented the process of producing crucible steel. These are only a few of the more outstanding names. In sum, the clock was the most influential of machines, mechanically as well as socially, and by the middle of the 18th century it had become the most perfect. Indeed, its inception and its perfection pretty well delimit the technic phase. To this day, it is the pattern of fine automatism. Second to the clock in order if not perhaps in importance was the printing press. Its development was admirably summed up by Carter, who did so much to clarify the historic facts. Of all the world's great inventions, that of printing is the most cosmopolitan and international. China invented paper and first experimented with block printing and movable type. Japan produced the earliest block prints that are now extant. Korea first printed with type of metal, cast from a mold. India furnished the language and religion of the earliest block prints. People of Turkish race were among the most important agents in carrying block printing across Asia, and the earliest extant type are in a Turkish tongue. Persia and Egypt are the two lands of the Near East where block printing is known to have been done before it began in Europe. The Arabs were the agents who prepared the way by carrying the making of paper from China to Europe. Florence and Italy were the first countries in Christendom to manufacture paper. As for block printing, and its advent into Europe, Russia's claim to have been the channel rests on the oldest authority, though Italy's claim is equally strong. Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands were the earliest centers of the block printing art. Holland and France, as well as Germany, claim to have experimented with type. Germany perfected the invention, and from Germany it spread to all the world. The printing press and movable type were perfected by Gutenberg and his assistants at Mainz in the 1440s. An astronomical calendar done in 1447 is the earliest datable example of Gutenberg's printing, but perhaps an inferior mode of printing may have been practiced earlier by Koster in Haarlem. The decisive improvement came with the invention of a hand mold to cast uniform metal types. Printing was from the beginning a completely mechanical achievement. Not merely that, it was the type for all future instruments of reproduction, for the printed sheet, even before the military uniform, was the first completely standardized product, manufactured in series, and the movable types themselves were the first example of completely standardized and interchangeable parts. Truly a revolutionary invention in every department. By the end of 50 years there were over 1,000 public printing presses in Germany alone, to say nothing of those in monasteries and castles, and the art had spread rapidly, despite all attempts at secrecy and monopoly, to Venice, Florence, Paris, London, Lyons, Leipzig, and Frankfurt am Main. While there was strong competition from the well-established hand copyists, the art was encouraged by emancipation from taxes and guild regulations. Printing lent itself to large-scale production. At the end of the 15th century there was in Nuremberg a large printing business with 24 presses and 100 employees, typesetters, printers, correctors, Binders. Compared with oral communication, any sort of writing is a great labor-saving device, since it frees communication from the restrictions of time and space and makes discourse wait on the convenience of the reader, who can interrupt the flow of thought or repeat it or concentrate upon isolated parts of it. The printed page increased the safety and permanence of the written record by manifolding it, extended the range of communication, and economized on time and effort. So print speedily became the new medium of intercourse, abstracted from gesture and physical presence. The printed word furthered that process of analysis and isolation which became the leading achievement of Technic thought and which tempted Auguste Comte to dub the whole epoch metaphysical. By the end of the 17th century, timekeeping had merged with record-keeping in the art of communication. The newsletter, the market report, the newspaper, the periodical followed. More than any other device, the printed book released people from the domination of the immediate and the local. Doing so, it contributed further to the dissociation of medieval society. Print made a greater impression than actual events, and by centering attention on the printed word, people lost that balance between the sensuous and the intellectual, between image and sound, between the concrete and the abstract, which was to be achieved momentarily by the best minds of the 15th century, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Alberti, before it passed out, and was replaced by printed letters alone. To exist was to exist in print. The rest of the world tended gradually to become more shadowy. Learning became book learning, and the authority of books was more widely diffused by printing, so that if knowledge had an ampler province, so, too, did error. The divorce between print and first-hand experience was so extreme that one of the first great modern educators, John Amos Komensky, advocated the picture book for children as a means of restoring the balance and providing the necessary visual associations. But the printing press by itself did not perform the revolution. Paper played a scarcely less important part, for its uses went far beyond the printed page. The application of power-driven machinery to paper production was one of the important developments of this economy. Paper removed the necessity for face-to-face contact. Debts, deeds, contracts, news, were all committed to paper, so that, while feudal society existed by virtue of customs that were rigorously maintained from generation to generation, the last elements of feudal society were abolished in England by the simple device of asking peasants who had always had a customary share in the common lands for some documentary proof that they had ever owned it. Custom and memory now played second fiddle to the written word. Reality meant established on paper. Was it written in the bond? If so, it must be fulfilled. If not, it could be flouted. Capitalism, by committing its transactions to paper, could at last make and preserve a strict accountancy of time and money, and the new education for the merchant classes and their helpers consisted essentially in a mastery of the 3 R's. A paper world came into existence, and putting a thing on paper became the first stage in thought and action, unfortunately also often the last. As a space saver, a time saver, a labor saver, and so ultimately a life saver, paper had a unique part to play in the development of industrialism. Through the habit of using print and paper, thought lost some of its flowing, four-dimensional, organic character, and became abstract, categorical, stereotyped, content with purely verbal formulations and verbal solutions to problems that had never been presented or faced in their concrete interrelationships. The primary mechanical inventions of the clock and the printing press were accompanied by social inventions that were almost equally important: the university, beginning with Bologna in 1100, Paris in 1150, Cambridge in 1229, and Salamanca in 1243, a cooperative organization of knowledge on an international basis. The medical school, from Salerno and Montpellier onward, was not alone the first technical school in the modern sense, but the physicians, trained in the natural sciences at these schools and schooled by practice in the observation of nature, were among the pioneers in every depart. Men of technics and science, Paracelsus, Ambroise Paré, Cardan, Gilbert the author of De Magnet, Harvey, Erasmus Darwin, down to Thomas Young and Robert von Meyer were all physicians. In the 16th century 2 further social inventions were added: the Scientific Academy, first founded in the Accademia Secretorum Naturae in Naples in 1560, and the Industrial Exhibition, the first of which was held at the Rathaus in Nuremberg in 1569, the second in Paris in 1683. By means of the university, the Scientific Academy and the Industrial Exhibition, the exact arts and sciences were systematically explored, the new achievements were cooperatively exploited, and the new lines of investigation were given a common basis. One further important institution must be added, the laboratory. Here a new type of environment was created, combining the resources of the cell, the study, the library, and the workshop. Discovery and invention, like every other form of activity, consists in the interaction of an organism with its environment. New functions demand new environments, which tend to stimulate, concentrate, and perpetuate the special activity. By the 17th century these new environments had been created. More direct in its effect upon technics was the creation of the factory. Down to the 19th century factories were always called mills, for what we call the factory grew out of the application of water power to industrial processes, and it was the existence of a central building, divorced from the home and the craftsman's shop, in which large bodies of men could be gathered to perform the various necessary industrial operations with the benefit of large-scale cooperation that differentiated the factory in the modern sense from the largest of workshops. In this critical development the Italians again led the way, as they did in canal building and fortification, but by the 18th century factories had reached the stage of large-scale operation in Sweden, in the manufacture of hardware, and this was true of Bolton's later works in Birmingham. The factory simplified the collection of raw materials and the distribution of the finished product, it also facilitated the specialization of skill and the division of the processes of production, finally. By providing a common meeting place for the workers it partly overcame the isolation and helplessness that afflicted the handicraft worker after the structure of the town guilds had become dilapidated. The factory had finally a double role, it was an agent of mechanical regimentation, like the new army, and it was an example of genuine social order, appropriate to the new processes in industry. In either light, it was a significant invention. On one hand it gave a new motive for capitalistic investment in the form of the joint stock company operated for profit and it furnished the ruling classes with a powerful weapon, on the other, it served as a center for a new kind of social integration and made possible an efficient coordination of production which would be valuable under any social order. The unison and cooperation produced by these various institutions, from the university to the factory, vastly increased the amount of effective energy in society, for energy is not merely a question of bare physical resources but of their harmonious social application. Habits of politeness, such as the Chinese have cultivated, may be quite as important in increasing efficiency, even measured in crude terms of foot-pounds of work performed, as economic methods of utilizing fuel, in society, as in the individual machine. Failures in lubrication and transmission may be disastrous. It was important, for the further exploitation of the machine, that a social organization, appropriate to the technology itself, should have been invented. That the 19th century disclosed serious flaws in that organization as it did in its financial twin, the joint stock company, does not lessen the importance of the original invention. The clock and the printing press and the blast furnace were the giant inventions of the Technic phase, comparable to the steam engine in the period that followed, or the dynamo and the radio in the Neotechnic phase. But they were surrounded by a multitude of inventions, too significant to be called minor, even when they fell short in performance of the inventor's expectations. A good part of these inventions came to birth or were further nourished in the fecund mind of Leonardo da Vinci. Standing in the middle of this era, Leonardo summed up the technology of the artisans and military engineers who preceded him and released new stores of scientific insight and inventive ingenuity. To catalogue his inventions and discoveries is almost to outline the structure of modern technics. He was not alone in his own time, a military engineer himself, he utilized to the full the common stock of knowledge that was the property of his profession, nor was he altogether without influence upon the period that followed, for it is probable that his manuscripts were consulted and utilized by people who did not bother particularly to record their obligations. But in his own person, Leonardo embodied the forces of the period that was to follow. He made the first scientific observations of the flight of birds, designed and built a flying machine, and designed the first parachute. The conquest of space preoccupied him even though he was no more successful than his obscure contemporary, G.B. Dante. Utilitarian devices claimed his interest. He invented silk winding machinery and the alarm clock. He designed a power loom which was close to success. He invented the wheelbarrow and the lamp chimney and the ship's log. Once he put before the Duke of Milan a project for the mass production of standardized workers' dwellings. Even the motive of amusement was not absent. He designed water shoes. As a mechanic he was incomparable. The anti-friction roller bearing, the universal joint, rope and belt drives, link chains, bevel and spiral gears, the continuous motion lathe, all these were the work of his powerful analytic mind. Indeed, his positive genius as technician far outdoes his cold perfection as painter. Even on the baser side of industrial exploitation, Leonardo foreshadowed the forces that were to come. He was preoccupied not merely with the desire for fame but for quick financial success. Early tomorrow, January 2, 1496, he records in one of his notes, "I shall make the leather belt and proceed to a trial. 100 times in each hour 400 needles will be finished, making 40,000 in an hour and 480,000 in 12 hours. Suppose we say 4,000 thousandths, which at 5 solidi per thousand gives 20,000 solidi, 1,000 lira per working day, and if one works 20 days in the month 60,000 ducats the year." These wild dreams of freedom and power through a successful invention were to lure more than one daring mind, even though the outcome were often to fail of realization as completely as Leonardo's. Add to this Leonardo's contributions to warfare, the steam cannon, the organ gun, the submarine, and various detailed improvements upon the common devices of his time, inventions that represented an interest which, so far from dying out with the growth of industrialism, were rather substantiated and fortified by that growth. Even in the larger issue of Leonardo's life, the persistent warfare between the engineer and the artist, he typified most of the contradictions inherent in the new civilization, as it developed toward the Faust-like exploitation of the private ego and its satisfaction by means of financial and military and industrial power. But Leonardo was not alone. Both in his inventions and his anticipations he was surrounded by a gathering army of technicians and inventors. In 1535 the first diving bell was invented by Francesco del Marchi. In 1420 Jonas Fontana described a war wagon or tank, and in 1518 the fire engine is mentioned in the Augsburg Chronicles. In 1550 Palladio designed the first known suspension bridge in Western Europe, while Leonardo, before him, had designed the drawbridge. In 1619 a tile-making machine was invented. In 1680 the first power dredge was invented, and before the end of the century a French military man, Dijon, had invented a power loom, while another Frenchman, the physician, Papin, had invented the steam engine and the steamboat. For a fuller sense of the inventive richness of the Technic period, from the 15th to the 18th centuries, consult the list of inventions. These are but samples from the great storehouse of Technic invention, seeds which came to life or lay dormant in dry soil or rocky crevices as wind and weather and chance dictated. Most of these inventions have been attributed to a later period, partly because they came to fruition then, partly because the first historians of the mechanical revolution, duly conscious of the vast strides that had been made in their own generation, were ignorant of the preparation and achievement that lay behind them, and were inclined at all events to belittle the preparatory period. Moreover, they were often not familiar with the manuscripts and books and artifacts that would have set them right. Thus it happens that England has sometimes been taken as the original home of inventions that had come into existence much earlier in Italy. So, too, the 19th century pinned on its own brows laurels that often enough belonged to the 16th and the 17th. Since invention is almost never the sole work of a single inventor, however great a genius he may be, and since it is the product of the successive labors of innumerable men, working at various times and often toward various purposes, it is merely a figure of speech to attribute an invention to a single person. This is a convenient falsehood fostered by a spurious sense of patriotism and by the device of patent monopolies, a device that enables one man to claim special financial rewards for being the last link in the complicated social process that produced the invention. Any fully developed machine is a composite collective product. The present weaving machinery, according to Hobson, is a compound of about 800 inventions, while the present carding machinery is a compound of about 60 patents. This holds true for countries and generations as well. The joint stock of knowledge and technical skill transcends the boundaries of individual or national egos, and to forget that fact is not merely to enthrone superstition but to undermine the essential planetary basis of technology itself. In calling attention to the scope and efficacy of technic inventions, one does not seek to belittle their debt to the past and to remoter regions. One merely wishes to show how much water had run under the bridge before people had become generally aware that a bridge had been built. 8. Weakness and strength. The capital weakness of the technic regime was not in the inefficiency of its power, still less in a lack of it, but in its irregularity. The dependence upon strong steady winds and upon the regular flow of water limited the spread and universalization of this economy, for there were districts in Europe that never fully benefited by it, and its dependence in both glassmaking and metallurgy upon wood had, by the end of the 18th century, brought its powers to a low ebb. The forests of Russia and America might have delayed its collapse, as indeed they prolonged its reign within their own regions. But they could not avert the steady dissipation of its fuel supply. Had the spoon wheel of the 17th century developed more rapidly into Fornarin's efficient water turbine, water might have remained the backbone of the power system until electricity had developed sufficiently to give it a wider area of use. But before this development could take place, the steam pumping engine had been invented. This engine was first used outside the mine, it is interesting to note, to raise water whose fall turned the conventional technic water wheel in hardware factories. As society became more closely coordinated on a basis of time, the interruption in its schedules through the irregularity of wind and water was a further defect. The windmill was finally defeated in Holland because it could not conform easily to labor regulations. And as distances increased and contracts in business emphasized the time element, a more regular means of power became a financial necessity. Delays and stoppages were costly. But there were social weaknesses within the technic regime that were equally grave. First of all, the new industries were outside the institutional controls of the old order. Glassmaking, for example, by reason of the fact that it was always located in forested areas, tended to escape the restrictions of the town guilds. From the first it had a semi-capitalistic basis. Mining and ironworking, likewise, were almost from the beginning under a capitalistic system of production. Even when mines were not worked by means of forced or servile labor, they were outside the control of the municipalities. Printing, again, was not subject to guild regulations, and even the textile industries escaped to the country. The factor who gave his name to the factory was a trader who farmed out the raw materials, and sometimes the necessary machines of production, and who bought up the product. The new industries, as Manto points out, tended to escape the manufacturing regulations of the guilds and even of the state itself, such as the English Statute of Apprentices of 1563, they grew up without social control. In other words, mechanical improvements flourished at the expense of the human improvements that had been strenuously introduced by the craft guilds, and the latter, in turn, were steadily losing force by reason of the growth of capitalistic monopolies, which produced a steadily widening gap between masters and men. The machine had an antisocial bias. It tended by reason of its progressive character to the more naked forms of human exploitation. Both the strength and the weakness of the technic regime can in fact be witnessed in the technical development and the social dissolution and decay that took place in the textile industries, which were the backbone of the old economy. Along with mining, the textile industries recorded the greatest number of improvements. While spinning with the distaff was carried on far into the 17th century, the spinning wheel had made its way into Europe from India by 1298. Within another century spinning mills and fulling mills had been introduced. By the 16th century, according to Usher, the fulling mills were also used as communal washing machines. The fuller in his spare time did the village washing. Leonardo made the important invention of the flyer for spindles around 1490, and an authority on textiles, Mr. M.D.C. Crawford goes so far as to say that without this inspired drawing we might have had no subsequent developments of textile machinery as we now know it. Johann Jurgen, a wood caiver of Brunswick, invented a partly automatic spinning wheel with a flyer around 1530. After Leonardo a succession of inventors worked on the power loom. But the device that made it possible was Kay's flying shuttle, which greatly increased the productive capacity of the hand loom weaver over 80 years before steam power was successfully applied to the automatic loom. This work was partly anticipated in the narrow-width ribbon loom, first invented in Danzig and then introduced into Holland, but the development of the power loom, through Bell and Monteith, was properly speaking a product of the Paleotechnic phase, and Cartwright, the clergyman who usually gets full credit for its invention, played only an incidental role in the long chain of improvements that made it possible. While silk was spun by machinery in the 14th century, the first successful cotton spinning machine was not built until 1733 and patented in 1738, at a time when industry was still employing water power for prime movers. This series of inventions was in fact the final bequest of the Technic phase. Sombart marks the turning point of capitalism in the transfer of the center of gravity from the organic textile industries to the inorganic mining industries. That likewise marks the transition from the Technic to the Paleotechnic economy. One further set of inventions in the textile industry must be noted, the invention of knitting machinery in the 16th century. The origins of hand knitting are obscure. If the art existed it played but a minor part before the 15th century. Knitting is not only perhaps the most distinctively European contribution to the textile industries but it was one of the first to be mechanized as the result of the invention of the knitting frame by another ingenious English clergyman. By taking advantage of the elasticity of yarns, knitting creates textiles which adapt themselves to the contours of the body and flex and contract with the movements of the muscles, while by adding to the amount of air space within the yarn itself and between the strands, it increases warmth without adding to the weight. Knitted hose and undergarments, to say nothing of the wider use of the lighter washable cottons for body clothes, are all distinctly Technic contributions to comfort and cleanliness. While the textile industries exhibited the steady advance of invention long before the introduction of the steam engine, they likewise witnessed the degradation of labor through the displacement of skill and through the break-the-vn of political control over the processes of production. The first characteristic is perhaps best seen in the industries where the division of the process could be carried farther than in the textile industries. Manufacture, that is, organized and partitioned handwork carried on in large establishments with or without power machines, broke down the process of production into a series of specialized operations. Each one of these was carried on by a specialized worker whose facility was increased to the extent that his function was limited. This division was, in fact, a sort of empirical analysis of the working process, analyzing it out into a series of simplified human motions which could then be translated into mechanical operations. Once this analysis was performed, the rebuilding of the entire sequence of operations into a machine became more feasible. The mechanization of human labor was, in effect, the first step toward the humanization of the machine, humanization in the sense of giving the automaton some of the mechanical equivalence of lifelikeness. The immediate effect of this division of process was a monstrous dehumanization. The worst drudgeries of craftsmanship can hardly be compared to it. Marx has summed up the process admirably. Whereas, Marx writes, simple cooperation leaves the individual's methods of work substantially unaltered, manufacture revolutionizes these methods and cuts at the root of individual labor power. It transforms the worker into a cripple, a monster, by forcing him to develop some highly specialized dexterity at the cost of a world of productive impulses and faculties, much as in Argentina they slaughter a whole beast simply in order to get his hide or tallow. Not merely are the various partial operations allotted to different individuals, but the individual himself is split up, is transformed into the automatic motor of some partial operation. To begin with, the worker sells his labor power to capital because he himself lacks the material means requisite to the production of a commodity. But now his labor power actually renounces work unless it is sold to capital. Here was both the process and the result which came about through the increased use of power and machinery in the Technic period. It marked the end of the guild system and the beginning of the wage worker. It marked the end of internal workshop discipline, administered by masters and journeymen through a system of apprenticeship, traditional teaching, and the corporate inspection of the product, while it indicated the beginning of an external discipline imposed by the worker and manufacturer in the interest of private profit, a system which lent itself to adulteration and to deteriorated standards of production almost as much as it lent itself to technical improvements. All this was a large step downward. In the textile industries the descent was rapid and violent during the 18th century. In some, as industry became more advanced from a mechanical point of view, it at first became more backward from a human standpoint. Advanced agriculture, as practiced on the large estates toward the end of this period, sought to establish, as Arthur Young pointed out, the same standards in the field as had come to prevail in the workshop, specialization and division of process. If one wishes to view the Technic period at its best, one should perhaps behold it in the 13th century, before this process had set in, or at latest, at the end of the 16th century, when the ordinary worker, though still losing ground, losing freedom and self-control and substance, was unruly and resourceful, still capable of fighting or colonizing rather than ready to submit to the yoke of either becoming a machine or competing at sweated labor with the products of the machine. It remained for the 19th century to accomplish this final degradation. But while one cannot ignore the defects of the Technic economy, including the fact that more powerful and accurate engines of destruction and exquisite apparatus for human torture were both put at the service of morbid ambitions and a corrupt ideology, while one cannot ignore these things, one must not underrate the real achievements. The new processes did save human labor and diminish, as the Swedish industrialist Palm pointed out at the time, the amount and intensity of manual work. This result was achieved by the substitution of water power for handwork, with gains of 100 or even 1000% in relative costs. It is easy to put a low estimate on the gains if one applies merely a quantitative measuring stick to them. If one compares the millions of horsepower now available to the thousands that then existed, if one compares the vast amount of goods poured forth by our factories with the modest output of the older workshops. But to judge the two economies correctly, one must also have a qualitative standard. One must ask not merely how much crude energy went into it, but how much of that went into the production of durable goods. The energy of the Technic regime did not vanish in smoke, nor were its products thrown quickly on junk heaps. By the 17th century it had transformed the woods and swamps of northern Europe into a continuous vista of wood and field, village and garden. An ordered human landscape replaced the bare meadows and the matted forests, while the social necessities of man had created hundreds of new cities. Solidly built and commodiously arranged, cities whose spaciousness and order and beauty still challenge, even in their decay, the squalid anarchy of the new towns that succeeded them. In addition to the rivers, there were hundreds of miles of canals. In addition to the made lands of the north coastal area, there were harbors arranged for safety, and the beginnings of a lighthouse system. All these were solid achievements, works of art whose well-wrought form stayed the process of entropy and postponed the final reckoning that all human things must make. During this period the machine was adequately complemented by the utility. If the watermill made more power available, the dike and the drainage ditch created more usable soil. If the canal aided transport, the new cities aided social intercourse. In every department of activity there was equilibrium between the static and the dynamic, between the rural and the urban, between the vital and the mechanical. So it is not merely in the annual rate of converting energy or the annual rate of production that one must gauge the gains of the Eotechnic period. Many of its artifacts are still in use and still almost as good as new, and when one takes account of the longer span of time enjoyed by Eotechnic products, the balance tips back toward its own side of the arm. What it lacked in power, it made up for in time. Its works had durability. Nor did the Eotechnic period lack time any more than it lacked energy. Far from moiling day and night to achieve as much as it did, it enjoyed in Catholic countries about 100 complete holidays a year. How rich the surplus of energies was by the 17th century one may partly judge by the high state of horticulture in Holland. When food is scarce, one does not grow flowers to take its place. And wherever the new industry made its way during this period, it directly enriched and improved the life of the community, for the services of art and culture, instead of being paralyzed by the increasing control over the environment, were given fuller sustenance. Can anything else account for the outburst of the arts during the Renaissance, at a moment when the culture that supported them was so weak-spirited and the ostensible impulses so imitative and derivative? The goal of the Eotechnic civilization as a whole until it reached the techniques of wood. 1. Wood was the main foundation of Eotechnic industry. Not the least important use of it was in mining. Hollow logs were used in pumps and as pipes to convey water, as well as in the troughs shown here. Heavy beams were used for shoring, and planks were used in the earliest form of the railroad. The use of wood for smelting, forging, and casting as well as in glass making caused a great drain on the forest. Dr. Bauer's illustrator faithfully depicts this deforestation. From Agricola, De Re Metallica. 2. The wheelwright was one of the principal agents of improved transport and improved power production by means of water mills and windmills. With coopering and shipbuilding, the work of the wheelwright was one of the fundamental Eotechnic crafts. From Les Arts et Métiers, by Victor Adam. 3. Old paper mill. Note that the wheels and shafts are almost entirely composed of wood. This material lingered on in machine building and in mill construction well into the 19th century. Metal was, up to the Paleotechnic period, merely an accessory, used where a cutting edge or a resistant material was imperative, as in the runner of a skate. Courtesy, Deutsches Museum, München. 4. The lathe, perhaps the most important machine tool, was a direct invention of the woodman, probably in Greece. It was one of the first, and remains one of the chief, instruments of precision. Plato refers to the beauty of geometrical shapes derived from the lathe. Note that every part was originally of wood. Courtesy, Deutsches Museum, München. VIE 0 TECHNIC Environment. 1. 1. The old crane at Lüneburg. Originally built in the 14th century and since repaired. A labor-saving device common in the North Sea and Baltic ports during the Eotechnic period, forerunners of the delicate bird-like monsters of steel now to be found in Hamburg and elsewhere. Courtesy of the German Tourist Information Office. 2. Typical battery of windmills near Elshout in Holland. They are often even closer in formation. The amount of horsepower developed through these windmills was in part responsible for the high slate of Dutch civilization in the 17th century. The canal was important in land planning and agriculture as well as transportation. From Ons Hollandsk Molen. 3. Advanced horticulture and market gardening. Not merely was the glass hothouse an Eotechnic invention, but the cheapness of glass enabled bell jars to be used outdoors for the protection and warmth of individual plants, as in this illustration. Note the banking of the earth and the use of the wall for PM-tection. 4. Naarden, Holland. Excellent example of city development and fortification at the height of the Eotechnic period. The ancient bastions had only to be converted into parks, as in so many modern European towns, to create a veritable garden city. The definite pattern of the town and its sharp contrast to the country is still immensely superior to any of the succeeding types of urban development, above all, to the amorphous dribble of Paleotechnic land speculation. Photograph by KLM. The decadence of the 18th century was not more power alone but a greater intensification of life, color, perfume, images, music, sexual ecstasy, as well as daring exploits in arms and thought and exploration. Fine images were everywhere, a field of tulips in bloom, the scent of new mown hay, the ripple of flesh under silk or the rondure of budding breasts, the rousing sting of the wind as the rain clouds scud over the seas, or the blue serenity of the sky and cloud, reflected with crystal clarity on the velvety surface of canal and pond and watercourse. One by one the senses were refined. Toward the end of this period the repetitious courses of the medieval dinner were analyzed out into the procession of foods that pass from the appetizer which rouses the necessary secretions to the sweet that signifies ultimate repletion. The touch, too, was refined, silks became commoner and the finest Dhaka muslins from India took the place of coarse wools and linens. Similarly the delicate smooth-surfaced Chinese porcelain supplemented the heavier Delft and Majolica and common earthenware. Flowers in every garden improved the sensitiveness of the eye and the nose, making them quicker to take offense at the dung heap and the human ordure, and reinforcing the general habits of household order and cleanliness that came in with technic improvements. As early as Agricola's time he observes that the place that nature has provided with a river or stream can be made serviceable for many things, for water will never be wanting and can be carried through wooden pipes to baths in dwelling houses. Refinement of smell was carried to such a pitch that it suggested Father Castel's clavecin de odeurs. One did not touch books or prints with dirty greasy hands, the well-thumbed books of the 16th and 17th centuries are still with us to prove it. Reinforcing the sense of cleanliness and this refinement of touch and taste, even in the kitchen, the first few rough iron pots gave way to copper pots and pans that were brought to a mirror-like polish by the industrious kitchen wench or housewife. But above all, during this period the eye was trained and refined, the delight of the eye even served other functions than pure vision by retarding them and giving the observer a chance to enter into them more fully. The wine. Drinker gazed thoughtfully at the color of the wine before he supped it, and the lover's courtship became more intense, as well as more prolonged, as the visual pleasure of his beloved distracted him for a moment from the desire for possession. The woodcut and the copper plate were popular arts during this period, even a great part of the vulgar work had affiliations to good form, and much of it had genuine distinction, while painting was one of the dominant expressions of the intellectual as well as the emotional life. Throughout life, alike for rich and poor, the spirit of play was understood and fostered. If the gospel of work took form during this period, it did not dominate it. This great dilation of the senses, this more acute response to external stimuli, was one of the prime fruits of the technic culture. It is still a vital part of the tradition of Western culture. Tempering the technic tendency toward intellectual abstractionism, these sensual expressions formed a profound contrast to the contraction and starvation of the senses which had characterized the religious codes that preceded it, and was to characterize once more much of the doctrines and life of the 19th century. Culture and technics, though intimately related to each other through the activities of living men, often lie like nonconformable strata in geology, and, so to say, weather differently. During the greater part of the technic period, however, they are in relative harmony. Except perhaps on the mine and the battlefield, they were both predominantly in the service of life. The rift between the mechanization and humanization, between power bent on its own aggrandizement and power directed toward wider human fulfillment had already appeared, but its consequences had still to become fully visible. Chapter 4. The Paleotechnic Phase. 1. England's belated leadership. By the middle of the 18th century the fundamental industrial revolution, that which transformed our mode of thinking, our means of production, our manner of living, had been accomplished. The external forces of nature were harnessed and the mills and looms and spindles were working busily through Western Europe. The time had come to consolidate and systematize the great advances that had been made. At this moment the technic regime was shaken to its foundations. A new movement appeared in industrial society which had been gathering headway almost unnoticed from the 15th century on. After 1750 industry passed into a new phase, with a different source of power, different materials, different social objectives. This second revolution multiplied, vulgarized, and spread the methods and goods produced by the first. Above all, it was directed toward the quantification of life, and its success could be gauged only in terms of the multiplication table. For a whole century the Second Industrial Revolution, which Geddes called the Paleotechnic Age, has received credit for many of the advances that were made during the centuries that preceded it. In contrast to the supposedly sudden and inexplicable outburst of inventions after 1760, the previous 700 years have often been treated as a stagnant period of small-scale petty handicraft production, feeble in power resources and barren of any significant accomplishments. How did this notion become popular? One reason, I think, is that the critical change that actually did take place during the 18th century threw into shadow older technical methods, but perhaps the main reason is that this change took place first and most swiftly in England, and the observations of the new industrial methods, after Adam Smith, who was too early to appraise the transformation, were made by economists who were ignorant of the technical history of Western Europe, or who were inclined to belittle its significance. The historians failed to appreciate the debt of England's navy under Henry VIII to Italian shipbuilders, of her mining industry to imported German miners, of her waterworks and land clearance schemes to Dutch engineers, and her silk spearming mills to the Italian models which were copied by Thomas Lambe. The fact is that England, throughout the Middle Ages, was one of the backward countries of Europe. It was on the outskirts of the great continental civilization, and it shared in only a limited way in the great industrial and civic development that took place in the South from the 10th century onward. As a wool-raising center, in the time of Henry VIII, England was a source of raw materials, rather than a well-rounded agricultural and manufacturing country, and with the destruction of the monasteries by the same monarch, England's backwardness was only accentuated. It was not until the 16th century that various traders and enterprisers began to develop mines and mills and glass works on any considerable scale. Few of the decisive inventions or improvements of the Technic Phase I except knitting had their home in England. England's first great contribution to the new processes of thought and work came through the marvelous galaxy of distinguished scientists it produced in the 17th century: Gilbert, Napier, Boyle, Harvey, Newton, and Hooke. Not until the 18th century did England participate in any large degree in the Technic advances. The horticulture, the landscape gardening, the canal building, even the factory organization of that period, correspond to developments that had taken place from 1 to 3 centuries earlier in other parts of Europe. Since the Technic regime had scarcely taken root in England, there was less resistance there to new methods and new processes. The break with the past came more easily, perhaps, because there was less to break with. England's original backwardness helped to establish her leadership in the Paleotechnic phase. 2. The new barbarism. As we have seen, the earlier technical development had not involved a complete breach with the past. On the contrary, it had seized and appropriated and assimilated the technical innovations of other cultures, some very ancient, and the pattern of industry was wrought into the dominant pattern of life itself. Despite all the diligent mining for gold, silver, lead and tin in the 16th century, one could not call the civilization itself a mining civilization, and the handicraftsman's world did not change completely when he walked from the workshop to the church, or left the garden behind his house to wander out into the open fields beyond the city's walls. Paleotechnic industry, on the other hand, arose out of the breakdown of European society and carried the process of disruption to a finish. There was a sharp shift in interest from life values to pecuniary values. The system of interests which only had been latent and which had been restricted in great measure to the merchant and leisure classes now pervaded every walk of life. It was no longer sufficient for industry to provide a livelihood, it must create an independent fortune. Work was no longer a necessary part of living, it became an all-important end. Industry shifted to new regional centers in England. It tended to slip away from the established cities and to escape to decayed boroughs or to rural districts which were outside the field of regulation. Bleak valleys in Yorkshire that supplied water power, dirtier bleaker valleys in other parts of the land which disclosed seams of coal, became the environment of the new industrialism. A landless, traditionless proletariat, which had been steadily gathering since the 16th century, was drawn into these new areas and put to work in these new industries. If peasants were not handy, paupers were supplied by willing municipal authorities. If male adults could be dispensed with, women and children were used. These new mill villages and mill towns, barren of even the dead memorials of an older humaner culture, knew no other round and suggested no outlier outlet than steady unremitting toil. The operations themselves were repetitive and monotonous, the environment was sordid, the life that was lived in these new centers was empty and barbarous to the last degree. Here the break with the past was complete. People lived and died within sight of the coal pit or the cotton mill in which they spent from 14 to 16 hours of their daily life, lived and died without either memory or hope, happy for the crusts that kept them alive or the sleep that brought them the brief uneasy solace of dreams. Wages, never far above the level of subsistence, were driven down in the new industries by the competition of the machine. So low were they in the early part of the 19th century that in the textile trades they even for a while retarded the introduction of the power loom. As if the surplus of workers, ensured by the disfranchisement and pauperization of the agricultural workers, were not enough to reinforce the iron law of wages, there was an extraordinary rise in the birth rate. The causes of this initial rise are still obscure, no present theory fully accounts for it. But one of the tangible motives was the fact that unemployed parents were forced to live upon the wages of the young they had begotten. From the chains of poverty and perpetual destitution there was no escape for the new mine worker or factory worker. Servility of the mine, deeply ingrained in that occupation, spread to all the accessory employments. It needed both luck and cunning to escape those shackles. Here was something almost without parallel in the history of civilization, not a lapse into barbarism through the enfeeblement of a higher civilization, but an upthrust into barbarism, aided by the very forces and interests which originally had been directed toward the conquest of the environment and the perfection of human culture. Where and under what conditions did this change take place? And how, when it represented in fact the lowest point in social development Europe had known since the Dark Ages, did it come to be looked upon as a humane and beneficial advance? We must answer those questions. The phase 1 here defines as Paleotechnic reached its highest point, in terms of its own concepts and ends, in England in the middle of the 19th century. Its cock-crow of triumph was the Great Industrial Exhibition in the New Crystal Palace at Hyde Park in 1851, the First World Exposition, an apparent victory for free trade, free enterprise, free invention, and free access to all the world's markets by the country that boasted already that it was the workshop of the world. From around 1870 onwards the typical interests and preoccupations of the Paleotechnic phase have been challenged by later developments in technics itself, and modified by various counterpoises in society. But like the Eotechnic phase, it is still with us. Indeed, in certain parts of the world, like Japan and China, it even passes for the new, the progressive, the modern, while in Russia an unfortunate residue of Paleotechnic concepts and methods has helped misdirect, even partly cripple, the otherwise advanced economy projected by the disciples of Lenin. In the United States the Paleotechnic regime did not get underway until the 1850s, almost a century after England, and it reached its highest point at the beginning of the present century, whereas in Germany it dominated the years between 1870 and 1914, and, being carried to perhaps fuller and completer expression, has collapsed with greater rapidity there than in any other part of the world. France, except for its special coal and iron centers, escaped some of the worst defects of the period, while Holland, like Denmark and in part Switzerland, skipped almost directly from an Eotechnic into a Neotechnic economy, and except in ports like Rotterdam and in the mining districts, vigorously resisted the Paleotechnic blight. In short, one is dealing with a technical complex that cannot be strictly placed within a time belt, but if one takes 1700 as a beginning, 1870 as the high point of the upward curve, and 1900 as the start of an accelerating downward movement, one will have a sufficiently close approximation to fact. Without accepting any of the implications of Henry Adams's attempt to apply the phase rule of physics to the facts of history, one may grant an increasing rate of change to the processes of invention and technical improvement, at least up to the present, and if 800 years almost defines the Eotechnic phase, one should expect a much shorter term for the Paleotechnic one. 3. Carboniferous capitalism. The great shift in population and industry that took place in the 18th century was due to the introduction of coal as a source of mechanical power, to the use of new means of making that power effective, the steam engine, and to new methods of smelting and working up iron. Out of this coal and iron complex, a new civilization developed. Like so many other elements in the new technical world, the use of coal goes back a considerable distance in history. There is a reference to it in Theophrastus. In 320 BC it was used by smiths, while the Chinese not merely used coal for baking porcelain but even employed natural gas for illumination. Coal itself is a unique mineral. Apart from the precious metals, it is one of the few unoxidized substances found in nature. At the same time it is one of the most easy to oxidize. Weight for weight it is of course much more compact to store and transport than wood. As early as 1234 the freemen of Newcastle were given a charter to dig for coal, and an ordinance attempting to regulate the coal nuisance in London dates from the 14th century. 500 years later coal was in general use as a fuel among glassmakers, brewers, distillers, sugar bakers, soap boilers, smiths, dyers, brickmakers, lime burners, founders, and calico printers. But in the meanwhile a more significant use had been found for coal. Dudley at the beginning of the 17th century sought to substitute coal for charcoal in the production of iron. This aim was successfully accomplished by a Quaker, Abraham Darby, in 1709. By that invention the high-powered blast furnace became possible, but the method itself did not make its way to Coalbrookdale in Shropshire to Scotland and the north of England until the 1760s. The next development in the making of cast iron awaited the introduction of a pump which should deliver to the furnace a more effective blast of air. This came with the invention of Watt's steam pump, and the demand for more iron, which followed, in turn increased the demand for coal. Meanwhile, coal as a fuel for both domestic heating and power was started on a new career. By the end of the 18th century, coal began to take the place of current sources of energy as an illuminant through Murdoch's devices for producing illuminating gas. Wood, wind, water, beeswax, tallow, sperm oil, all these were displaced steadily by coal and derivatives of coal, albeit an efficient type of burner, that produced by Welsbach, did not appear until electricity was ready to supplant gas for illumination. Coal, which could be mined long in advance of use, and which could be stored up, placed industry almost out of reach of seasonal influences and the caprices of the weather. In the economy of the earth, the large-scale opening up of coal seams meant that industry was beginning to live for the first time on an accumulation of potential energy, derived from the ferns of the Carboniferous period, instead of upon current income. In the abstract, mankind entered into the possession of a capital inheritance more splendid than all the wealth of the Indies, for even at the present rate of use it has been calculated that the present known supplies would last 3,000 years. In the concrete, however, the prospects were more limited, and the exploitation of coal carried with it penalties not attached to the extraction of energy from growing plants or from wind and water. As long as the coal seams of England, Wales, the Ruhr, and the Alleghenies were deep and rich, the limited terms of this new economy could be overlooked. But as soon as the first easy gains were realized, the difficulties of keeping up the process became plain. For mining is a robber industry, though mine owner, as Messrs. Tryon and Eckel point out, is constantly consuming his capital, and as the surface measures are depleted the cost per unit of extracting minerals and ores becomes greater. The mine is the worst possible local base for a permanent civilization, for when the seams are exhausted, the individual mine must be closed down, leaving behind its debris and its deserted sheds and houses. The byproducts are a befouled and disorderly environment, the end product is an exhausted one. Now, the sudden accession of capital in the form of these vast coal fields put mankind in a fever of exploitation. Coal and iron were the pivots upon which the other functions of society revolved. The activities of the 19th century were consumed by a series of rushes: gold rushes, iron rushes, the copper rushes, the petroleum rushes, the diamond rushes. The animus of mining affected the entire economic and social organism. This dominant mode of exploitation became the pattern for subordinate forms of industry. The reckless, get-rich-quick, devil-take-the hindmost attitude of the mining rushes spread everywhere. The bonanza farms of the Middle West in the United States were exploited as if they were mines, and the forests were gutted out and mined in the same fashion as the minerals that lay in their hills. Mankind behaved like a drunken heir on a spree. And the damage to form and civilization through the prevalence of these new habits of disorderly exploitation and wasteful expenditure remained, whether or not the source of energy itself disappeared. The psychological results of Carboniferous capitalism: the lowered morale, the expectation of getting something for nothing, the disregard for a balanced mode of production and consumption, the habituation to wreckage and debris as part of the normal human environment. All these results were plainly mischievous. 4. The steam engine. In all its broader aspects, Paleotechnic industry rested on the mine. The products of the mine dominated its life and determined its characteristic inventions and improvements. From the mine came the steam pump and presently the steam engine, ultimately the steam locomotive and so, by derivation, the steamboat. From the mine came the escalator, the elevator, which was first utilized elsewhere in the cotton factory, and the subway for urban transportation. The railroad likewise came directly from the mine. Roads with wooden rails were laid down in Newcastle, England, in 1602, but they were common in the German mines 100 years before, for they enabled the heavy ore carts to be moved easily over the rough and otherwise impassable surface of the mine. Around 1716, these wooden ways were capped with plates of malleable iron, and in 1767 cast iron bars were substituted. Feldhaus notes that the invention of ironclad wooden rails is illustrated at the time of the Hussite Wars around 1430, possibly the invention of a military engineer. The combination of the railroad, the train of cars, and the locomotive, first used in the mines at the beginning of the 19th century, was applied to passenger transportation a generation later. Wherever the iron rails and wooden ties of this new system of locomotion went, the mine and the products of the mine went with it. Indeed, the principal product carried by railroads is coal. The 19th century town became in effect and indeed in appearance an extension of the coal mine. The cost of transporting coal naturally increases with distance, hence the heavy industries tended to concentrate near the coal measures. To be cut off from the coal mine was to be cut off from the source of Paleotechnic civilization. In 1791, less than a generation after what had perfected the steam engine, Dr. Erasmus Darwin, whose poetic fancies were to become the leading ideas of the next century, apostrophized the new powers in the following verses. Soon shall thy arm, unconquered steam, afar drag the slow barge, or drive the rapid car, or on wide waving wings expanded bear the flying chariot through the fields of air. Fair crews triumphant, leaning from above, shall wave their fluttering kerchiefs as they move, or warrior bands alarm the gaping crowd, and armies shrink beneath the shadowy cloud. His perceptions were quick and his anticipations were just. The technical history of the next 100 years was directly or indirectly the history of steam. The need for more efficient mining which could reach the deeper seams prompted the effort to devise a more powerful pump than human labor or horse could work, and more regular and more accessible than wind or water mills. This was necessary to clear the galleries of water. The translation of Hero's Pneumatics, which contains devices for using steam, was published in Europe in 1575, and a series of inventors in the 16th century. Porta, Cardan, Decaus made various suggestions for using the power of steam to perform work. A century later the second Marquis of Worcester busied himself with the invention of a steam pumping engine, 1630, thus. transforming the instrument from a scientific toy into a practical mechanism. In 1633 the Marquis was granted a patent for his water-commanding engine, and he purposed to develop a water works for supplying water to the inhabitants of London. Nothing came of this, but the work was carried further by Thomas Savery, whose device, called the Miner's Friend, was first publicized in 1698. Dr. Papin, in France, had been working on the same lines. He described his engine as a new means to create considerable motive power at low prices. The purpose was clear enough. Following up Papin's work, Newcomen, in 1712, erected an improved type of pumping engine. While the Newcomen engine was clumsy and inefficient, since it lost enormous quantities of heat in effecting condensation, it exceeded in power any single earlier prime mover, and through the application of steam power at the very source of energy, the coal mine itself, it was possible to sink the mines deeper and still keep them free of water. The main lines of the invention were laid down before Watt came upon the scene. It was his mission, not to invent the steam engine, but to raise considerably its efficiency by creating a separate condensing chamber and by utilizing the expansive pressure of the steam itself. Watt worked on the steam engine from 1765 on, applied for a patent in 1769, and between 1775 and 1800 erected 289 engines in England. His earlier steam engines were all pumps. Not until 1781 did Watt devote himself to inventing a rotary prime mover, and the answer to this problem was the great double-action 50-horsepower engine that his firm installed in the Albion flour mill in 1786, following the 10-horsepower engine he first made for use in a brewery in London. In less than 20 years, so great was the demand for power, he installed 84 engines in cotton mills, 9 in wool and worsted mills, 18 in canal works and 17 in breweries. Watt's improvement of the steam engine in turn required improvements in the metallurgical arts. The machine work of his day in England was extremely inaccurate, and in boring cylinders for his engine he was obliged to tolerate errors in his cylinders amounting to the thickness of a little finger in a cylinder 28 inches in diameter. So the demand for better engines, leading to Wilkinson's boring machine about 1776, and to Maudslay's numerous inventions and simplifications a generation later, including his perfection of the French slide rest for the lathe, gave a great stimulus to the machine crafts. Incidentally, the Albion mills, designed by Rennie, were not merely the first to use steam for grinding wheat, but are supposed to have been the first important establishment in which every piece of the plant and equipment, axles, wheels, pinions, and shafts, was made of metal. In more than one department, then, the 1780s marked the definite crystallization of the Paleotechnic complex: Murdoch's steam carriage, Court's reverberatory furnace, Wilkinson's iron boat, Cartwright's power loom, and Geoffroy's and Fitch's steamboats, the latter with a screw propeller, date back to this decade. The whole technique of wood had now to be perfected in the more difficult, refractory material iron. The change from Eotechnic to Paleotechnic of course passed through transitional stages, but it could not remain at a halfway point. Though in America and Russia wood might, for example, be used right up to the third quarter of the 19th century for locomotives and steamboats, the need for coal developed with the larger and larger demands for fuel that the universalization of the machine carried with it. The very fact that Watt's steam engine consumed about 8.5 pounds of coal per horsepower, in comparison with Smeaton's atmospheric engine, which had used almost 16 pounds, only increased the demand for more of Watt's kind, and widened the area of exploitation. The water turbine was not perfected till 1832, in the intervening 2 generations steam had won supremacy, and it remained the symbol of increased efficiency. Even in Holland the efficient steam engine was presently introduced to assist in the Zuiderzee reclamation. Once the new scale, the new magnitudes, the new regularities were established, wind and water power could not without further aid compete with steam. But note an important difference: the steam engine tended toward monopoly and concentration. Wind and water power were free, but coal was expensive and the steam engine itself was a costly investment, so, too, were the machines that it turned. 24-hour operations, which characterized the mine and the blast furnace, now came into other industries which had heretofore respected the limitations of day and night. Moved by a desire to earn every possible sum on their investments, the textile manufacturers lengthened the working day, and whereas in England in the 15th century it had been 14 or 15 hours long in midsummer with from 2.5 to 3 hours allowed for recreation and meals, in the new mill towns it was frequently 16 hours long all the year round, with a single hour off for dinner. Operated by the steam engine, lighted by gas, the new mills could work for 24 hours. Why not the worker? The steam engine was pacemaker. Since the steam engine requires constant care on the part of the stoker and engineer, steam power was more efficient in large units than in small ones. Instead of a score of small units, working when required, one large engine was kept in constant motion. Thus steam power fostered the tendency toward large industrial plants already present in the subdivision of the manufacturing process. Great size, forced by the nature of the steam engine, became in turn a symbol of efficiency. The industrial leaders not only accepted concentration and magnitude as a fact of operation, conditioned by the steam engine, they came to believe in it by itself, as a mark of progress. With the big steam engine, the big factory, the big bonanza farm, the big blast furnace, efficiency was supposed to exist in direct ratio to size. Bigger was another way of saying better. But the steam engine tended toward concentration and bigness in still another way. Though the railroad increased travel distances and the amount of locomotion and transportation, it worked within relatively narrow regional limits. The poor performance of the railroad on grades over 2% caused the new lines to follow the watercourses and valley bottoms. This tended to drain the population out of the back country, that had been served during the Eotechnic phase by high roads and canals. With the integration of the railroad system and the growth of international markets, population tended to heap up in the great terminal cities, the junctions, the port towns. The main line express services tended to further this concentration, and the feeder lines and cross-country services ran down, died out, or were deliberately extirpated. To travel across country it was often necessary to go twice the distance through a central town and back again, hairpin-wise. Though the steam carriage was invented and put into use on the old coaching roads in England before the railroad, it never successfully challenged it, for a British Act of Parliament drove it off the roads as soon as the railroad appeared on the scene. Steam power thus increased the areas of cities. It also increased the tendency of the new urban communities to coalesce along the main line of transportation and travel. That purely physical massing of population to which Patrick Geddes gave the name conurbation, was a direct product of the coal and iron regime. It must be distinguished carefully from the social formation of the city, to which it bears a casual resemblance by reason of its concentration of buildings and people. The prosperity of these new areas was measured in terms of the size of their new factories, the size of the population, the current rate of growth. In every way, then, the steam engine accentuated and deepened that quantification of life which had been taking place slowly and in every department during the 3 centuries that had preceded its introduction. By 1852 the railroad had reached the East Indies, by 1872 Japan, and by 1876 China. Wherever it went it carried the methods and ideas of this mining civilization along with it. 5. Blood and iron. Iron and coal dominated the Paleotechnic period. Their color spread everywhere, from gray to black, the black boots, the black stovepipe hat, the black coach or carriage, the black iron frame of the hearth, the black cooking pots and pans and stoves. Was it mourning? Was it protective coloration? Was it mere depression of the senses? No matter what the original color of the Paleotechnic milieu might be, it was soon reduced, by reason of the soot and cinders that accompanied its activities, to its characteristic tones, grey, dirty brown, black. The centre of the new industrialism in England was appropriately called the Black Country. By 1850 there was a similar blackness around the Pittsburgh district in America, and presently there was another in the Ruhr and around Lille. Iron became the universal material. One went to sleep in an iron bed and washed one's face in the morning in an iron wash bowl. One practiced gymnastics with the aid of iron dumbbells or other iron weightlifting apparatus. One played billiards on an iron billiard table, made by Messrs. Sharp and Roberts. One sat behind an iron locomotive and drove to the city on iron rails, passing over an iron bridge and arriving at an iron-covered railroad station. In America, after 1847, the front of the office building might even be made of cast iron. In the most typical of Victorian utopias, that of J.S. Buckingham, the ideal city is built almost entirely of iron. Although the Italians had designed iron bridges in the 16th century, the first to be built in England was in 1779, across the River Severn. The first iron dome was put on the Halles de Blesse in Paris in 1817, the first iron ship was built in 1787, and the first iron steamship in 1821. So deep was the faith in iron during the Paleotechnic period that it was not merely a favorite form of medicine, chosen as much for its magical association with strength as for any tangible benefits, but it was likewise offered for sale, if not actually used, for cuffs and collars to be worn by men, while, with the development of spring steel, iron even replaced whalebone in the apparatus used by the women of the period to deform their breasts, pelvises, and hips. If the widest and most advantageous use of iron was in warfare, there was no part of existence, nevertheless, that was not touched directly or indirectly by the new material. The cheaper, more efficient production of iron was indeed a direct result of the tremendous military demand for it. The first notable improvement in the production of iron, after the Darby process for making cast iron and the Huntsman process for making crucible steel, was that made by Henry Court, an English naval agent. He took out a patent for his puddling process in 1784 and made a timely contribution not merely to the success of England's iron industry in the export trade but to the victory of British arms during the Napoleonic Wars. In 1856 Henry Bessemer, an Englishman, took out the patent for decarbonizing cast iron in his egg-shaped converter to make steel, a process slightly antedated by the independent invention of a Kentucky ironmaster, William Kelly. Thanks to Bessemer and the later Siemens-Martin process for making steel, the artillery arm flourished in warfare as never before, and after this period the ironclad or the steel-clad warship, using long-range guns, became one of the most effective consumers of the national revenue in existence as well as one of the most deadly weapons of war. Cheap iron and steel made it feasible to equip larger armies and navies than ever before, bigger cannon, bigger warships, more complicated equipment, while the new railroad system made it possible to put more men in fly-field and to put them in constant communication with the base of supplies at ever greater distances. War became a department of large-scale mass production. In the very midst of celebrating the triumphs of peace and internationalism in 1851, the Paleotechnic regime was preparing for a series of more lethal wars in which, as a result of modern methods of production and transport, entire nations would finally become involved: the American Civil War, the Franco-Prussian War, most deadly and vicious of all, the World War. Nourished by war, the armament industries, whose plants were overswollen through railroad building and past wars, sought new markets. In America, they found an outlet in the steel-framed building, but in the long run they were forced back on the more reliable industry of war, and they loyally served their stockholders by inciting competitive fears and rivalries among the nations, the notorious part recently played by the American steel manufacturers in wrecking the international arms conference of 1927 was only typical of 1,000 less publicized moves during the previous century. Bloodshed kept pace with iron production. In essence, the entire Paleotechnic period was ruled, from beginning to end, by the policy of blood and iron. Its brutal contempt for life was equaled only by the almost priestly ritual it developed in preparation for inflicting death. Its peace was indeed the peace that passeth understanding. What was it but latent warfare? What, then, is the nature of this material that exercised such a powerful effect upon the affairs of men? The use of meteoric iron possibly goes back very far in history. there is record of iron derived from the ordinary ores as far back as 1000 BC, but the rapid oxidation of iron may have wiped out traces of a much earlier utilization. Iron was associated in Egypt with Set, god of the waste and desert, an object of fear, and through iron's close ties with the military arts this association remains a not inappropriate one. Iron's principal virtue lies in its combination of great strength and malleability. Only varying amounts of carbon change its characteristics, from toughness to brittleness. As steel or wrought iron it has greater strength than any of the other common metals, and since, in suitable cross-section, an I-beam of iron is as strong as a solid block, it matches its strength with relative lightness and transportability as compared for example with stone. But not merely is iron strong under compression, like many varieties of stone, unlike stone, it is strong in tension, and when used in chains and cables, as the Chinese were the first to use it, its characteristic properties come out perhaps most clearly. One must pay for these excellent qualities by working iron under a more intense heat than copper, zinc, or tin, whereas steel melts at 1800 degrees centigrade, and cast iron at 1500, copper has a melting point of 1100 and certain types of bronze only half that heat, so that the casting of bronze long preceded the casting of iron. On a large scale, iron making demands power production, hence, while wrought iron dates back at least 2,500 years, cast iron was not invented until the 14th century, when the water-driven bellows finally made the high temperature needed in the blast furnace possible. To handle iron in large masses, conveying it, rolling it, hammering it, all the accessory machinery must be brought to an advanced stage of development. Though the ancients produced hard implements of copper by hammering it cold, the cold rolling of steel awaited advanced types of power machinery. Nasmyth's steam hammer, invented in 1838, was one of the final steps toward iron working in the grand style which made possible the Titanic machines and utilities of the later half of the 19th century. But iron has defects almost commensurate with its virtues. In its usual impure state it is subject to fairly rapid oxidation, and until the rustless steel alloys were discovered in the Neotechnic period it was necessary to cover iron with at least a film of non-oxidizing material. Left to itself, iron rusts away. Without constant lubrication bearings become jammed, and without constant painting the iron ships and bridges and sheds would in the space of a generation become dangerously weakened, unless constant care is assured. The stone viaducts of the Romans, for example, are superior for long time use. Again, iron is subject to changes in temperature. Allowances must be made for expansion and contraction in summer and winter and during different parts of the same day, and without a protective covering of a fire-resistant material, the iron loses its strength so rapidly under heat that the soundest structure would become a mass of warped and twisted metal. But if iron oxidizes too easily, it has at least this compensating attribute: next to aluminum it is the commonest metal on the Earth's crust. Unfortunately, the commonness and cheapness of iron, together with the fact that it was used according to rule of thumb prescription long before its properties were scientifically known, fostered a certain crudeness in its utilization, allowing for ignorance by erring on the side of safety. The designers used oversized members in their iron structures which did not sufficiently embrace the aesthetic advantages, to say nothing of economic gain possible through lightness and through the closer adaptation of structure to function. Hence the paradox: between 1775 and 1875 there was technological backwardness in the most advanced part of technology. If iron was cheap and if power was plentiful, why should the engineer waste his talents attempting to use less of either? By any paleotechnic standard, there was no answer to this question. Much of the iron that the period boasted was dead weight. 6. The destruction of environment. The first mark of paleotechnic industry was the pollution of the air. Disregarding Benjamin Franklin's happy suggestion that coal smoke, being unburnt carbon, should be utilized a second time in the furnace, the new manufacturers erected steam engines and factory chimneys without any effort to conserve energy by burning up thoroughly the products of the first combustion, nor did they at first attempt to utilize the byproducts of the coke ovens or burn up the gases. Duchate in the blast furnace. For all its boasts of improvement, the steam engine was only 10% efficient, 90% of the heat created escaped in radiation, and a good part of the fuel went up the flue. Just as the noisy clank of Watt's original engine was maintained, against his own desire to do away with it, as a pleasing mark of power and efficiency, so the smoking factory chimney, which polluted the air and wasted energy, whose pall of smoke increased the number and oigness of natural fogs and shut off still more sunlight, this emblem of a crude, imperfect technics became the boasted symbol of prosperity. And here THJE concentration of paleotechnic industry added to the evils of the process itself. The pollution and dirt of a small iron works situated in the open country could be absorbed or carried away without difficulty. When 20 large iron works were grouped together, concentrating their effluvia and their waste products, a wholesale deterioration of the environment inevitably followed. How serious a loss was occasioned by these paleotechnic habits one can see even today, and one can put it in terms that even paleotechs can understand. The annual cost of keeping Pittsburgh clean because of smoke has been estimated at $1,500,000 for extra laundry work, $750,000 for extra general cleaning, and $360,000 for extra curtain cleaning, an estimate which does not include losses due to the corrosion of buildings, to extra cost of light during periods of smog, and the losses occasioned by the lowering of health and vitality through interference with the sun's rays. The hydrochloric acid evolved by the Le-Blanc process for manufacturing sodium carbonate was wasted until an act of the British Parliament in 1863, incited by the corrosive action of the gas on the surrounding vegetation and metalwork, compelled its conservation. Need one add that the chlorine in the waste product was turned to highly profitable commercial uses as a bleaching powder? In this paleotechnic world the realities were money, prices, capital, shares. The environment itself, like most of human existence, was treated as an abstraction. Air and sunlight, because of their deplorable lack of value in exchange, had no reality at all. Andrew Ure, the great British apologist for Victorian capitalism, was aghast at the excellent physician who testified before Sadler's Factory Investigating Commission on the basis of experiments made by Dr. Edwards in Paris with tadpoles, that sunlight was essential to the growth of children, a belief which he backed up a century before the effect of sunlight in preventing rickets was established by pointing to the absence of deformities of growth, such as were common in mill towns, among the Mexicans and Peruvians, regularly exposed to sunlight. In response to this, Ure proudly exhibited the illustration of a factory room without windows as an example of the excellent gas lighting which served as a substitute for the sun. The values of the paleotechnic economy were topsy-turvy. Its abstractions were reverenced as hard facts and ultimate realities, whereas the realities of existence were treated by the Gradgrinds and Bounderbys as abstractions, as sentimental fancies, even as aberrations. So this period was marked throughout the Western world by the widespread perversion and destruction of environment, the tactics of mining and the debris of the mine spread everywhere. The current annual wastage rough smoke in the United States is huge. One estimate is as high as approximately $200 million. In an all too literal sense, the paleotechnic economy had money to burn. In the new chemical industries that sprang up during this period, no serious effort was made to control either air pollution or stream pollution, nor was any effort made to separate such industries from the dwelling quarters of the town. From the soda works, the ammonia works, the cement-making works, the gas plant, there emerged dust, fumes, effluvia, sometimes noxious for human organisms. In 1930 the Upper Meuse district in Belgium was in a state of panic because a heavy fog resulted in widespread choking and in the death of 65 people. On careful examination it turned out that there had been only a particularly heavy concentration of the usual poison gases, chiefly sulfurous anhydride. Even where the chemical factories were not conspicuously present, the railroad distributed smut and dirt. The reek of coal was the very incense of the new industrialism. A clear sky in an industrial district was the sign of a strike or a lockout or an industrial depression. If atmospheric sewage was the first mark of paleotechnic industry, Stream pollution was the second. The dumping of the industrial and chemical waste products into the streams was a characteristic mark of the new order. Wherever the factories went, the streams became foul and poisonous, the fish died or were forced, like the Hudson shad, to migrate, and the water became unfit for either drinking or bathing. In many cases the refuse so wantonly disposed of was in fact capable of being used, but the whole method of industry was so short-sighted and so unscientific that the full utilization of byproducts did not concern anyone for the first century or so. What the streams could not transport away remained in piles and hillocks on the outskirts of the industrial plant, unless it could be used to fill in the watercourses or the swamps on the new sites of the industrial city. These forms of industrial pollution of course go back very far in the history of Paleotechnic industry. Agricola makes mention of them, and they remain to this day one of the most durable attributes of the mining economy. But with the new concentration of industry in the industrial city there was still a third source of stream pollution. This was from human excrement, recklessly dumped into the rivers and tidal waters without any preliminary treatment, to say nothing of attempts to conserve the valuable nitrogenous elements for fertilizer. The smaller rivers, like the Thames and later the Chicago River, became little less than open sewers. Lacking the first elements of cleanliness, lacking even a water supply, lacking sanitary regulations of any kind, lacking the open spaces and gardens of the early medieval city, which made cruder forms of sewage disposal possible, the new industrial towns became breeding places for disease. Typhoid bacteria filtered through the soil from privy and open sewer into the wells from which the poorer classes got their water, or they were pumped out of the river, which served equally as a reservoir for drinking water and a sewage outlet. Sometimes, before the chlorine treatment was introduced, the municipal waterworks were the chief source of infection. Diseases of dirt and diseases of darkness flourished: smallpox, typhus, typhoid, rickets, tuberculosis. In the very hospitals, the prevalent dirt counteracted the mechanical advances of surgery. A great part of those who survived the surgeon's scalpel succumbed to hospital fever. Sir Frederick Treves remembered how the surgeons of Guy's Hospital boasted of the incrustations of blood and dirt on their operating coats, as a mark of long practice. If that was surgical cleanliness, what could one expect of the impoverished workers in the new slums? But there were other types of environmental degradation besides these forms of pollution. Foremost among these was that resulting from the regional specialization of industry. Natural regional specializations exist by reason of strong differences in climate and geological formation and topography. Under natural conditions, no one attempts to grow coffee in Iceland, but the new specialization was based, not upon conforming to regional opportunities, but upon concentrating upon a single aspect of industry and pushing this to the exclusion of every other form of art and work. Thus England, the home of the new specialization, turned all its resources and energy and manpower into mechanical industry and permitted agriculture to languish. Similarly, within the new industrial complex, one locality specialized in steel and another in cotton, with no attempt at diversification of manufacture. The result was a poor and constricted social life and a precarious industry. By reason of specialization, a variety of regional opportunities were neglected, and the amount of wasteful cross-haulage in commodities that could be produced with equal efficiency in any locality was increased, while the shutting down of the single industry meant the collapse of the entire local community. Above all, the psychological and social stimulus derived from cultivating numerous different occupations and different modes of thought and living disappeared. Result: an insecure industry, a lopsided social life, an impoverishment of intellectual resources, and often a physically depleted environment. This intensive regional specialization at first brought huge pecuniary profits to the masters of industry, but the price it exacted was too high. Even in terms of mechanical efficiency the process was a doubtful one, because it was a barrier against that borrowing from foreign processes which is one of the principal means of effecting new inventions and creating industries. While when one considers the environment as an element in human ecology, the sacrifice of its varied potentialities to mechanical industries alone was highly inimical to human welfare, the usurpation of park sites and bathing sites by the new steel works and coke ovens, the reckless placement of railroad yards with no respect to any fact except cheapness and convenience for the railroad itself, the destruction of forests, and the building up of solid masses of brick and paving stone without regard for the special qualities of site and soil, all these were forms of environmental destruction and waste. The cost of this indifference to the environment as a human resource, who can measure it? But who can doubt that it offsets a large part of the otherwise real gains in producing cheap textiles and transporting surplus foods? 7. The degradation of the worker. Kant's doctrine, that every human being should be treated as an end, not as a means, was formulated precisely at the moment when mechanical industry had begun to treat the worker solely as a means to cheaper mechanical production. Human beings were dealt with in the same spirit of brutality as the landscape. Labor was a resource to be exploited, to be mined, to be exhausted, and finally to be discarded. Responsibility for the worker's life and health ended with the cash payment for the day's labor. The poor, propagated like flies, reached industrial maturity 10 or 12 years of age promptly, served their term in the new textile mills or the mines, and died inexpensively. During the early Paleotechnic period, their expectation of life was 20 years less than that of the middle classes. For a number of centuries the degradation of labor had been going on steadily in Europe. At the end of the 18th century, thanks to the shrewdness and near-sighted rapacity of the English industrialists, it reached its nadir in England. In other countries, where the Paleotechnic system entered later, the same brutality emerged. The English merely set the pace. What were the causes at work? By the middle of the 18th century the handicraft worker had been reduced, in the new industries, into a competitor with the machine. But there was one weak spot in the system, the nature of human beings themselves, for at first they rebelled at the feverish pace, the rigid discipline, the dismal monotony of their tasks. The main difficulty, as Ure pointed out, did not lie so much in the invention of an effective self-acting mechanism as in the distribution of the different members of the apparatus into one cooperative body, in impelling each organ with its appropriate delicacy and speed, and above all, in training human beings to renounce their desultory habits of work and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automaton. By the infirmity of human nature, wrote Ure again, it happens that the more skillful the workman, the more self-willed and intractable he is apt to become, and of course the less fit and component of the mechanical system in which he may do great damage to the whole. The first requirement for the factory system, then, was the castration of skill. The second was the discipline of starvation. The third was the closing up of alternative occupations by means of land monopoly and diseducation. In actual operation, these three requirements were met in reverse order. Poverty and land monopoly kept the workers in the locality that needed them and removed the possibility of their improving their position by migration, while exclusion from craft apprenticeship, together with specialization in subdivided and partitioned mechanical functions, unfit the machine worker for the career of pioneer or farmer, even though he might have the opportunity to move into the free lands in the newer parts of the world. Reduced to the function of a cog, the new worker could not operate without being joined to a machine. Since the workers lacked the capitalists' incentives of gain and social opportunity, the only things that kept them bound to the machine were starvation, ignorance, and fear. These three conditions were the foundations of industrial discipline, and they were retained by the directing classes even though the poverty of the worker undermined and periodically ruined the system of mass production which the new factory discipline promoted. Therein lay one of the inherent contradictions of the capitalist scheme of production. It remained for Richard Arkwright, at the beginning of the Paleotechnic development, to put the finishing touches upon the factory system itself, perhaps the most remarkable piece of regimentation. All things considered, at the last 1,000 years have seen. Arkwright, indeed, was a sort of archetypal figure of the new order, while he is often credited, like so many other successful capitalists, with being a great inventor. The fact is that he was never guilty of a single original invention, he appropriated the work of less astute men. His factories were located in different parts of England, and in order to supervise them he had to travel with Napoleonic diligence, in a post-chaise, driven at top speed. He worked far into the night, on wheels as well as at his desk. Arkwright's great contribution to his personal success and to the factory system at large was the elaboration of a code of factory discipline. 300 years after Prince Maurice had transformed the military arts, Arkwright perfected the industrial army. He put an end to the easy, happy-go-lucky habits that had held over from the past. He forced the one-time independent handicraftsman to renounce his old prerogative of stopping when he pleases, because, as Ure remarks, he would thereby throw the whole establishment into disorder. Following upon the earlier improvements of Wyatt and Kay, the enterpriser in the textile industries had a new weapon of discipline in his hands. The machines were becoming so automatic that the worker himself, instead of performing the work, became a machine tender, who merely corrected failures in automatic operation, like a breaking of the threads. This could be done by a woman as easily as by a man, and by an 8-year-old child as well as by an adult, provided discipline were harsh enough. As if the competition of children were not enough to enforce low wages and general submission, there was still another police agent, the threat of a new invention which would eliminate the worker altogether. From the beginning, technological improvement was the manufacturer's answer to labor insubordination, or, as the invaluable Ure reminded his readers, new inventions confirmed the great doctrine already propounded that when capital enlists science into its service the refractory hand of labor will be taught docility. Nasmyth put this fact in its most benign light when he held, according to Smiles, that strikes were more productive of good than of evil, since they served to stimulate invention. In the case of many of our most potent self-acting tools and machines, manufacturers could not be induced to adopt them until compelled to do so by strikes. This was the case of the self-acting mule, the wool-combing machine, the planing machine, the slotting machine, Nasmyth's steam arm, and many others. At the opening of the period, in 1770, a writer had projected a new scheme for providing for paupers. He called it a house of terror. It was to be a place where paupers would be confined at work for 14 hours a day and kept in hand by a starvation diet. Within a generation, this house of terror had become the typical paleotechnic factory, in fact the ideal, as Marx well says, paled before the reality. Industrial diseases naturally flourished in this environment, the use of lead glaze in the potteries, phosphorus in the matchmaking industry, the failure to use protective masks in the numerous grinding operations, particularly in the cutlery industry, increased to enormous proportions the fatal forms of industrial poisoning or injury. Mass consumption of china, matches, and cutlery resulted in a steady destruction of life. As the pace of production increased in certain trades, the dangers to health and safety in the industrial process itself increased. In glassmaking, for example, the lungs were overtaxed. In other industries the increased fatigue resulted in careless motions and the maceration of a hand or the amputation of a leg might follow. With the sudden increase of population that marked the opening years of the Paleotechnic period, labor appeared as a new natural resource, a lucky find for the labor prospector and labor miner. Small wonder that the ruling classes flushed with moral indignation when they found that Francis Place and his followers had endeavored to propagate a knowledge of contraceptives among the Manchester operatives in the 1820s. These philanthropic radicals were threatening an otherwise inexhaustible supply of raw material. And insofar as the workers were diseased, crippled, stupefied, and reduced to apathy and dejection by the Paleotechnic environment, they were only, up to a certain point, so much the better adapted to the new routine of factory and mill. For the highest standards of factory efficiency were achieved with the aid of only partly used human organisms, in short, of defectives. With the large-scale organization of the factory it became necessary that the operatives should at least be able to read notices, and from 1832 onwards measures for providing education for the child laborers were introduced in England. But in order to unify the whole system, the characteristic limitations of the House of Terror were introduced as far as possible into the school: silence, absence of motion, complete passivity, response only upon the application of an outer stimulus, rote learning, verbal parroting, piecework acquisition of knowledge. These gave the school the happy attributes of jail and factory combined. Only a rare spirit could escape this discipline, or battle successfully against this sordid environment. As the habituation became more complete, the possibility of escaping to other occupations and other environments became more limited. One final element in the degradation of the worker must be noted: the maniacal intensity of work. Marx attributed the lengthening of the working day in the Paleotechnic period to the capitalist's desire to extract extra surplus value from the laborer. As long as values in use predominated, he pointed out, there was no incentive to industrial slavery and overwork, but as soon as labor became a commodity, the capitalist sought to obtain as large a share of it as possible for himself at the smallest expense. But while the desire for gain was perhaps the impulse uppermost in lengthening the worker's day as it happened, a mistaken method even from the most limited point of view, one must still explain the sudden intensity of the desire itself. This was not a result of capitalist production's unfolding itself according to an inner dialectic of development. The desire for gain was a causal factor in that development. What lay behind its sudden impetus and fierce intensity was the new contempt for any outlier mode of life or form of expression except that associated with the machine. The esoteric natural philosophy of the 17th century had finally become the popular doctrine of the 19th. The gospel of work was the positive side of the incapacity for art, play, amusement, or pure craftsmanship. Attended the shriveling up of the cultural and religious values of the past. In the pursuit of gain, the ironmasters and textile masters drove themselves almost as hard as they drove their workers. They scrimped and stinted and starved themselves at the beginning, out of avarice and the will to power, as the workers themselves did out of sheer necessity. The lust for power made the Bounderbies despise a humane life, but they despised it for themselves almost as heartily as they despised it for their wage slaves. If the laborers were crippled by the doctrine, so were the masters. For a new type of personality had emerged, a walking abstraction, the economic man. Living men imitated this penny in the slot automaton, this creature of bare rationalism. These new economic men sacrificed their digestion, the interests of parenthood, their sexual life, their health, most of the normal pleasures and delights of civilized existence to the untrammeled pursuit of power and money. Nothing retarded them, nothing diverted them. Except finally the realization that they had more money than they could use, and more power than they could intelligently exercise. Then came belated repentance. Robert Owen founds a utopian cooperative colony, Nobel, the explosives manufacturer, a peace foundation, Carnegie Free Libraries, Rockefeller Medical Institutes. Those whose repentance took a more private form became the victims of their mistresses, their tailors, their art dealers. Outside the industrial system, the economic man was in a state of neurotic maladjustment. These successful neurotics looked upon the arts as unmanly forms of escape from work and business enterprise, but what was their one-sided, maniacal concentration upon work but a much more disastrous escape from life itself? In only the most limited sense were the great industrialists better off than the workers they degraded. Jailer and prisoner were both, so to say, inmates of the same house of terror. Yet though the actual results of the new industrialism were to increase the burdens of the ordinary worker, the ideology that fostered it was directed toward his release. The central elements in that ideology were two principles that had operated like dynamite upon the solid rock of feudalism and special privilege, the principle of utility and the principle of democracy. Instead of justifying their existence by reason of tradition and custom, the institutions of society were forced to justify themselves by their actual use. It was in the name of social improvement that many obsolete arrangements that had lingered on from the past were swept away, and it was likewise by reason of their putative utility to mankind at large that the most humane and enlightened minds of the early 19th century welcomed machines and sanctioned their introduction. Meanwhile, the 18th century had turned the Christian notion of the equality of all men in heaven into an equality of all men on earth. They were not to achieve it by conversion and death and immortality, but were supposed to be born free and equal. While the bourgeoisie interpreted these terms to their own advantage, the notion of democracy nevertheless served as a psychological rationalization for machine industry, for the mass production of cheap goods merely carried the principle of democracy onto the material plane, and the machine could be justified because it favored the process of vulgarization. This notion took hold very slowly in Europe, but in America, where class barriers were not so solid, it worked out into a leveling upward of the standard of expenditure. Had this leveling meant a genuine equalization of the standard of life, it would have been a beneficent one, but in reality it worked out spottily, following the lines most favorable for profits, and thus often leveling downward, undermining taste and judgment, lowering quality, multiplying inferior goods. 8. The starvation of life. The degradation of the worker was the central point in that more widespread starvation of life which took place during the Paleotechnic regime, and which still continues in those many areas and occupations where Paleotechnic habits predominate. In the depauperate homes of the workers in Birmingham and Leeds and Glasgow, in New York and Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, in Hamburg and Elberfeld, Barmen and Lille and Lyons, and in similar centers from Bombay to Moscow, rickety and undernourished children grew up. Dirt and squalor were the constant facts of their environment. Shut off from the country by miles of paved streets, the most common sights of field and farm might be strange to them, the sight of violets, buttercups, daylilies, the smell of mint, honeysuckle, the locust trees, the raw earth opened by the plow, the warm hay piled up in the sun, or the fishy tang of beach and salt marsh. Overcast by the smoke pall, the sky itself might be shut out and the sunlight diminished, even the stars at night became dim. The essential pattern set by Paleotechnic industry in England, with its great technical lead and its sedate, well-disciplined operatives, was repeated in every new region, as the machine girdled the globe. Under the stress of competition, adulterants in food became a commonplace of Victorian industry. Flour was supplemented with plaster, pepper with wood, rancid bacon was treated with boric acid, milk was kept from souring with embalming fluid, and thousands of medical nostrums flourished under the protection of patents, bilge water, or poison whose sole efficacy resided in the auto-hypnotism produced by the glowing lies on their labels. Stale and rancid food degraded the sense of taste and upset the digestion. Gin, rum, whiskey, strong tobacco made the palate less sensitive and befuddled the senses, but drink still remained the quickest way of getting out of Manchester. Religion ceased in large groups to be the opiate of the poor. Indeed, the mines and the textile mills often lacked even the barest elements of the older Christian culture, and it would be more nearly true to say that opiates became the religion of the poor. Add to the lack of light a lack of color, except for the advertisements on the hoardings, the prevailing tones were dingy ones. In a murky atmosphere even the shadows lose their rich ultramarine or violet colors. The rhythm of movement disappeared. Within the factory the quick staccato of the machine displaced the organic rhythms, measured to song, that characterized the old workshop, as Beecher has pointed out, while the dejected and the outcast shuffled along the streets in cities of dreadful night, and the sharp athletic movements of the sword dances and the Morris dances disappeared in the surviving dances of the working classes, who began to imitate clumsily the graceful boredom of the idle and the leisured. Sex, above all, was starved and degraded in this environment. In the mines and factories an indiscriminate sexual intercourse of the most brutish kind was the only relief from the tedium and drudgery of the day. In some of the English mines the women pulling the carts even worked completely naked, dirty, wild, and degraded as only the worst slaves of antiquity had been. Among the agricultural population in England sexual experience before marriage was a period of experimental grace before settling down. Among the new industrial workers, it was often preliminary to abortion, as contemporary evidence proves. The organization of the early factories, which threw girls and boys into the same sleeping quarters, also gave power to the overseers of the children which they frequently abused. Sadisms and perversions of every kind were common. Home life was crowded out of existence. The very ability to cook disappeared among the women workers. Even among the more prosperous middle classes, Sex lost both its intensity and its priapic sting. A cold rape followed the prudent continences and avoidances of the premarital state of women. The secrets of sexual stimulation and sexual pleasure were confined to the specialists in the brothels, and garbled knowledge about the possibilities of intercourse were conveyed by well-meaning amateurs or by quacks whose books on sexology acted as an additional bait, frequently, for their patent medicines. The sight of the naked body, so necessary for its proud exercise and dilation, was discreetly prohibited even in the form of undraped statues. Moralists looked upon it as a lewd distraction that would take the mind off work and undermine the systematic inhibitions of machine industry. Sex had no industrial value. The ideal paleotechnic figure did not even have legs, to say nothing of breasts and sexual organs. Even the bustle disguised and deformed the rich curve of the buttocks in the act of making them monstrous. This starvation of the senses, this restriction and depletion of the physical body, created a race of invalids, people who knew only partial health, partial physical strength, partial sexual potency. It was the rural types, far from the paleotechnic environment, the country squire and fly parson and the agricultural laborer, who had in the life insurance tables the possibility of a long life and a healthy one. Ironically enough, the dominant figures in the new struggle for existence lacked biological survival value. Biologically, the balance of power was in the countryside, and it was only by faking the statistics. 7. Early manufacture. 1. Woodturner's shop. Typical separation of labor power and skill, increased efficiency at the price of increased servility of labor. Note, however, the remains of the older type of motor, the bent sapling, attached to a foot treadle. Note, 2, the existence of the slide rest, usually attributed to Maudslay. All the illustrations on this page are from the supplement to Diderot's Encyclopedia. 2. Mass production of bottles. The standardized glass bottle, so useful for medicines and wines, was a late Technic achievement. Before that, the finer forms of glass, goblets, alembics, mirrors, and distillation flasks had been created. Without the use of glass for spectacles, mirrors, microscopes, telescopes, windows, and containers, our modern world, as revealed by physics and chemistry, could scarcely have been conceived. 3. One of a number of multiple silk reeling machines worked by water power illustrated in the encyclopedia. Similar types possibly date back as far as 1272 at Bologna. They are illustrated in Zonx's treatise on machinery in 1607. Power production, labor saving, mass manufacture, and mechanization date from the early Technic period. 4. Child labor in pin manufacture, illustration of Adam Smith's famous example of modern production methods. This employment of the coolie labor of children was an essential basis of Paleotechnic capitalism. It still lingers in backward areas. Once human motions had become simplified, however, they were ripe for imitation by machines. 8. Paleotechnic products. 1. Puffing Billy, constructed at Willem Colliery in 1813 by William Eyledley. The oldest locomotive in existence. Note the Technic survival in wooden boiler. Courtesy of the director, the Science Museum, London. 2. Interior of coal mine, showing primitive type of ore car and shoring. Courtesy, Deutsches Museum, München. 3. Pittsburgh, a typical Paleotechnic industrial environment, smoke pall, air sewage, disorder and the human dwellings reduced to the lowest terms of decency and amenity. Crowd the houses together and the result is Philadelphia, Manchester, Preston, or Lille. Intensify the congestion and the result is New York, Glasgow, Berlin, and Bombay. Photographed by Ewing Galloway. 4. Early London Underground Railway, 1860 to 1863. The railway building era was also a tunnel building era. Every new element in Paleotechnic transportation can be traced back directly to the mine. Courtesy, Deutsches Museum, München. That is, by failing to correct them for age groups, that the weaknesses of the new industrial towns could be concealed. With starvation of the senses went a general starvation of the mind. Mere literacy, the ability to read signs, shop notices, newspapers, took the place of that general sensory and motor training that went with the handicraft and the agricultural industries. In vain did the educators of the period, like Schreber in Germany with his projects for Schrebergarten as necessary elements in an integral education, and like Spencer in England with his praise of leisure, idleness, and pleasant sport, attempt to combat this desiccation of the mind and this drying up of life at the roots. The manual training that was introduced was as abstract as drill. The art fostered by South Kensington was more dead and dull than the untutored products of the machine. The eye, the ear, the touch, starved and battered by the external environment, took refuge in the filtered medium of print, and the sad constraint of the blind applied to all the avenues of experience. The museum took the place of concrete reality, the guidebook took the place of the museum, the criticism took the place of the picture, the written description took the place of the building, the scene in nature, the adventure, the living act. This exaggerates and caricatures the paleotechnic state of mind, but it does not essentially falsify it. Could it have been otherwise? The new environment did not lend itself to first-hand exploration and reception. To take it at second hand, to put at least a psychological distance between the observer and the horrors and deformities observed, was really to make the best of it. The starvation and diminution of life was universal, a certain dullness and irresponsiveness, in short, a state of partial anesthesia, became a condition of survival. At the very height of England's industrial squalor, when the houses for the working classes were frequently built beside open sewers and when rows of them were being built back to back, at that very moment complacent scholars writing in middle-class libraries could dwell upon the filth and dirt and ignorance of the Middle Ages, as compared with the enlightenment and cleanliness of their O*2. How was that belief possible? One must pause for a second to examine its origin. For one cannot understand the Technics, unless one appreciates its debt to the mythology it had conjured up. 9. The doctrine of progress. The mechanism that produced the conceit and the self-complacence of the paleotechnic period was in fact beautifully simple. In the 18th century the notion of progress had been elevated into a cardinal doctrine of the educated classes. Man, according to the philosophers and rationalists, was climbing steadily out of the mire of superstition, ignorance, savagery, into a world that was to become ever more polished, humane and rational, the world of the Paris salons before the hailstorm of revolution broke the window panes and drove the talkers to the cellar. Tools and instruments and laws and institutions had all been improved. Instead of being moved by instincts and governed by force, men were capable of being moved and governed by reason. The student at the university had more mathematical knowledge than Euclid, and so, too, did the middle-class man, surrounded by his new comforts, have more wealth than Charlemagne. In the nature of progress, the world would go on forever and forever in the same direction, becoming more humane, more comfortable, more peaceful, more smooth to travel in, and above all, much more rich. This picture of a steady, persistent, straight line and almost uniform improvement throughout history had all the parochialism of the 18th century, for despite Rousseau's passionate conviction that the advance in the arts and sciences had depraved morals, the advocates of progress regarded their own period, which was in fact a low one measured by almost any standard except scientific thought and raw energy, as the natural peak of humanity's ascent to date. With the rapid improvement of machines, the vague 18th century doctrine received new confirmation in the 19th century. The laws of progress became self-evident. Were not new machines being invented every year? Were they not transformed by successive modifications? Did not chimneys draw better, were not houses warmer, had not railroads been invented? Here was a convenient measuring stick for historical comparison. Assuming that progress was a reality, if the cities of the 19th century were dirty, the cities of the 13th century must have been 6 centuries dirtier, for had not the world become constantly cleaner? If the hospitals of the early 19th century were overcrowded pest houses, then those of the 15th century must have been even more deadly. If the workers of the new factory towns were ignorant and superstitious, then the workers who produced Chartres and Bamberg must have been more stupid and unenlightened. If the greater part of the population were still destitute despite the prosperity of the textile trades and the hardware trades, then the workers of the handicraft period must have been more impoverished. The fact that the cities of the 13th century were far brighter and cleaner and better ordered than the new Victorian towns, the fact that medieval hospitals were more spacious and more sanitary than their Victorian successors, the fact that in many parts of Europe the medieval worker had demonstrably a far higher standard of living than the Paleotechnic drudge, tied triumphantly to a semi-automatic machine, these facts did not even occur to the exponents of progress as possibilities for investigation. They were ruled out automatically by the theory itself. Plainly, by taking some low point of human development in the past, one might over a limited period of time point to a real advance. But if one began with a high point, for example, the fact that German miners in the 16th century frequently worked in 3 shifts of only 8 hours each, the facts of progress, when one surveyed the mines of the 19th century, were non-existent. Or if one began with the constant feudal strife of 14th century Europe, the peace that prevailed over great areas of Western Europe between 1815 and 1914 was a great gain. But if one compared the amount of destruction caused by 100 years of the most murderous warfare in the Middle Ages with what took place in 4 short years during the World War, precisely because of such great instruments of technological progress as modern artillery, steel tanks, poison gas, bombs and flamethrowers, picric acid and TNT, the result was a step backward. Value, in the doctrine of progress, was reduced to a time calcula. CO2, value was in fact movement in time. To be old-fashioned or to be out of date was to lack value. Progress was the equivalent in history of mechanical motion through space. It was after beholding a thundering railroad train that Tennyson exclaimed, with exquisite aptness, "LCL, great world, spin forever down the ringing grooves of change." The machine was displacing every other source of value, partly because the machine was by its nature the most progressive element in the new economy. What remained valid in the notion of progress were 2 things that had no essential connection with human improvement. First, the fact of life, with its birth, development, renewal, decay, which one might generalize, in such a fashion as to include the whole universe, as the fact of change, motion, transformation of energy. Second, the social fact of accumulation, that is the tendency to augment and conserve those parts of the social heritage which lend themselves to transmission through time. No society can escape the fact of change or evade the duty of selective accumulation. Unfortunately, change and accumulation work in both directions. Energies may be dissipated, institutions may decay, and societies may pile up evils and burdens as well as goods and benefits. To assume that a later point in development necessarily brings a higher kind of society is merely to confuse the neutral quality of complexity or maturity with improvement. To assume that a later point in time necessarily carries a greater accumulation of values is to forget the recurrent facts of barbarism and degradation. Unlike the organic patterns of movement through space and time, the cycle of growth and decay, the balanced motion of the dancer, the statement and return of the musical composition, progress was motion toward infinity, motion without completion or end, motion for motion's sake. One could not have too much progress, it could not come too rapidly, it could not spread too widely, and it could not destroy the unprogressive elements in society too swiftly and ruthlessly, for progress was a good in itself independent of direction or end. In the name of progress, the limited but balanced economy of the Hindu village, with its local potter, its local spinners and weavers, its local smith, was overthrown for the sake of providing a market for the potteries of the 5 towns and the textiles of Manchester and the superfluous hardware of Birmingham. The result was impoverished villages in India, hideous and destitute towns in England, and a great wastage in tonnage and manpower in plying the oceans between, but at all events a victory for progress. Life was judged by the extent to which it ministered to progress, progress was not judged by the extent to which it ministered to life. The last possibility would have been fatal to admit. it would have transported the problem from the cosmic plane to a human one. What Paleotech dared ask himself whether labor-saving, money-grubbing, power-acquiring, space-annihilating, thing-producing devices were in fact producing an equivalent expansion and enrichment of life. That question would have been the ultimate heresy. The men who asked it, the Ruskins, the Nietzsches, the Melvilles, were in fact treated as heretics and cast out of this society. In more than one case, they were condemned to an exacerbating solitude that reached the limit of madness. 10. The struggle for existence. But progress had an economic side. At bottom it was little less than an elaborate rationalizing of the dominant economic conditions. For progress was possible only through increased production. Production grew in volume only through larger sales. These in turn were an incentive to mechanical improvements and fresh inventions which ministered to new desires and made people conscious of new necessities. So the struggle for the market became the dominant motive in a progressive existence. The laborer sold himself to the highest bidder in the labor market. His work was not an exhibition of personal pride and skill but a commodity, whose value varied with the quantity of other laborers who were available for performing the same task. For a while the professions, like law and medicine, still maintained a qualitative standard, but their traditions were insidiously undermined by the more general practices of the market. Similarly, the manufacturer sold his product in the commercial market. Buying cheap and selling dear, he had no other standard than that of large profits. At the height of this economy, John Bright defended the adulteration of goods in the British House of Commons as a necessary incident of competitive sale. To widen the margin between the costs of production and the return from sales in a competitive market, the manufacturer depressed wages, lengthened hours, speeded up motions, shortened the worker's period of rest, deprived him of recreation and education, robbed him in youth of the opportunities for growth, in maturity of the benefits of family life, and in old age of his security and peace. So unscrupulous was the competition that in the early part of the period, the manufacturers even defrauded their own class. The mines that used Watt's steam engine refused to pay him the royalties they owed, and shuttle clubs were formed by the manufacturers to assist members sued by Kay for royalties on his invention. This struggle for the market was finally given a philosophic name. It was called the struggle for existence. Wage worker competed against wage worker for bare subsistence, the unskilled competed against the skilled, women and children competed against the male heads of families. Along with this horizontal struggle between the different elements in the working class, there was a vertical struggle that rent society in two, the class struggle, the struggle between the possessors and the dispossessed. These universal struggles served as basis for the new mythology which complemented and extended the more optimistic theory of progress. In his essay on population, the Reverend T.R. Malthus shrewdly generalized the actual state of England in the midst of the disorders that attended the new industry. He stated that population tended to expand more rapidly than the food supply, and that it avoided starvation only through a limitation by means of the positive check of continence, or the negative checks of misery, disease, and war. In the course of the struggle for food, the upper classes, with their thrift and foresight and superior mentality, emerged from the ruck of mankind. With this image in mind, and with Malthus's essay on population as the definite stimulus to their thoughts, two British biologists, Charles Darwin and Alfred Wallace, projected the intense struggle for the market upon the world of life in general. Another philosopher of industrialism, just as characteristically a railroad engineer by profession as Spinoza had been a lens grinder, coined a phrase that touched off the whole process. To the struggle for existence and the process of natural selection Spencer appended the results, the survival of the fittest. The phrase itself was a tautology, for survival was taken as the proof of fitness, but that did not decrease its usefulness. This new ideology arose out of the new social order, not out of Darwin's able biological work. His scientific study of modifications, variations, and the processes of sexual selection were neither furthered nor explained by a theory v/Hitch accounted not for the occurrence of new organic adaptations, but merely for a possible mechanism whereby certain forms had been weeded out after the survivors had been favorably modified. Moreover, there were the demonstrable facts of commensalism and symbiosis, to say nothing of ecological partnership, of which Darwin himself was fully conscious, to modify the Victorian nightmare of a nature red in tooth and claw. The point is, however, that in Paleotechnic society the weaker were indeed driven to the wall and mutual aid had almost disappeared. The Malthus-Darwin doctrine explained the dominance of the new bourgeoisie, people without taste, imagination, intellect, moral scruples, general culture, or even elementary bowels of compassion, who rose to the surface precisely because they fitted an environment that had no place and no use for any of these humane attributes. Only antisocial qualities had survival value. Only people who valued machines more than men were capable under these conditions of governing men to their own profit and advantage. 11. Class and nation. The struggle between the possessing classes and the working classes during this period assumed a new form, because the system of production and exchange and the common intellectual milieu had all profoundly altered. This struggle was closely observed and for the first time accurately appraised by Friedrich Engels and Karl Marx. Just as Darwin had extended the competition of the market to the entire world of life, so did Engels and Marx extend the contemporary class struggle to the entire history of society. But there was a significant difference between the new class struggles and the slave uprisings, the peasant rebellions, the local conflicts between masters and journeymen that had occurred previously in Europe. The new struggle was continuous, the old had been sporadic. Except for the medieval utopian movements such as the Lollards, the earlier conflicts had been, in the main, struggles over abuses in a system which both master and worker accepted. The appeal of the worker was to an antecedent right or privilege that had been grossly violated. The new struggle was over the system itself. It was an attempt on the worker's part to modify the system of free wage competition and free contract that left the worker, a helpless atom, free to starve or cut his own throat if he did not accept the conditions the industrialists offered. From the standpoint of the Paleotechnic worker, the goal of the struggle was control of the labor market. He sought for power as a bargainer, obtaining a slightly larger share of the costs of production, or, if you will, the profits of sale. But he did not, in general, seek responsible participation as a worker in the business of production. He was not ready to be an autonomous partner in the new collective mechanism, in which the least cog was as important to the process as a whole as the engineers and scientists who had devised it and who controlled it. Here one marks the great gap between handicraft and the early machine economy. Under the first system the worker was on his way to being a journeyman. The journeyman, broadened by travel to other centers, and inducted into the mysteries of his craft, was capable, not merely of bargaining with his employer, but of taking his place. The class conflict was lessened by the fact that the masters could not take away the worker's tools of production, which were personal, nor could they decrease his actual pleasure of craftsmanship. Not until specialization and expropriation had given the employer a special advantage did the conflict begin to take on its Paleotechnic form. Under the capitalist system the worker could achieve security and mastery only by leaving his class. The consumers' cooperative movement was a partial exception to this on the side of consumption, far more important ultimately than the spectacular wage battles that were fought during this period, but it did not touch the organization of the factory itself. Unfortunately, on the terms of the class struggle, there was no means of preparing the worker for the final results of his conquest. The struggle was in itself an education for warfare, not for industrial management and production. The battle was constant and bitter, and it was conducted without mercy on the part of the exploiting classes, who used the utmost brutality that the police and the soldiery were capable of, on occasion, to break the resistance of the workers. In the course of this war one or another part of the proletariat, chiefly the more skilled occupations, made definite gains in wages and hours, and they shook all the more degrading forms of wage slavery and sweating, but the fundamental condition remained unaltered. Meanwhile, the machine process itself, with its matter-of-fact procedure, its automatism, its impersonality, its reliance upon the specialized services and intricate technological studies of the engineer, was getting further and further beyond the workers' unaided power of intellectual apprehension or political control. Marx's original prediction that the class struggle would be fought out on strict class lines between an impoverished international proletariat and an equally coherent international bourgeoisie was falsified by two unexpected conditions. One was the growth of the middle classes and the small industries. Instead of being automatically wiped out, they showed unexpected resistance and staying power. In a crisis, the big industries with their vast overcapitalization and their enormous overhead, were less capable of adjusting themselves to the situation than the smaller ones. In order to make the market more secure, there were even fitful attempts to raise the standard of consumption among the workers themselves, so the sharp lines necessary for successful warfare only emerged in periods of depression. The second fact was the new alignment of forces between country and country, which tended to undermine the internationalism of capital and disrupt the unity of the proletariat. When Marx wrote in the 1850s, nationalism seemed to him, as it seemed to Cobden, to be a dying movement. Events showed that, on the contrary, it had taken a new lease on life. With the massing of the population into national states which continued during the 19th century, the national struggle cut at right angles to the class struggle. After the French Revolution War, which was once the sport of dynasties, became the major industrial occupation of whole peoples, democratic conscription made this possible. The struggle for political power, always limited in the past by financial weakness, technical restrictions, the indifference and hostility of the underlying population, now became a struggle between states for the command of exploitable areas, the mines of Lorraine, the diamond fields of South Africa, the South American markets, possible sources of supply or possible outlets for products that could not be absorbed by the depressed proletariat of the industrial countries, or, finally, possible fields for investment for the surplus of capital heaped up in the progressive countries. The present, exclaimed Ure in 1835, is distinguished from every preceding age by an universal ardor of enterprise in arts and manufactures. Nationals, convinced at length that war is always a losing game, have converted their swords and muskets into factory implements, and now contend with each other in the bloodless but still formidable strife of trade. They no longer send troops to fight on distant fields, but fabrics to drive before them those of their old adversaries in arms, to take possession of a foreign market. To impair the resources of a rival at home, by underselling his wares abroad, is the new belligerent system, in pursuance of which every nerve and sinew of the people are put upon the strain. Unfortunately, the sublimation was not complete. Economic rivalries added fuel to national hates and gave a pseudo-rational face to the most violently irrational motives. Even the leading utopias of the Paleo-Technic phase were nationalist and militarist. Cabet's Icaria, which was contemporary WDTH the liberal revolutions of 1848, was a masterpiece of warlike regimentation in every detail of life, whilst Bellamy, in 1888, took the organization of the army, on a basis of compulsory service, as the pattern for all industrial activities. The intensity of these nationalist struggles, aided by the more tribal instincts, somewhat weakened the effect of the class struggles. But they were alike in this respect. Neither the state as conceived by the followers of Austin, nor the proletarian class as conceived by the followers of Marx, were organic entities or true social groups. They were both arbitrary collections of individuals, held together not by common functions, but by a common collective symbol of loyalty and hate. This collective symbol had a magical office. It was willed into existence by magical formulae and incantations, and kept alive by a collective ritual. So long as the ritual was piously maintained, the subjective nature of its premises could be ignored. But the nation had this advantage over the class: it could conjure up more primitive responses, for it played, not on material advantage, but on naive hates and manias and death wishes. After 1850, nationalism became the drill master of the restless proletariat, and the latter worked out its sense of inferiority and defeat by identification with the all-powerful state. 12. The Empire of Muddle. The quantity of goods produced by the machine was supposed to be automatically regulated by the law of supply and demand. Commodities, like water, were supposed to seek their own level. In the long run, only so much goods would be produced as could be sold at a profit. The lessening of profits automatically, according to this theory, closed the valve of production, while the increase of profits automatically opened it and even would lead to the construction of new feeders. Producing the necessaries of life was, however, merely a byproduct of making profits. Since there was more money to be made in textiles for foreign markets than in sound workers' houses for domestic use, more profit in beer and gin than in unadulterated bread, the elementary necessities of shelter and sometimes even food were scandalously neglected. Ure, the lyric poet of the textile industries, readily confessed that to the production of food and domestic accommodation not many automatic inventions have been applied, or seem to be extensively applicable. As prophecy this proved absurd, but as a description of the current limitations, it was correct. The shortage of housing for the workers, the congestion of domestic quarters, the erection of vile insanitary barracks to serve as substitutes for decent human shelter, these were universal characteristics of the Paleotechnic regime. Fortunately, the terrible incidence of disease in the poorer quarters of the cities awakened the attention of health officers, and in the name of sanitation and public health various measures were taken, dating in England to Shaftesbury's Model Housing Acts in 1851, to alleviate the worst conditions by restrictive legislation, compulsory slum repair, and even an insignificant modicum of slum clearance and improved housing. Some of the best examples, from the 18th century on, appeared in the colliery villages of England, possibly as a result of their semi-feudal traditions, to be followed in the 1860s by Krupp's workers' housing at Essen. Slowly, a small number of the worst evils were wiped away, despite the fact that the new laws were in opposition to the holy principles of free competitive enterprise in the production of filth. The jockeying for profits without any regard for the stable ordering of production had two unfortunate results. For one thing, it undermined agriculture. As long as food supplies and materials could be obtained cheaply from some far part of the earth, even at the expense of the speedy exhaustion of the soils that were being recklessly cropped for cotton and wheat, no effort was made to keep agriculture and industry in equipoise. The countryside, reduced in general to the margin of subsistence, was further depressed by the drift of population into the apparently thriving factory towns, with infant mortality rates that often rose as high as 300 or more per thousand live births. The application of machines to sowing, reaping, threshing, instituted on a large scale with the multitude of new reapers invented at the beginning of the century McCormick's, was merely one of many, only hastened the pace of this development. The second effect was even more disastrous. It divided the world into areas of machine production and areas of foods and raw materials. This made the existence of the over-industrialized countries more precarious, the further they were cut off from their rural base of supplies, hence the beginning of strenuous naval competition. Not merely did the existence of the coal agglomerations themselves depend upon their ability to command water from distant streams and lakes, and food from distant fields and farms, but continued production depended upon the ability to bribe or browbeat other parts of the earth into accepting their industrial products. The Civil War in America, by cutting oil the supply of cotton, reduced to a state of extreme penury the brave and honest textile workers of Lancashire. And the fear of repeating such events, in other industries beside cotton, was responsible in good part for the panicky imperialism and armament competition that developed throughout the world after 1870. As Paleotechnic industry was founded originally upon systematic child slavery, so it was dependent for its continued growth upon a forced outlet for its goods. Unfortunately for the countries that relied upon this process to go on indefinitely, the original consuming areas, the new or the backward countries, speedily took possession of the common heritage in science and techniques and began to produce machined goods for themselves. That tendency became universal by the 80s. It was temporarily limited by the fact that England, which long retained its technical superiority in weaving and spinning, could use 7 operatives per thousand spindles in 1837 and only 3 operatives per thousand in 1887, while Germany, its nearest competitor at the second date, still used from 7/2 to 9, while Bombay required 25. But in the long run neither England nor the advanced countries could hold the lead, for the new machine system was a universal one. Therewith one of the main props of Paleotechnic industry was displaced. The hit-or-miss tactics of die marketplace pervaded the entire social structure. The leaders of industry were for the most part empirics, boasting that they were practical men. They prided themselves on their technical ignorance and naivete. Solvay, who made a fortune out of the Solvay soda process, knew nothing about chemistry, neither did Krupp, the discoverer of cast steel. Hancock, one of the early experimenters with India rubber, was equally ignorant. Bessemer, the inventor of many things besides the Bessemer process of making steel, at first merely stumbled on his great invention through the accident of using iron with a low phosphorus content. It was only the failure of his method with the continental ores that had a high phosphorus content that led him to consider the chemistry of the process. Within the industrial plant scientific knowledge was at a discount. The practical man, contemptuous of theory, scornful of exact training, ignorant of science, was uppermost. Trade secrets, sometimes important, sometimes merely childish empiricism, retarded the cooperative extension of knowledge which has been the basis of all our major technical advances, whilst the system of patent monopolies was used by astute businessmen to drive improvements out of the market, if they threatened to upset existing financial values, or to delay their introduction, as the automatic telephone was delayed until the original rights to the patent had expired. Right down to the World War, an unwillingness to avail itself of scientific knowledge or to promote scientific research characterized Paleotechnic industry throughout the world. Perhaps the only large exception to this, the German dye industry, was due to its close connection with the poisons and explosives necessary for military purposes. While free competition prevailed between individual manufacturers, planned production for industry as a whole was impossible. Each manufacturer remained his own judge, on the basis of limited knowledge and information, of the amount of goods he could profitably produce and dispose of. The labor market itself was based on absence of plan. It was, in fact, by means of a constant surplus of unemployed workers, who were never systematically integrated into industry, that wages could be kept low. This excess of the unemployed in normal and prosperous times was essential to competitive production. The location of industries was unplanned. Accident, pecuniary advantage, habit, gravitation toward the surplus labor market, were as important as the tangible advantages from a technical standpoint. The machine carried the outcome of man's impulse to conquer his environment and to canalize his random impulses into orderly activities produced during the Paleotechnic phase, the systematic negation of all its characteristics, nothing less than the empire of muddle. What was, indeed, the boasted mobility of labor but the breakdown of stable social relations and the disorganization of family life? The state of Paleotechnic society may be described, ideally, as one of wardom. Its typical organs, from mine to factory, from blast furnace to slum, from slum to battlefield, were at the service of death. Competition, struggle for existence, domination and submission, extinction. With war at once the main stimulus, the underlying basis, and the direct destination of this society, the normal motives and reactions of human beings were narrowed down to the desire for domination and to the fear of annihilation, the fear of poverty, the fear of unemployment, the fear of losing class status, the fear of starvation, the fear of mutilation and death. When war finally came, it was welcomed with open arms, for it relieved the intolerable suspense. The shock of reality, however grim, was more bearable than the constant menace of specters, worked up and paraded forth by the journalist and the politician. The mine and the battlefield underlay all the Paleotechnic activities, and the practices they stimulated led to the widespread exploitation of fear. The rich feared the poor and the poor feared the rent collector. The middle classes feared the plagues that came from the vile insanitary quarters of the industrial city, and the poor feared, with justice, the dirty hospitals to which they were taken. Toward the latter part of the period, religion adopted the uniform of war, singing onward Christian soldiers, the converted marched with defiant humility in military dress and order, imperialist salvation. The school was regimented like an army, and the army camp became the universal school. Teacher and pupil feared each other, even as did capitalist and worker. Walls, barred windows, barbed wire fences surrounded the factory as well as the jail. Women feared to bear children and men feared to beget them. The fear of syphilis and gonorrhea tainted sexual intercourse. Behind the diseases themselves lurked ghosts, the specter of locomotor ataxia, paresis, insanity, blind children, crippled legs, and the only known remedy for syphilis, till salvarsan, was itself a poison. The drab prison-like houses, the palisades of dull streets, the treeless backyards filled with rubbish. Die unbroken rooftops, with never a gap for park or playground, underline this environment of death. A mine explosion, a railway wreck, a tenement house fire, a military assault upon a group of strikers, or finally a more potent outbreak of war, these were but appropriate punctuation marks. Exploited for power and profit, the destination of most of the goods made by the machine was either the rubbish heap or the battlefield. If the landlords and other monopolists enjoyed an unearned increment from the massing of population and the collective efficiency of the machine, the net result for society at large might be characterized as the unearned excrement. 13. Power and time. During the Paleotechnic period, the changes that were manifested in every department of technics rested for the most part on one central fact: the increase of energy. Size, speed, quantity, the multiplication of machines, were all reflections of the new means of utilizing fuel and the enlargement of the available stock of fuel itself. Power was at last dissociated from its natural human and geographic limitations, from the caprices of the weather, from the irregularities of the rainfall and wind, from the energy intake in the form of food which definitely restricts the output of men and animals. Power, however, cannot be dissociated from another factor in work, namely time. The chief use of power during the Paleotechnic period was to decrease the time during which any given quantity of work can be performed. That much of the time so saved was frittered away in disordered production, in stoppages derived from the weaknesses of the social institutions that accompanied the factory, and in unemployment is a fact which diminished the putative efficiency of the new regime. Vast were the labors performed by the steam engine and its accessories, but vast, likewise, were the losses that accompanied them. Measured by effective work, that is, by human effort transformed into direct subsistence or into durable works of art and technics, the relative gains of the new industry were pitifully small. Other civilizations with a smaller output of power and a larger expenditure of time had equaled and possibly surpassed the Paleotechnic period in real efficiency. With the enormous increase in power, a new tempo had entered production. The regimentation of time, which had been sporadic and fitful, now began to influence the entire Western world. The symptom of this change was the mass production of cheap watches, first begun in Switzerland, and then undertaken on a large scale in Waterbury, Connecticut, in the 1850s. Time saving now became an important part of labor saving. And as time was accumulated and put by, it was reinvested, like money capital, in new forms of exploitation. From now on, filling time and killing time became important considerations. The early Paleotechnic employers even stole time from their workers by blowing the factory whistle a quarter of an hour earlier in the morning, or by moving the hands of the clock around more swiftly during the lunch period. Where the occupation permitted, the worker often reciprocated when the employer's back was turned. Time, in short, was a commodity in the sense that money had become a commodity. Time as pure duration, time dedicated to contemplation and reverie, time divorced from mechanical operations, was treated as a heinous waste. The Paleotechnic world did not heed Wordsworth's expostulation and reply. It had no mind to sit upon an old grey stone and dream its time away. Just as, on one hand, the filling up of time compartments became a duty, so the necessity of cutting things short made itself manifest, too. Poe attributed the vogue of the short story in the 40s to the need for brief snatches of relaxation in the routine of a busy day. The immense growth of periodical literature during this period, following the cheap, large-scale production of the steam-driven printing press, 1814, was likewise a mark of the increasing mechanical division of time. While the three-volume novel served the sober domestic habits of the Victorian middle classes, the periodical quarterly, monthly, daily, and finally almost hourly served the bulk of the popular needs. Human pregnancies still lasted 9 months, but the tempo of almost everything else in life was speeded, the span was contracted, and the limits were arbitrarily clipped, not in terms of the function and activity, but in terms of a mechanical system of time accountancy. Mechanical periodicity took the place of organic and functional periodicity in every department of life where the usurpation was possible. The spread of rapid transportation occasioned a change in the method of timekeeping itself. Sun time, which varies a minute every 8 miles as one travels from east to west, could no longer be observed. Instead of a local time based upon the sun, it was necessary to have a conventional time belt, and to change abruptly by a whole hour when one entered the next time belt. Standard time was imposed by the transcontinental railroads themselves in 1875 in the United States, 10 years before the regulations for standard time were officially promulgated at a World Congress. This carried to a conclusion that standardization of time that had begun with the foundation of the Greenwich Observatory 200 years before, and had been carried further, first on the sea, by comparing ships' chronometers with Greenwich time. The entire planet was now divided off into a series of time belts. This orchestrated actions over wider areas than had ever been able to move simultaneously before. Mechanical time now became second nature, the acceleration of the tempo became a new imperative for industry and progress. To reduce the time on a given job, whether the work was a source of pleasure or pain, or to quicken movement through space, whether the traveler journeyed for enjoyment or profit, was looked upon as a sufficient end in itself. Some of the specific fears as to the results of this acceleration were absurd, as in the notion that flight through space at 20 miles an hour on the railroad would cause heart disease and undermine the human frame, but in its more general application, this alteration of the tempo from the organic period, which cannot be greatly quickened without maladjustment of function, to the mechanical period, which can be stretched out or intensified, was indeed made too lightly and thoughtlessly. Apart from the primitive physical delight in motion for its own sake, this acceleration of the tempo could not be justified except in terms of pecuniary rewards. For power and time, the two components of mechanical work, are in human terms only a function of purpose. They have no more significance, apart from human purpose, than has the sunlight that falls in the solitude of the Sahara Desert. During the Paleotechnic period, the increase of power and the acceleration of movement became ends in themselves, ends that justified themselves apart from their human consequences. Technologically, the department in which Paleotechnic industry rose to its greatest eminence was not the cotton mill but the railroad system. The success of this new invention is all the more remarkable because so little of the earlier technique of the stagecoach could be carried over into the new means of transportation. The railroad was the first industry to benefit by the use of electricity, for the telegraph made possible a long-distance signaling system and remote control, and it was in the railroad that the routing through of production and the timing and interrelationship of the various parts of production took place more than a generation before similar tables and schedules and forecasts made their way into industry as a whole. The invention of the necessary devices to ensure regularity and safety, from the air brake and the vestibule car to the automatic switch and automatic signal system, and the perfection of the system for routing goods and traffic at varying rates of speed and under varying weather conditions from point to point, was one of the superb technical and administrative achievements of the 19th century. That there were various curbs on the efficiency of the system as a whole goes without saying: financial piracy, lack of rational planning of industries and cities, failure to achieve unified operation of continental trunk lines. But within the social limitations of the period, the railroad was both the most characteristic and the most efficient form of technics. 14. The aesthetic compensation. But paleotechnic industry was not without an ideal aspect. The very bleakness of the new environment provoked aesthetic compensations. The eye, deprived of sunlight and color, discovered a new world in twilight, fog, smoke, tonal distinctions. The haze of the factory town exercised its own visual magic. The ugly bodies of human beings, the sordid factories and rubbish heaps, disappeared in the fog, and instead of the harsh realities one encountered under the sun, there was a veil of tender lavenders, greys, pearly yellows, wistful blues. It was an English painter, J.W.M. Turner, working in the very heyday of the paleotechnic regime, who left the fashionable classic landscape with its neat park-like scenery and its artful ruins to create pictures, during the later part of his career, that had only two subjects, fog and light. Turner was perhaps the first painter to absorb and directly express the characteristic effects of the new industrialism. His painting of the steam locomotive, emerging through the rain, was perhaps the first lyric inspired by the steam engine. The smoking factory chimney had helped to create this dense atmosphere, and by means of the atmosphere one escaped, in vision, some of the worst effects of the factory chimney. In painting even the acrid smells disappeared, and only the illusion of loveliness remained. At a distance, through the mist, the Dolton pottery works in Lambeth, with their piously misprized decoration, are almost as stimulating as any of the pictures in the Tate Gallery. Whistler, from his studio on the Chelsea Embankment, overlooking the factory district of Battersea, expressed himself through this fog and mist without the help of light. The finest gradations of tone disclosed and defined the barges, the outline of a bridge, the distant shore. In the fog, a row of street lamps shone like tiny moons on a summer night. But Turner, not merely reacting to the fog, but reacting against it, turned from the garbage-strewn streets of Covent Market, from the blackened factories and fly-darkened London slums, to the purity of light itself. In a series of pictures he painted a hymn to the wonder of light, such a hymn as a blind man might sing on finding his eyesight, a paean to light emerging from night and fog and smoke and conquering the world. It was the very lack of sun, the lack of color, the starvation within the industrial towns for the sight of rural scenes, that sharpened the art of landscape painting during this period, and gave birth to its chief collective triumph, the work of the Barbizon school and the later Impressionists, Monet, Sisley, Pissarro, and most characteristic if not most original of all, Vincent van Gogh. Van Gogh knew the paleotechnic city in its most complete gloom, the foul, bedraggled, gas-lighted London of the 70s. He also knew the very source of its dark energies, places like the mines at La Borinage where he had lived with the miners. In his early pictures, he absorbed and courageously faced the most sinister parts of his environment. He painted the gnarled bodies of the miners, the almost animal stupor of their faces, bent over the bare dinner of potatoes, the eternal blacks, greys, dark blues, and soiled yellows of their poverty-stricken homes. Van Gogh identified himself with this somber, forbidding routine. Then, going to France, which had never entirely succumbed to the steam engine and large-scale production, which still retained its agricultural villages and its petty handicrafts, he found himself quickened to revolt against the deformities and deprivations of the new industrialism. In the clear air of Provence, Van Gogh beheld the visual world with a sense of intoxication deepened by the bleak denial he had known so long. The senses, no longer blanketed and muffled by smoke and dirt, responded in shrill ecstasy. The fog lifted, the blind saw, color returned. Though the chromatic analysis of the Impressionists was derived directly from Chevreul's scientific researches on color, their vision was unbelievable to their contemporaries. They were denounced as impostors because the colors they painted were not dulled by studio walls, subdued by fog, mellowed by age, smoke, varnish, because the green of their grass was yellow in the intensity of sunlight, the snow pink, and the shadows on the white walls lavender. Because the natural world was not sober, the paleotecs thought the artists were drunk. While color and light absorbed the new painters, music became both more narrow and more intense in reaction against the new environment. The workshop song, the street cries of the tinker, the dustman, the peddler, the flower vendor, the chantas of the sailor hauling the ropes, the traditional songs of the field, the wine press, the taproom, were slowly dying out during this period. At the same time, the power to create new ones was disappearing. Labor was orchestrated by the number of revolutions per minute, rather than by the rhythm of song or chant or tattoo. The ballad, with its old religious, military, or tragic contents, was thinned out into the sentimental popular song, watered even in its eroticism. Its pathos became bathos, only as literature for the cultivated classes. In the poems of Coleridge and Wordsworth and Morris, did the ballad survive. It is scarcely possible to mention in the same breath Mary Hamilton's To the Kirk Gain and, let us say, The Baggage Car Ahead. Song and poesy ceased to be folk possessions, they became literary, professionalized, segregated. No one thought any longer of asking the servants to come into the living room to take part in madrigal or ballad. What happened to poetry had happened likewise to pure music. But music, in the creation of the new orchestra, and in the scope and power and movement of the new symphonies, became in a singularly representative way the ideal counterpart of industrial society. The Baroque orchestra had been built up on the sonority and volume of stringed instruments. Meanwhile, mechanical invention had added enormously to the range of sound and the qualities of tone that could be produced. It even made the ear alive to new sounds and new rhythms. The thin little clavichord became the massive machine known as the piano, with its great sounding board, and its extended keyboard. Similarly, a series of instruments was introduced by Adolphe Sax, the inventor of the saxophone, around 1840, between the woodwinds and the old brasses. All the instruments were now scientifically calibrated, the production of sound became, within limits, standardized and predictable. And with the increase in the number of instruments, the division of labor within the orchestra corresponded to that of the factory. The division of the process itself became noticeable in the newer symphonies. The leader was the superintendent and production manager, in charge of the manufacture and assembly of the product, namely the piece of music, while the composer corresponded to the inventor, engineer, and designer, who had to calculate on paper, with the aid of such minor instruments as the piano, the nature of the ultimate product, working out its last detail before a single step was made in the factory. For difficult compositions, new instruments were sometimes invented or old ones resurrected, but in the orchestra the collective efficiency, the collective harmony, the functional division of labor, the loyal cooperative interplay between the leaders and the led, produced a collective unison greater than that which was achieved, in all probability, within any single factory. For one thing, the rhythm was more subtle. And the timing of the successive operations was perfected in the symphony orchestra long before anything like the same efficient routine came about in the factory. Here, then, in the constitution of the orchestra, was the ideal pattern of the new society. It was achieved in art before it was approached in technics. As for the products made possible by the orchestra, the symphonies of Beethoven and Brahms or the reorchestrated music of Bach, they have the distinction of being the most perfect works of art produced during the Paleotechnic period. No poem, no painting, expresses such depth and energy of spirit, gathering resources from the very elements of life that were stifling and deforming the existing society, as completely as the new symphonies. The visual world of the Renaissance had been almost obliterated. In France alone, which had not altogether succumbed either to decay or to progress, did this world remain alive in the succession of painters between Delacroix and Renoir. But what was extinct in the other arts, what had disappeared almost completely in architecture, was recovered in music. Tempo, rhythm, tone, harmony, melody, polyphony, counterpoint, even dissonance, and atonality, were all utilized freely to create a new ideal world, where the tragic destiny, the dim longings, the heroic destinies of men could be entertained once more. Cramped by its new pragmatic routines, driven from the marketplace and the factory, the human spirit rose to a new supremacy in the concert hall. Its greatest structures were built of sound and vanished in the act of being produced. If only a small part of the population listened to these works of art or had any insight into their meaning, they nevertheless had at least a glimpse of another heaven than Coketown's. The music gave more solid nourishment and warmth than Coketown's spoiled and adulterated foods, its shoddy clothes, its jerry-built houses. Apart from painting and music, one looks almost in vain among the cottons of Manchester, the ceramics of Burslem and Limoges, or the hardware of Zolingen and Sheffield, for objects fine enough to be placed on even the most obscure shelves of a museum. Although the best English sculptor of the period, Alfred Stevens, was commissioned to make designs for Sheffield cutlery, his work was an exception. Disgusted with the ugliness of its own products, the Paleotechnic period turned to past ages for models of authenticated art. This movement began with the realization that the art produced by the machines for the Great Exposition of 1851 was beneath contempt. Under the patronage of Prince Albert, the school and museum at South Kensington were founded. In order to improve taste and design, the result was merely to eviscerate what vitality its ugliness possessed. Similar efforts in the German-speaking countries, under the leadership of Gottfried Semper, and in France and Italy and the United States, produced no better results. For the moment handicraft, as reintroduced by De Morgan, Lafarge, and William Morris, provided the only live alternative to dead machine designs. The arts were degraded to the level of Victorian ladies' fancy work, a triviality, a waste of time. Naturally, human life as a whole did not stop short during this period. Many people still lived, if with difficulty, for other ends than profit, power, and comfort. Certainly these ends were not within reach of the millions of men and women who composed the working classes. Perhaps most of the poets and novelists and painters were distressed by the new order and defied it in 100 ways, above all, by existing as poets and novelists and painters, useless creatures, whose confrontation of life in its many-sided unity was looked upon by the Gradgrinds as a wanton escape from the realities of their abstract accountancy. Thackeray deliberately cast his works in a pre-industrial environment, in order to evade the new issues. Carlyle, preaching the gospel of work, denounced the actualities of Victorian work. Dickens satirized the stock promoter, the Manchester individualist, the utilitarian, the blustering self-made man. Balzac and Zola, painting the new financial order with a documentary realism, left no question as to its degradation and nastiness. Other artists turned with Morris and the Pre-Raphaelites back to the Middle Ages, where Overbeck and Hoffmann in Germany, and Chateaubriand and Hugo in France, had preceded them. Still others turned with Browning to Renaissance Italy, with Doughty to primitive Arabia, W. Carrot Melville and Gauguin to the South Seas, with Thoreau to the primeval woods, with Tolstoy to the peasants. What did they seek? A few simple things not to be found between the railroad terminal and the factory: plain animal self-respect, color in the outer environment and emotional depth in the inner landscape, a life lived for its own values, instead of a life on the make. Peasants and savages had retained some of these qualities, and to recover them became one of the main duties of those who sought to supplement the iron fare of industrialism. 15. Mechanical triumphs. The human gains in the Paleotechnic phase were small, perhaps for the mass of the population non-existent. The progressive and utilitarian John Stuart Mill was at one here with the most bitter critic of the new regime, John Ruskin. But a multitude of detailed advances were made in technics itself. Not merely did the inventors and machine makers of the Paleotechnic phase improve tools and refine the whole apparatus of mechanical production, but its scientists and philosophers, its poets and artists, helped lay the foundation for a more humane culture than that which had prevailed even during the Eotechnic period. Though science was only sporadically applied to industrial production, most notably perhaps, through Euler and Camus, in the improvement of gears, the pursuit of science went on steadily. The great advances made during the 17th century were matched once more in the middle of the 19th in the conceptual reorganization of every department of scientific thought, advances to which we attach the names of von Meyer, Mendeleev, Faraday, Clerk Maxwell, Claude Bernard, Johannes Müller. Darwin, Mendel, Willard Gibbs, Mach, Vitelot, Marx, and Comte, to mention only some of the outstanding figures. Through this scientific work, technics itself entered a new phase, whose characteristics we shall examine in the next chapter. The essential continuity of science and technics remains a reality through all their shifts and phases. The technical gains made during this phase were tremendous. It was an era of mechanical realization when, at last, the ability of the tool makers and machine makers had caught up with the demands of the inventor. During this period the principal machine tools were perfected, including the drill, the planer, and the lathe, power pro. Propelled vehicles were created and their speeds were steadily increased, the rotary press came into existence, the capacity to produce, manipulate and transport vast masses of metal was enlarged, and many of the chief mechanical instruments of surgery including the stethoscope and the ophthalmoscope were invented or perfected, albeit one of the most notable advances in instrumentation, the use of the obstetrical forceps, was a French invention during the Technic phase. The extent of the gains can be made most clear if one confines attention roughly to the first 100 years. Iron production increased from 17,000 tons in 1740 to 2,100,000 tons in 1850. With the invention in 1804 of a machine for dressing the cotton warps with starch to prevent breaking, the power loom for cotton weaving at last became practical. Horrocks' invention of a successful loom in 1803 and its improvement in 1813 transformed the cotton industry. Because of the cheapness of hand workers as late as 1834 it was estimated that there were 45,000 to 50,000 in Scotland alone and about 200,000 in England. Power loom weaving came in slowly, while in 1823 there were only 10,000 steam looms in Great Britain. In 1865 there were 400,000. These two industries serve as a fairly accurate index of Paleotechnic productivity. Apart from the mass production of clothes and the mass distribution of foods, the great achievements of the Paleotechnic phase were not in the end products but in the intermediate machines and utilities. Above all, there was one department that was peculiarly its possession, the use of iron on a great scale. Here the engineers and workers were on familiar ground, and here, in the iron steamship, in the iron bridge, in the skeleton tower, and in the machine tools and machines, they recorded their most decisive triumphs. Both the iron bridge and the iron ship have a brief history. While numerous designs for iron bridges were made in Italy by Leonardo and his contemporaries, the first iron bridge in England was not built till the end of the 18th century. The problems to be worked out in the use of structural iron were all unfamiliar ones, and while the engineer had recourse to mathematical assistance in making and checking his calculations, the actual technique was in advance of the mathematical expression. Here was a field for ingenuity, daring experiment, bold departures. In the course of less than a century the iron makers and the structural engineers reached an astonishing perfection. The size of the steamship increased speedily from the tiny Clermont, 133 feet long, and 60 tons gross, to the Great Eastern, finished in 1858, the monster of the Atlantic, with decks 691 feet long, 22,500 tons gross, capable of generating 1,600 HP in its screw engines and 1,000 HP in its paddle wheel engines. The regularity of performance also increased. By 1874 the city of Chester crossed the ocean regularly in 8 days and between 1 and 12 hours over, on 8 successive voyages. The rate of speed increased in crossing the Atlantic from the 26 days made by the Savannah in 1819 to the 7 days and 20 hours made in 1866. This rate of increase tended to slacken during the next 70 years, a fact equally true of railroad transportation. What held for speed held likewise for size, as the big steamships lost by their bulk ease of handling in harbors and as they reached the depths of the channel in safe harbors. The Great Eastern was 5 times as big as the Clermont. The biggest steamship today is less than twice as big as the Great Eastern. The speed of transatlantic travel in 1866 was over 3 times as fast as in 1819, 47 years, but the present rate is less than twice as fast as 1866, 67 years. This holds true in numerous departments of technics. Acceleration and quantification and multiplication went on faster in the early Paleotechnic phase than they have gone on since in the same province. An early mastery was likewise achieved in the building of iron structures. Perhaps the greatest monument of the period was the Crystal Palace in England, a timeless building which binds together the Eotechnic phase, with its invention of the glass hothouse, the Paleotechnic, with its use of the glass-covered railroad shed, and the Neotechnic, with its fresh appreciation of sun and glass and structural lightness. But the bridges were the more typical monuments, not forgetting Telford's iron chain suspension bridge over Minas Straits, 1819 to 1825, the Brooklyn Bridge, begun in 1869, and the Firth of Forth Bridge, a great cantilever construction, begun in 1867, were perhaps the most complete aesthetic consummations of the new industrial technique. Here the quantity of the material, even the element of size itself, had a part in the aesthetic result, emphasizing the difficulty of the task and the victory of the solution. In these magnificent works the sloppy empiric habits of thought, the catchpenny economies of the textile manufacturers, were displaced. Such methods, though they played a scandalous part in contributing to the disasters of the early railroad and the early American river steamboat, were at last sloughed off. An objective standard of performance was set and achieved. Lord Kelvin was consulted by the Glasgow shipbuilders in the working out of their difficult technical problems. These machines and structures revealed an honest, justifiable pride in confronting hard conditions and conquering obdurate materials. What Ruskin said in praise of the old wooden ships of the line applies even more to their greater iron counterparts in the merchant trade. It will bear repeating. Take it all in all, a ship of the line is the most honorable thing that man, as a gregarious animal, has produced. By himself, unhelped, he can do better things than ships of the line. He can make poems and pictures, and other such concentrations of what is best in him. But as a being living in flocks and hammering out, with alternate strokes and mutual agreement, what is necessary for him in these flocks to get or produce, the ship of the line is his first work. Into that he has put as much of his human patience, common sense, forethought, experimental philosophy, self-control, habits of order and obedience, thoroughly wrought hard work, defiance of brute elements, careless courage, careful patriotism, and calm expectation of the judgment of God, as can well be put into a space 300 feet long by 80 feet broad. And I am thankful to have lived in an age when I could see this thing so done. This period of daring experimentation in iron structures reached its climax in the early skyscrapers of Chicago, and in Eiffel's great bridges and viaducts. The famous Eiffel Tower of 1888 overtopped these in height but not in mastery. Shipbuilding and bridge building, moreover, were extremely complex tasks. They required a degree of interrelation and coordination that few industries, except possibly railroads, approached. These structures called forth all the latent military virtues of the regime and used them to good purpose. Men risked their lives with superb nonchalance every day, smelting the iron, hammering and riveting the steel, working on narrow platforms and slender beams, and there was little distinction in the course of production between the engineer, the foreman, and the common workers. Each had his share in the common task, each faced the danger. When the Brooklyn Bridge was being built, it was the master mechanic, not a common workman, who first tested the carriage that was used to string the cable. William Morris characterized the new steamships, with true insight, as the cathedrals of the industrial age. He was right. They brought forth a fuller orchestration of the arts and sciences than any other work that the Paleotechs were engaged upon, and the final product was a miracle of compactness, speed, power, interrelation, and aesthetic unity. The steamer and the bridge were new symphonies in steel. Hard grim men produced them, wage slaves or taskmasters. But like the Egyptian stone carver many thousand years before they knew the joy of creative effort, the arts of the drawing room wilted in comparison. The masculine reek of the forge was a sweeter perfume than any the ladies affected. In back of all these efforts was a new race of artists, the English toolmakers of the late 18th and the early 19th century. These toolmakers sprang by necessity out of two dissimilar habitats, the machine works of Bolton and Watt and the woodworking shop of Joseph Brumah. In looking around for a workman to carry out a newly patented lock, Brumah seized on Henry Maudslay, a bright young mechanic who had begun work in the Woolwich arsenal. Maudslay became not merely one of the most skilled mechanics of all time, his passion for exact work led him to bring order into the making of the essential parts of machines, above all, machine screws. Up to this time screws had been usually cut by hand, they were difficult to make and expensive and were used as little as possible, no system was observed as to pitch or form of the threads. Every bolt and nut, as Smiles remarks, was a sort of specialty in itself. Maudslay's screw-cutting lathe was one of the decisive pieces of standardization that made the modem machine possible. He carried the spirit of the artist into every department of machine making, standardizing, refining, reducing to exact dimensions. Thanks to Maudslay, interior angles, instead of being in the sharp form of an L, were curved. Maudslay was used by M.I. Brunei to make his tackle block machine, and out of his workshop, trained by his exact methods, came an apostolic succession of mechanics, Nasmyth, who invented the steam hammer, Whitworth, who perfected the rifle and the cannon, Roberts, Mears, and Lewis. Another great mechanic of the time, Clement, also trained by Brumah, worked on Babbage's calculating machine, between 1823 and 1842 the most refined and intricate mechanism, according to Rowe, that had so far been produced. These men spared no effort in their machine work, they worked toward perfection, without attempting to meet the cheaper competition of inferior craftsmen. There were, of course, men of similar stamp in America, France, and Germany, but for the finest work the English toolmakers commanded an international market. Their productions, ultimately, made the steamship and the iron bridge possible. The remark of an old workman of Maudslay's can well bear repetition: it was a pleasure to see him handle a tool of any kind, but he was quite splendid with an 18-inch file. That was the tribute of a competent critic to an excellent artist. And it is in machines that one must seek the most original examples of directly Paleotechnic art. 16. The Paleotechnic passage. The Paleotechnic phase, then, did two things. It explored the blind alleys, the ultimate abysses, of a quantitative conception of life, stimulated by the will to power and regulated only by the conflict of one power unit, an individual, a class, a state with another power unit. And in the mass production of goods it showed that mechanical improvements alone were not sufficient to produce socially valuable results or even the highest degree of industrial efficiency. The ultimate outcome over this overstressed power ideology and this constant struggle was the World War, that period of senseless strife which came to a head in 1914 and is still being fought out by the frustrated populations that have come under the machine system. This process can have no other end than an impotent victory, the extinction of both sides together, or the suicide of the successful nation at the very moment that it has finished slaughtering its victim. Though for convenience I have talked of the Paleotechnic phase in its past tense, it is still with us, and the methods and habits of thought it has produced still rule a great part of mankind. If they are not supplanted, the very basis of technics itself may be undermined, and our relapse into barbarism will go on at a speed directly proportional to the complication and refinement of our present technological inheritance. But the truly significant part of the Paleotechnic phase lay not in what it produced but in what it led to. It was a period of transition, a busy, congested, rubbish-strewn avenue between the Eotechnic and the Neotechnic economies. Institutions do not affect human life only directly, they also affect it by reason of the contrary reactions they produce. While humanly speaking the Paleotechnic phase was a disastrous interlude, it helped by its very disorder to intensify the search for order, and by its special forms of brutality to clarify the goals of humane living. Action and reaction were equal and in opposite directions. Chapter V: The Neotechnic Phase. 1. The beginnings of Neotechnics. The Neotechnic phase represents a third definite development in the machine during the last 1,000 years. It is a true mutation. It differs from the Paleotechnic phase almost as white differs from black. But on the other hand, it bears the same relation to the Eotechnic phase as the adult form does to the baby. During the Neotechnic phase, the conceptions, the anticipations, the imperious visions of Roger Bacon, Leonardo, Lord Verulam, Porta, Glanville, and other philosophers and technicians of that day at last found a local habitation. The first hasty sketches of the 15th century were now turned into working drawings, the first guesses were now reinforced with the technique of verification, the first crude machines were at last carried to perfection in the exquisite mechanical technology of the New Age, which gave to motors and turbines properties that had but a century earlier belonged almost exclusively to the clock. The superb animal audacity of Cellini, about to cast his difficult Perseus, or the scarcely less daring work of Michelangelo, constructing the dome of St. Peter's, was replaced by a patient cooperative experimentalism. A whole society was now prepared to do what had heretofore been the burden of solitary individuals. Now, while the Neotechnic phase is a definite physical and social complex, one cannot define it as a period, partly because it has not yet developed its own form and organization, partly because we are still in the midst of it and cannot see its details in their ultimate relationships, and partly because it has not displaced the older regime with anything like the speed and decisiveness that characterized the transformation of the Eotechnic order in the late 18th century. Emerging from the Paleotechnic order, the Neotechnic institutions have nevertheless in many cases compromised with it, given way before it, lost their identity by reason of the weight of vested interests that continued to support the obsolete instruments and the antisocial aims of the Middle Industrial Era. Paleotechnic ideals still largely dominate the industry and the politics of the Western world, the class struggles and the national struggles are still pushed with relentless vigor. While Eotechnic practices linger on as civilizing influences in gardens and parks and painting and music and the theater, the Paleotechnic remains a barbarizing influence. To deny this would be to cling to a fool's paradise. In the 70s Melville framed a question in fumbling verse whose significance has deepened with the intervening years. Arts are tools. But tools, they say, are to the strong. Is Satan weak? Weak is the wrong? No blessed augury overrules your arts advanced in faith's decay. You are but drilling the new Hun, whose growl even now can some dismay. To the extent that Neotechnic industry has failed to transform the coal and iron complex, to the extent that it has failed to secure an adequate foundation for its humaner technology in the community as a whole, to the extent that it has lent its heightened powers to the miner, the financier, the militarist, the possibilities of disruption and chaos have increased. But the beginnings of the Neotechnic phase can nevertheless be approximately fixed. The first definite change, Uliach increased the efficiency of prime movers enormously, multiplying it from 3 to 9 times, was the perfection of the water turbine by Fornaren in 1832. This came at the end of a long series of studies, begun empirically in the development of Tly spoonwheel in the 16th century and carried on scientifically by a series of investigators. Notably Euler in the middle of the 18th century. Burden, Fornaren's master, had made a series of improvements in the turbine type of water wheel, a development for which one may perhaps thank France's relative backwardness in Paleotechnic industry, and Fornaren built a single turbine of 50 HP as early as 1832. With this, one must associate a series of important scientific discoveries made by Faraday during the same decade. One of these was his isolation of benzene, a liquid that made possible the commercial utilization of rubber. The other was his work on electromagnetic currents, beginning with his discovery in 1831 that a conductor cutting the lines of force of a magnet created a difference in potential. Shortly after he made this purely scientific discovery, he received an anonymous letter suggesting that the principle might be applied to the creation of great machines. Coming on top of the important work done by Volta, Galvani, Ørsted, Ohm, and Ampere, Faraday's work on electricity, coupled with Joseph Henry's exactly contemporary research on the electromagnet, erected a new basis for the conversion and distribution of energy and for most of the decisive Neotechnic inventions. By 1850 a good part of the fundamental scientific discoveries and inventions of the new phase had been made: the electric cell, the storage cell, the dynamo, the motor, the electric lamp, the spectroscope, the doctrine of the conservation of energy. Between 1875 and 1900 the detailed application of these inventions to industrial processes was carried out in the electric power station and the telephone and the radio telegraph. Finally, a series of complementary inventions, the phonograph, the moving picture, the gasoline engine, the steam turbine, the airplane, were all sketched in, if not perfected, by 1900. These in turn effected a radical transformation of the power plant and the factory, and they had further effects in suggesting new principles for the design of cities and for the utilization of the environment as a whole. By 1910 a definite counter-march against paleotechnic methods began in industry itself. The outlines of the process were blurred by the explosion of the World War and by the sordid disorders and reversions and compensations that followed it. Though the instruments of a neotechnic civilization are now at hand, and though many definite signs of an integration are not lacking, one cannot say confidently that a single region, much less our Western civilization as a whole, has entirely embraced the neotechnic complex, for the necessary social institutions and the explicit social purposes requisite even for complete technological fulfillment are lacking. The gains in technics are never registered automatically in society, they require equally adroit inventions and adaptations in politics, and the careless habit of attributing to mechanical improvements a direct role as instruments of culture and civilization puts a demand upon the machine to which it cannot respond. Lacking a cooperative social intelligence and goodwill, our most refined technics promises no more for society's improvement than an electric bulb would promise to a monkey in the midst of a jungle. True, the industrial world produced during the 19th century is either technologically obsolete or socially dead. But unfortunately, its maggoty corpse has produced organisms which in turn may debilitate or possibly kill the new order that should take its place, perhaps leave it a hopeless cripple. One of the first steps, however, toward combating such disastrous results is to realize that even technically the machine age does not form a continuous and harmonious unit, that there is a deep gap between the paleotechnic and neotechnic phases, and that habits of mind and the tactics we have carried over from the old order are obstacles in the way of our developing the new. 2. The importance of science. The detailed history of the steam engine, the railroad, the textile mill, the iron ship, could be written without more than passing reference to the scientific work of the period. For these devices were made possible largely by the method of empirical practice, by trial and selection. Many lives were lost by the explosion of steam boilers before the safety valve was generally adopted. And though all these inventions would have been the better for science, they came into existence, for the most part, without its direct aid. It was the practical men in the mines, the factories, the machine shops, and the clockmakers' shops and the locksmiths' shops, or the curious amateurs with a turn for manipulating materials and imagining new processes, who made them possible. Perhaps the only scientific work that steadily and systematically affected the paleotechnic design was the analysis of the elements of mechanical motion itself. With the Neolithic phase, two facts of critical importance become plain. First, the scientific method, whose chief advances had been in mathematics and the physical sciences, took possession of other domains of experience. The living organism and human society also became the objects of systematic investigation, and though the work done in these departments was handicapped by the temptation to take over the categories of thought, the modes of investigation, and the special apparatus of quantitative abstraction developed for the isolated physical world, the extension of science here was to have a particularly important effect upon technics. Physiology became for the 19th century what mechanics had been for the 17th. Instead of mechanism forming a pattern for life, living organisms began to form a pattern for mechanism. Olearius the mind dominated the Paleotechnic period. It was the vineyard and the farm and the physiological laboratory that directed many of the most fruitful investigations and contributed to some of the most radical inventions and discoveries of the Neotechnic phase. Similarly, the study of human life and society profited by the same impulses toward order and clarity. Here the Paleotechnic phase had succeeded only in giving rise to the abstract series of rationalizations and apologies which bore the name of political economy, a body of doctrine that had almost no relation to the actual organization of production and consumption or to the real needs and interests and habits of human society. Even Karl Marx, in criticizing these doctrines, succumbed to their misleading verbalisms, so that whereas Das Kapital is full of great historic intuitions, its description of price and value remains as prescientific as Ricardo's. The abstractions of economics, instead of being isolates and derivatives of reality, were in fact mythological constructions whose only justification would be in the impulses they excited and the actions they prompted, following Vico, Condorcet, Herder, and G. F. Hegel, who were philosophers of history. Comte, Vitelot, and L. E. Play laid down the new science of sociology, while on the heels of the abstract psychologists from Locke and Hume onward, the new observers of human nature, Bain, Herbart, Darwin, Spencer, and Fechner integrated psychology with biology and studied the mental processes as a function of all animal behavior. In short, the concepts of science, hitherto associated largely with the cosmic, the inorganic, the mechanical, were now applied to every phase of human experience and every manifestation of life. The analysis of matter and motion, which had greatly simplified the original tasks of science, now ceased to exhaust the circle of scientific interests. Men sought for an underlying order and logic of events which would embrace more complex manifestations. The Ionian philosophers had long ago had a clue to the importance of order itself in the constitution of the universe. But in the visible chaos of Victorian society, Newland's original formulation of the periodic table as the law of octaves was rejected, not because it was insufficient, but because nature was deemed unlikely to arrange the elements in such a regular horizontal and vertical pattern. During the Neotechnic phase, the sense of order became much more pervasive and fundamental. The blind whirl of atoms no longer seemed adequate even as a metaphorical description of the universe. During this phase, the hard and fast nature of matter itself underwent a change. It became penetrable to newly discovered electric impulses, and even the alchemist's original guess about the transmutation of the elements was turned, through the discovery of radium, into a reality. The image changed from solid matter to flowing energy. Second only to the more comprehensive attack of the scientific method upon aspects of existence hitherto only feebly touched by it, was the direct application of scientific knowledge to technics and the conduct of life. In the Neotechnic phase, the main initiative comes, not from the ingenious inventor, but from the scientist who establishes the general law. The invention is a derivative product. It was Henry who in essentials invented the telegraph, not Morse. It was Faraday who invented the dynamo, not Siemens. It was Ørsted who invented the electric motor, not Jacobi. It was Clerk Maxwell and Hertz who invented the radio telegraph, not Marconi and de Forest. The translation of the scientific knowledge into practical instruments was a mere incident in the process of invention. While distinguished individual inventors like Edison, Beck-Eland, and Sperry remained, the new inventive genius worked on the materials provided by science. Out of this habit grew a new phenomenon, deliberate and systematic invention. Here was a new material, problem, find a new use for it. Or here was a necessary utility, problem, find the theoretic formula which would permit it to be produced. The ocean cable was finally laid only when Lord Kelvin had contributed the necessary scientific analysis of the problem it presented. The thrust of the propeller shaft on the steamer was finally taken up without clumsy and expensive mechanical devices, only when Mitchell worked out the behavior of viscous fluids. Long-distance telephony was made possible only by systematic research by Pupin and others in the Bell laboratories on the several elements in the problem. Isolated inspiration and empirical fumbling came to count less and less in invention. In a whole series of characteristic neotechnic inventions, the thought was father to the wish. And typically, this thought is a collective product. While the independent theoretic mind was still, naturally, immensely stimulated by the suggestions and needs of practical life, as Carnot had been stirred to his researches on heat by the steam engine, as the chemist, Louis Pasteur, was stirred to bacteriological research by the predicament of the vintners, brewers, and silkworm growers. The fact was that a liberated scientific curiosity might at any moment prove as valuable as the most factual pragmatic research. Indeed, this freedom, this remoteness, this contemplative isolation, so foreign to the push of practical success and the lure of immediate applications, began to fill up a general reservoir of ideas, which flowed over, as if by gravity, into practical affairs. The possibilities for human life could be gauged by the height of the reservoir itself, rather than by the pressure the derivative stream might show at any moment. And though science had been impelled, from the beginning, by practical needs and by the desire for magical controls, quite as much perhaps as by the will to order, it came during the 19th century to act as a counterweight to the passionate desire to reduce all existence to terms of immediate profit and success. The scientists of the first order, a Faraday, a Clerk Maxwell, a Gibbs, were untouched by pragmatic sanctions. For them science existed, as the arts exist, not simply as a means of exploiting nature, but as a mode of life, good for the states of mind they produce as well as for the external conditions they change. Other civilizations reached a certain stage of technical perfection and stopped there. They could only repeat the old patterns. Technics in its traditional forms provided no means of continuing its own growth. Science, by joining on to technics, raised so to say the ceiling of technical achievement and widened its potential cruising area. In the interpretation and application of science a new group of men appeared, or rather, an old profession took on new importance. Intermediate between the industrialist, the common workman, and the scientific investigator came the engineer. We have seen how engineering as an art goes back to antiquity, and how the engineer began to develop as a separate entity as a result of military enterprise from the 14th century onward, designing fortifications, canals, and weapons of assault. The first great school devised for the training of engineers was the École Polytechnique, founded in Paris in 1794 in the midst of the Revolution. The school at Saint-Étienne, the Berlin Polytechnic and Rensselaer, 1824, came shortly after it, but it was only in the middle of the 19th century that South Kensington, Stevens, Zurich, and other schools followed. The new engineers must master all the problems involved in the development of the new machines and utilities, and in the application of the new forms of energy. The range of the profession must in all its specialized branches be as wide as Leonardo's had been in its primitive relatively undifferentiated state. Already in 1825 Auguste Comte could say, "It is easy to recognize in the scientific body as it now exists a certain number of engineers distinct from men of science properly so called." This important class arose of necessity when theory and practice, which set out from such distant points, had approached simultaneously to give equally other the liaid. Il is lias that makes its distinctive character still so undefined. As to characteristic doctrines fitted to constitute the special existence of the class of engineers, their true nature cannot be easily indicated because their rudiments only exist. The establishment of the class of engineers in its proper characteristics is the more important because this class will, without doubt, constitute the direct and necessary instrument of coalition between men of science and industrialists by which alone the new social order can commence. Comte, 4th Essay, 1825. The situation to which Comte looked forward did not become possible until the neotechnic phase itself had begun to emerge. As the methods of exact analysis and controlled observation began to penetrate every department of activity, the concept of the engineer broadened to the more general notion of technician. More and more, each of the arts sought for itself a basis in exact knowledge. The infusion of exact, scientific methods into every department of work and action, from architecture to education, to some extent increased the scope and power of the mechanical world picture that had been built up in the 17th century, for technicians tended to take the world of the physical scientist as the most real section of experience, because it happened, on the whole, to be the most measurable, and they were sometimes satisfied with superficial investigations as long as they exhibited the general form of the exact sciences. The specialized, one-sided, Factual education of the engineer, the absence of humanistic interests in both the school of engineering itself and the environment into which the engineer was thrust, only accentuated these limitations. Those interests to which Thomas Mann teasingly introduced his half-baked nautical engineer in The Magic Mountain, the interests of philosophy, religion, politics, and love, were absent from the utilitarian world, but in the long run, the broader basis of the neotechnic economy itself was to have an effect, and the restoration of the humanities in the California Institute of Technology and the Stevens Institute was a significant step toward repairing the breach that was opened in the 17th century. Unlike the Paleotechnic economy, which had grown so exclusively out of the mine, the Neotechnic economy was applicable at every point in the valley. Section as important in its bacteriology for the farmer as in its psychology for the teacher. 3. New sources of energy. The Neotechnic phase was marked, to begin with, by the conquest of a new form of energy, electricity. The lodestone and the properties of amber when rubbed were both known to the Greeks, but the first modern treatise on electricity dates back to Dr. John Gilbert's De Magnet, published in 1600. Dr. Gilbert related frictional electricity to magnetism, and after him the redoubtable burgomaster of Magdeburg, Otto von Guericke, he of the Magdeburg hemispheres, recognized the phenomenon of repulsion, as well as attraction, while Leibniz apparently was the first to observe the electric spark. In the 18th century, with the invention of the Leyden jar, and with Franklin's discovery that lightning and electricity were one, the experimental work in this field began to take shape. By 1840 the preliminary scientific exploration was done, thanks to Ørsted, Ohm, and above all, to Faraday, and in 1838 Joseph Henry had even observed the inductive effects at a distance from a Leyden jar, the first hint of radio communication. Technics did not lag behind science. By 1838 Professor Jacobi, at St. Petersburg, had succeeded in propelling a boat on the Neva at 4 miles an hour by means of an electromagnetic engine. Davidson on the Edinburgh and Glasgow Railway achieved the same speed, while in 1849 Professor Page attained a speed of 19 miles per hour on a car on the Baltimore and Washington Railroad. The electric arc light was patented in 1846 and applied to the lighthouse at Dungeness, England, in 1862. Meanwhile, a dozen forms of the electric telegraph had been invented. By 1839 Morse and Steinheil had made possible instantaneous communication over long distances, using grounded wires at either end. The practical development of the dynamo by Werner Siemens, 1866, and the alternator by Nikola Tesla, 1887, were the two necessary steps in the substitution of electricity for steam. The central power station and distribution system, invented by Edison, 1882, presently developed. In the application of power, electricity effected revolutionary changes. These touched the location and the concentration of industries and the detailed organization of the factory as well as a multitude of interrelated services and institutions. The metallurgical industries were transformed and certain industries like rubber production were stimulated. Let us look more closely at some of these changes. During the Paleotechnic phase, industry depended completely upon the coal mine as a source of power. Heavy industries were compelled to settle close to the mine itself, or to cheap means of transportation by means of the canal and the railroad. Electricity, on the other hand, can be developed by energy from a large number of sources, not merely coal, but the rapidly running river, the falls, the swift tidal estuary are available for energy, so are the direct rays of the sunlight, 7,000 HP per sun acre, for the sun batteries that have been built in Egypt. So too is the windmill, when accumulators are provided. Inaccessible mountain areas, like those in the Alps, the Tyrol, Norway, the Rockies, interior Africa, became for the first time potential sources of power and potential sites for modern industry. The harnessing of water power, thanks to the supreme efficiency of the water turbine, which rates around 90%, or opened up new sources of energy and new areas for colonization, areas more irregular in topography and often more salubrious in climate than the valley bottoms and lowlands of the earlier eras. Because of the enormous vested interest in coal measures, the cheaper sources of energy have not received sufficient systematic attention upon the part of inventors, but the present utilization of solar energy in agriculture, about 0.13% of the total amount of solar energy received, presents a challenge to the scientific engineer, while the possibility of using differences of temperature between the upper and lower levels of sea water in the tropics offers still another prospect for escaping servitude to coal. The availability of water power for producing energy, finally, changes the potential distribution of modern industry throughout the planet, and reduces the peculiar industrial dominance that Europe and the United States held under the coal and iron regime. For Asia and South America are almost as well endowed with water power. Over 50 million horsepower each as the older industrial regions, and Africa has 3 times as much as either Europe or North America. Even within Europe and the United States a shifting of the industrial center of gravity is taking place, thus the leadership in hydroelectric power development has gone to Italy, France, Norway, Switzerland, and Sweden in the order named, and a similar shift is taking place toward the 2 great spinal mountain systems of the United States. The coal measures are no longer the exclusive measures of industrial power. Unlike coal in long-distance transportation, or like steam in local distribution, electricity is much easier to transmit without heavy losses of energy and higher costs. Wires carrying high-tension alternating currents can cut across mountains which no road vehicle can pass over, and once an electric power utility is established, the rate of deterioration is slow. Moreover, electricity is readily convertible into various forms: the motor, to do mechanical work; the electric lamp, to light; the electric radiator, to heat; the X-ray tube and the ultraviolet light, to penetrate and explore; and the selenium cell, to effect automatic control. While small dynamos are less efficient than large dynamos, the difference in performance between the two is much less than that between the big steam engine and the small steam engine. When the water turbine can be used, the advantage of being able to use electricity with high efficiency in all sizes and power ratings becomes plain. If there is not a sufficiently heavy head of water to operate a large alternator, excellent work can nevertheless be done for a small industrial unit, like a farm, by harnessing a small brook or stream and using only a few horsepower, and by means of a small auxiliary gasoline engine continuous operation can be assured despite seasonal fluctuations in the flow of the water. The water turbine has the great advantage of being automatic. Once installed, the costs of production are almost nil, since no fireman or attendant is necessary. With larger central power stations there are other advantages. Not all power need be absorbed by the local area. By a system of interlinked stations, surplus power may be transmitted over long distances, and in case of a breakdown in a single plant the supply itself will remain adequate by turning on the current from the associated plants. 4. The displacement of the proletariat. The typical productive units of the Paleotechnic period were afflicted with giantism. They increased in size and agglomerated together without attempting to scale size to efficiency. In part this grew out of the defective system of communication which antedated the telephone. This confined efficient administration to a single manufacturing plant and made it difficult to disperse the several units, whether or not they were needed on a single site. It was likewise abetted by the difficulties of economic power production with small steam engines, so the engineers tended to crowd as many productive units as possible on the same shaft, or within the range of steam pressure through pipes limited enough to avoid excessive condensation losses. The driving of the individual machines in the plant from a single shaft made it necessary to spot the machines along the shafting. Without close adjustment to the topographical needs of the work itself, there were friction losses in the belting, and the jungle of belts offered special dangers to the workers. In addition to these defects, the shafting and belting limited the use of local transport by means of traveling cranes. The introduction of the electric motor worked a transformation within the plant itself. For the electric motor created flexibility in the design of the factory. Not merely could individual units be placed where they were wanted, and not merely could they be designed for the particular work needed, but the direct drive, which increased the efficiency of the motor, also made it possible to alter the layout of the plant itself as needed. The installation of motors removed the belts which cut off light and lowered efficiency, and opened the way for the rearrangement of machines in functional units without regard for the shafts and aisles of the old-fashioned factory. Each unit could work at its own rate of speed, and start and stop to suit its own needs, without power losses through the operation of the plant as a whole. According to the calculations of a German engineer, this has raised the performance 50% in efficiency. Where large units were handled, the automatic servicing of the machines through traveling cranes now became simple. All these developments have come about during the last 40 years, and it goes without saying that it is only in the more advanced plants that all these refinements and economies in operation have been embraced. With the use of electricity, as Henry Ford has pointed out, small units of production can nevertheless be utilized by large units of administration, for efficient administration depends upon record-keeping, charting, routing, and communication, and not necessarily upon a local overseership. In a word, the size of the productive unit is no longer determined by the local requirements of either the steam engine or the managerial staff, it is a function of the operation itself. But the efficiency of small units worked by electric motors utilizing current heat-wire from local turbines or from a central power plant has given small-scale industry a new lease on life. On a purely technical basis it can, for the first time since the introduction of the steam engine, compete on even terms with the larger unit. Even domestic production has become possible again through the use of electricity, for if the domestic grain grinder is less efficient, from a purely mechanical standpoint, than the huge flour mills of Minneapolis, it permits a nicer timing of production to need, so that it is no longer necessary to consume bolted white flours because whole wheat flours deteriorate more quickly and spoil if they are ground too long before they are sold and used. To be efficient, the small plant need not remain in continuous operation nor need it produce gigantic quantities of foodstuffs and goods for a distant market. It can respond to local demand and supply. It can operate on an irregular basis, since the overhead for permanent staff and equipment is proportionately smaller. It can take advantage of smaller wastes of time and energy in transportation, and by face-to-face contact it can cut out the inevitable red tape of even efficient large organizations. As an element in large-scale standardized industry, making products for a continental market, the small plant can now survive. There is no point, as Henry Ford says, in centralizing manufacturing unless it results in economies. If we, for instance, centered our entire production in Detroit, we should have to employ about 6 million people. A product that is used all over the country ought to be made all over the country, in order to distribute buying power more evenly. For many years we have followed the policy of making in our branches whatever parts they were able to make for the area they served. A good manufacturer who makes himself a specialist will closely control his production and is to be preferred over a branch. And again Ford says, in our first experimenting, we thought that we had to have the machine lines with their assembly and also the final assembly all under one roof, but as we grew in understanding we learned that the making of each part was a separate business in itself, and to be made wherever it could be made the most efficiently, and that the final assembly line could be anywhere. This gave us the first evidence of the flexibility of modern production, as well as indication of the savings that might be made in cutting